Chapter 538. Peacock King, what do you mean by this? Do you really think we're afraid of you? Do you want to fight? We'll accompany you. There was no lack of people with fiery tempers. A powerhouse from Chu stood up on the spot. Their saint had fallen in the nest of 10,000 dragons. Their sex experts were filled with anger. Then what are we waiting for? Let's meet on the life and death stage. Although the Peacock King looked like a delicate youth, he had always been very domineering. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wanted to kill the wavering light saint. Very well, let's fight on the life and death stage. The powerhouse from Chu's side was the late saint's junior brother. He was also a one-legged character. Boom! The heavenly palace boiled as everyone stood up. A peerless demonic king was going to fight a saint. This was definitely a battle of the limelight. This was a gathering that only happened once every 500 years. It was no secret that there would always be such a great battle every time. Saint-level characters are going to fight. This trip is really worth it. A powerful rogue cultivator whispered. A demonic king is about to come out and the supreme experts are going to fight. I'm afraid the sky will be dyed red with blood this time. In front of the palace, many saint children and saintesses' expressions changed. The strongest descendants of the great sects were also excited. I wonder which great characters will take action. It won't be an earth-shattering battle, right? The younger generation was not calm because this was related to their sections. The Crimson Dragon Daoist and the Crow Daoist are old demons who can run amok in the eastern wasteland. Who can contend against them? You're looking down on the Holy Lands too much. There will definitely be 1 or 2 living fossils that can fight against the Crimson Dragon Daoist. They'll definitely jump out. Inside and outside the Heavenly Palace, both the older and younger generations were discussing this matter. Many people were extremely excited. The saint children and saintesses looked at Yi Fan with complicated expressions. He was the only one among the younger generation who could stand in the Heavenly Palace and fight against the older generation. Everything was caused by him. Killing intent filled the air. This battle was unavoidable. Many people's eyes flashed with cold light. They were all lords of their own territories. Once they had decided, it would be difficult to change their minds. They had to fight on the life and death stage. Let's invite the Western Queen Mother to preside over this battle and open the ancient battle platform, said a Saint Lord. The Jade Lake Life and Death Arena was located in the clouds. It was said to never sink and was boundless and indestructible. It could support a sacred lord's battle without having to worry about destruction. The Queen Mother of the West Side, she knew that she could not stop this. The grudges between the two sides had been building up for a long time, and this time, it was only because of the eruption of the situation. Only a battle could solve the problem. I hope everyone can stop here. Queen Mother of the West, please start the battle stage. A mighty cultivator from the Z Palace shouted and stepped forward. It seemed like he was ready to fight. Activate the life and death battle platform at the Jade Lake. The Queen Mother of the West opened her mouth. Her voice traveled through the majestic palace and traveled through the clouds. At the same time, everyone walked out, their battle intent surging like the sea. There were many figures everywhere. The various overlords were like gods and devils as they stood outside the imperial palace. Their blood energy surged out like barbaric dragons. This was a miraculous scene. From the crown of everyone's head, a blood light as thick as a mountain pierced through the sky like a great dragon. The younger generation were all horrified. This was the disparity between them, an insurmountable chasm. Such exuberant blood energy was like a raging sea that could swallow millions of lives. Rumble, the leaden clouds were like mountains, heavy and heavy, pressing down on everyone, making it hard for them to breathe. The thick gray clouds seemed to be pressing down on the ground. An ancient aura was emitted from them, accompanied by a strong killing intent. The Jade Lake Life and Death Arena was a huge martial arena. It was built from cliff rocks and every rock had a story behind it. The surface of the arena was mottled with blood. It was unknown how many peerless experts had stood here and fought a great battle to the death. The vast martial arena stretched as far as the eye could see. Many rocks were engraved with the names of experts, and cracks could be seen everywhere. This place was like an ancient battlefield. Although there were no corpses lying on the ground, the aura of the fallen experts was indelible and could penetrate into one's bones. Those who came here would feel as if they had experienced thousands of battles in an instant. They could feel the aura of the deceased peerless experts. One of the most famous martial arenas in the Eastern Wasteland. I wonder which experts will dye the battlefield with their blood today. I still remember the Jade Lake meeting 1,000 years ago. The old Saint Lord Lin Tianchong's aura devoured the mountains and rivers. In the final battle, he killed many powerful experts, but in the end, his lifespan ran out and he died here. I also remember that 1,500 years ago, the peerless monster king Qi Tsangqiong fought alone against the crowd with his snow-white robe. With just one step, he could prolong his life. Unfortunately, his body cracked in the end and all his efforts were in vain. His blood dyed the ancient battlefield red. Many of the older generation recalled the past. Many great battles had happened here as if it was just yesterday. Those people and events hadn't gone far. The Jade Lake Martial Arena was indeed a special place. Every 500 years, there would be world-shaking battles during the Feast of the Peaches of Immortality. No one knew how many great characters had fallen here, leaving behind eternal legends that made those who had experienced it sigh. The Peacock King roared and turned into a 5-colored divine light. He landed on the life and death arena with his hands behind his back. He glanced at the crowd and said, "Whoever is not convinced, come up here." These words were extremely arrogant. He looked down on all the heroes and wanted to test his sword against the world. Don't be so arrogant. Others might be afraid of you, but I, Yetian, am not. The late Saint Lord's junior brother had been waiting for a long time. He turned into a beam of green light and rushed over. Boom! He attacked as soon as he arrived without wasting any words. His 5 fingers shot out thousands of strands of primordial energy that transformed into a sea of swords. Clang, 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 the sound of the swords shook the heavens. The 10,000 blades of primordial energy were extremely sharp. Each slash had the imprint of the great Tao, and it was as if the heavenly Tao was slashing down. I've long heard that Yetian refined a strand of primordial energy. It really is true. No wonder he is so confident. Everyone was astonished. After that strand of primordial energy was refined, its power was unimaginably great. Each sword and imprint shattered the void. A total of 10,000 great Tao imprints descended. Every single one of them could destroy an archaic divine peak and shake everyone to their bones. The souls of many people outside the martial arena began to tremble as well. Terrifying, too terrifying. He cultivated in isolation for 500 years, yet he actually reached this level. He is truly an exceptional expert. Everyone was shaken, and many people cried out in alarm. The 10,000 streaks of primordial sword radiance produced 10,000 great Tao imprints. They actually linked up together and formed the true might of the heavenly Tao. Hong! It covered heaven and earth as it descended, shattering all tangible creatures. It left everyone horrified. Yetian immediately attacked. He didn't want to fight for hundreds to thousands of rounds, so he used his most powerful offensive saint technique to destroy a demonic king. The Peacock King roared and the mountains and rivers shook. If not for the martial arena's protection, many people outside would have collapsed. They simply couldn't stop this sound wave. Hong Long. Stars filled the sky, and every single one of them was even more resplendent than the sun. It made this ancient battlefield seem as if it was about to ignite, and it was filled with a terrifying ocean-like fluctuation. Stars illuminate the clear sky. One of the most terrifying irregular scenes of the ancient era. Many people cried out in alarm. This was one of the Peacock King's heaven-defying methods. He also used it as soon as he came up. He wanted to decide life and death with a single move without leaving any way out. Zheng zheng zheng, every single star was as large as a mountain. They covered the vast and boundless martial arena and collided with the 10,000 streaks of primordial sword radiance. Dong! It was as if the high heavens had been crushed. That place became a land of destruction. Nothing existed anymore, and no one could see clearly. Pang! The great stars in the sky were extinguished, and only primordial chaos lingered about. Everyone was astonished. Could it be that the Peacock King was killed? Shwa! Oh, Yetian rushed out. His entire body was covered in blood, and there were many cracks on his body. He had suffered unimaginable injuries. He moved as fast as lightning to escape the ancient battlefield. In the void, the Peacock King stood alone. He released a loud roar, and the enormous martial arena was about to be overturned. The lead clouds were scattered. Ah! Oh, Yetian cried out loudly. His body split apart in the void, and his head, limbs, and other parts were all separated. Pooh! He exploded in the void. He originally couldn't hold on any longer, and now, a loud roar completely shattered him. His body and soul were both destroyed. Everyone was stupefied. A powerful figure of a generation was blasted to death by the Peacock King just like that. He stood alone in the middle of the arena. His black hair danced about chaotically, and his demonic might overflowed into the heavens. I will protect ye Fan for sure. Whoever is unconvinced, feel free to come up. The Peacock King's voice shook the skies as he stood with his hands behind his back. What kind of spirit was this? There weren't many under the heavens who dared to do this. The outside of the arena was in great disorder. An exceptional figure from the Holy Land of all beginnings died. This was a major event, and it truly left many people stunned. The Peacock King is too powerful. Rumor has it that he has even more powerful trump cards and many heaven-defying methods. Everyone discussed in shock. Li Daoqing, do you dare fight against me? The Peacock King shouted loudly, challenging the wavering light Holy Lord. Everyone was apprehensive. To challenge him in this type of situation, it was clear that he wanted to slaughter the Holy Lord. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. If the two fought a great battle, it would definitely be world-shaking. 800 years ago, they had fought for 3 days and 3 nights without a victor being decided. The entire world knew of this, and it shook the entire eastern wasteland. Why wouldn't I dare? In this type of situation, the wavering light Holy Lord directly accepted the challenge. This concerned the dignity of the great sage. Holy Lord, let me capture this little demon. An aged voice sounded, stopping the wavering light Holy Lord Li Daoqing. Senior brother. The wavering light Holy Lord Li Daoqing called out like this. There's no need to say any more. I'll deal with him. This person was old and clumsy. The skin on his body was completely loose, and his flesh seemed to have dried up. His hair was sparse, and he supported himself with a walking stick as he slowly walked out from the crowd. The Holy Lands really do have living fossils in this world. This is the wavering light Holy Lord's senior brother, Wang Zheng. He is over 3,000 years old, yet he is still alive. 1,500 years ago, he was like the sun in the sky. He had previously shone brilliantly here, defeating all powerful enemies, and then went into seclusion. Now that he has come out again, it is a pity that he is already past his prime. It is clear that he is like a lamp that has run out of oil, and he won't be able to live for much longer. Now, he wants to display his remaining power. When this elder appeared, an uproar broke out. Everyone was shocked, and they all began to discuss among themselves. Swoosh! He was like a ghost, fast to the extreme. He silently appeared in the enormous arena, and his turbid eyes shot out 2 strands of essence energy as he stared at the Peacock King. Chapter 539. The martial arena was built from large pieces of cliff stone. The marks of time were carved all over it. It was ancient and mottled, and many Holy Lord-level figures had fallen here. The blood of the peerless experts had long dried up, and not even their corpses remained. However, there was still a strong killing intent. This was an ancient battlefield in name and reality. This elder was like a ghost. He was completely silent as his palm pressed forward. It was as if a ghost lord had descended into the world. Cold winds blew about, and a deathly aura filled the air. The Peacock King's entire body went cold as he sensed the danger. He retreated thousands of zhang away, narrowly avoiding this attack. Paw! The elder played it down. His seemingly ordinary palm imprinted a black hole in the air that couldn't disappear. It remained there, devouring everything. Pang! He attacked again. He was like a ghostly shadow, incomparably gentle as he moved through the void. Cold winds howled angrily, and ghostly aura filled the air. However, the destructive power was extremely great. The Peacock King roared loudly. His entire body surged with essence energy. He was like a divine furnace as light shone for tens of thousands of zhang. His blood energy surged like a vast ocean. Hong! He brandished his fists with all his strength, sending out 9 barbaric dragons. They were all extremely firm and young, and each of them had a golden sun in their mouths. They surged out and collided with the gentle yin energy. Selah! The extreme yang and extreme yin met. The space between the two silently became a land of light and darkness. A terrifying collapse began, and the formless creation of extreme yang and extreme yin saint power began. Dong! A loud bang resounded in the martial practice field, and a terrifying brilliance erupted there, drowning both of them, forming a terrifying scene of great destruction. The extreme yin and extreme yang saint power only appeared for a short moment, but it was terrifying to the extreme. When the two met, all things would be destroyed. Pooh! The light-shaking realm elder rushed out like a ghost. A strand of black blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth as he quickly retreated. At the same time, the Peacock King also coughed out a mouthful of blood. His hair danced chaotically as he broke through the shackles of extreme yang and extreme yin like a demonic god, rushing out of the land of great destruction. It was only the first exchange, but both of them were already injured. It was obvious that they wanted to end the battle quickly, so they both used powerful killing moves. Life and death were decided as soon as they arrived. There was no room for negotiation, and only one person could leave alive. Whoosh! The light-shaking realm's living fossil attacked once again. His palms and fingers were an earthen yellow in color as they descended like mud. He didn't use any shocking saint techniques and simply pressed forward calmly. However, the Peacock King felt a chill in his heart. At this level, this old man had already returned to his natural state. His ordinary palm contained the Alcade ultimate killing technique. That was the terrifying yellow mud hand. Even if you were an almighty being, if you were hit by it, you would be destroyed like a pile of mud. It could be said to be a hand of death. Paw! Sure enough, after the yellow earth hand pressed down on the void, that land of nothingness rotted away, becoming a land of devouring, incredibly ruined. The Peacock King's eyes shone with a terrifying radiance. The 9-headed barbaric dragon rushed out, each holding a golden sun in its mouth. Tens of thousands of rays of golden light poured down like a divine curtain. Pooh! The first barbaric dragon was smashed to pieces by the yellow mud hand, the golden sun in its mouth exploding, turning that place into a terrifying energy storm. Paw! The yellow earth hand continued to descend, turning the barbaric dragon into yellow mud. The blazing golden suns were all swallowed up by the yellow mud, and an inexhaustible amount of essence energy was melted away. The Peacock King let out a long cry. Blood energy soared into the sky, scattering the dark clouds. An exuberant life energy submerged the entire world. This was a marvelous scene. Blood energy shot out from the top of his head like a great mountain, and his entire body surged with essence energy, surging like a vast ocean. It was as if Pangu had descended into this world. Boom! The Peacock King's aura swallowed the mountains and rivers. His large palms continuously slammed forward, forcefully colliding with the yellow earth palm. The sky seemed to be on the verge of being destroyed. A huge peacock appeared behind him, as if it was opening up the world. Primal chaos surged. The all-Kate old man's expression changed. The other party was using his exuberant blood energy to force him to use his life force, engaging him in a battle of attrition. The Peacock King was like a divine spirit. His blood energy was becoming more and more exuberant. Every time he brandished his palms, it was as if millions of volcanoes were erupting. His imposing manner was shocking, and he possessed an incomparably oppressive feeling. Boom! Suddenly, the lifeless aura of the all-Kate old man was swept away. His entire body emitted a brilliant light that pierced through the mountains and rivers. It was as if he was a god that was picking up flowers. He had finally revealed the supreme technique of the Holy Land, the mixed origin holy light technique. At this moment, this old man became incomparably terrifying. It was as if his blood energy was even more exuberant than the Peacock King's. Divine flames surged out like an ocean, completely submerging the vast ancient battlefield. He was like a god at this moment. Once the mixed origin holy light technique was unleashed, all techniques would be broken. He could collapse the heavens with a wave of his hand. Boom! Holy light covered the sky and covered the earth. Every inch of space was filled with terrifying divine splendor, causing one's soul to tremble. The Peacock King was sent flying by a single slap. Bloody scars appeared all over his body, and he coughed out several mouthfuls of blood. The situation was dire. When I, Wang Zheng, roamed the world unhindered, who dared to challenge me? Little peacock, you are too arrogant. Today, I will suppress you forever. The all-Kate old man seemed to have recovered his vitality. He possessed peak strength and was unstoppable. His divine light was like an ocean, destroying everything. Boom! He waved his palm again. It was as if the heavens had reached out and pressed down. The holy light was like the clouds and the ocean, submerging the boundless ancient battlefield. There was simply no way to defend against it. Bang! The Peacock King was once again sent flying. His entire body was covered in blood, and his body was almost rotting. His black hair was dyed red with blood, sticking together in strands. Everyone was shocked. The Peacock King was a peak character in the current era. Even the holy masters deeply feared him. He was a peerless demonic king with few opponents. However, at this moment, he had been beaten to such a state. This was the first time in the past 800 years that he had been seriously injured. A living fossil that had lived for 3,000 years was indeed terrifying. Everyone was horrified. Once he erupted, who could stop him? This kind of person could roam the eastern wasteland unhindered. No one could contend against him. Those of the same generation had almost all died, and only a few remained. As expected of a living fossil-level expert. This kind of terrifying battle prowess is truly frightening. He could look down on the eastern wasteland. Unfortunately, his lifespan has reached its end, and he is about to leave this world. Not many people could live past 3,000 years. At this age, they were monstrous existences. Naturally, they were invincible and terrifying. Unfortunately, lifespan was their greatest shackle. Although their cultivation had reached the peak, they could not live for long. Stubborn resistance. The all-cade old man stepped forward, and the omnipresent mixed origin holy light gushed out everywhere. Any one of his movements could collapse the void. There was nothing it could not break, and it was about to melt the ancient battlefield. The Peacock King let out a long cry and spat out a 5-colored divine light that swept forward. Finally, he temporarily blocked the mixed origin holy light technique. Interesting. You have actually cultivated the innate 5 elements. Unfortunately, you have not reached great success. You will not escape death. The all-cade old man was like a god as he slapped down with his hand. The holy light was like an ocean, once again submerging the martial field. Every ray of light could kill an expert. So much mixed origin holy light was extremely frightening. The Peacock King's innate 5 elements holy light was almost destroyed. There were even more wounds on his body, but the holy light could not get any closer. Within the 5-colored divine light that he spat out, there was a pitch-black stone platform that suppressed all of this. Boom! A wave shook out, and the black stone platform became larger. It was wrapped by the 5 elements holy light and turned into a large seal. It pressed forward and shattered the mixed origin holy light. Precious seal of chaos. Outside the martial field, the all-cade divine lord's expression changed as he loudly reminded his senior brother. Last time, he had suffered greatly from this large seal, and his body had almost been broken. Back then, when they were fighting over the 9 secrets in the ancient tomb of Liz-Ho, the Peacock King had taken away that chaos stone and refined it into a very frightening secret treasure. This stone was left behind by great Emperor Wushi. Although it is only used as a bed, it is still a precious treasure for other cultivators, the large black dog said in a low voice. Bang! The precious seal forged from the chaos stone collided with the holy light. The martial field almost became a land of chaos. It was a terrifying scene. The Peacock King used the precious seal of chaos to block Wang Zhang's mixed origin holy light technique. The two of them were in a deadlock. This black precious seal is indeed frightening. Even a living fossil has been stopped, unable to take even half a step forward. Everyone was shocked. The two of them collided fiercely. The chaos stone within the 5-colored divine light was as lofty as an ancient divine mountain, sturdy and immortal. However, the chaotic sacred light was said to be able to destroy all techniques. It was also extremely frightening, especially when it was used by a living fossil that had lived for 3,000 years. It could be said to be nature-defying. Dong! The Peacock King coughed up blood again, but he did not retreat even half a step. Meanwhile, the face of the all-cade divine lord, Wang Zhang, was also flushed, and his body was trembling slightly. Between the two of them, black holes appeared everywhere. It was as if they had arrived at the Great Calamity era, where everything was destroyed, and nothing existed anymore. At this moment, only the mixed origin holy light and the chaos stone within the 5-colored divine light clashed. This precious seal of chaos is too frightening. Everyone was horrified, and they all felt a chill. In particular, the divine masters were extremely fearful. If the Peacock King used this stone seal to battle with them, how could they resist? If this kind of divine object was refined every day, who knew what kind of god tool it would become in the future? However, everyone was also very afraid of the all-cade divine lord's senior brother. The reputation of a living fossil was well-deserved, and he could definitely kill divine masters without fear. Boom! The chaos stone seal clashed with the mixed origin holy light technique. The Peacock King coughed up large mouthfuls of blood again, but he still did not retreat. Everyone knew that if this stalemate continued, it would be hard to say who would live and who would die. Although the Peacock King was coughing up blood, his blood energy was as vigorous as the sea and could be consumed for a long time. Meanwhile, although the All-Cade Divine Lord was peerlessly terrifying, his lifespan did not have much left, and he could not afford to waste it. Stop! Stop! The All-Cade Divine Lord and the Crimson Dragon Daoist shouted at the same time. They did not want to let them continue fighting. They were afraid that the people on their side would die in battle, and that would be an inestimable loss. The Crimson Dragon Daoist, the All-Cade Divine Lord, Nangongjing, and many other powerful experts took action, forcibly separating the two and ending this battle. Yifan quickly walked forward and took out a jade bottle. He handed the divine spring to the Peacock King and opened the bottle. A fragrance wafted out, and everyone's eyes lit up. The Crimson Dragon Daoist and the Crow Daoist, in particular, had fiery eyes. It was as if they had seen an ancient scripture of a great emperor. The Peacock King drank several mouthfuls in succession, and then he immediately sat down on the ground. His entire body surged with spiritual essence, and his heavy injuries began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. His blood energy rushed into the heavens, and his entire body erupted with radiance. Innate five elements divine light curled about, and the primal chaos precious imprint rose and fell above his head. Yifan did not accept the jade bottle and instead handed it to the Crimson Dragon Daoist and the Crow Daoist. The two of them were a bit moved. For him who did not have much time left in his lifespan, this was a precious gift. Crimson Dragon, I actually want to fight against you the most. Not far out, the All-Cade Divine Lord's senior brother Wangjing spoke. Right now, he had already taken a holy medicine and recovered in the blink of an eye. Fine, I will fight against you. The Crimson Dragon Daoist had swept through the eastern wastelands, so who would he be scared of? He immediately accepted the challenge. Don't go. This old thing won't live for more than half a year. He wants to kill you before he dies. The Crow Daoist stopped him. He really thinks that I was trapped in the holy cliff for 1,500 years for nothing. I will send him on his way ahead of time. The Crimson Dragon Daoist spoke. Everyone was shocked. A great battle began again. The two living fossils were going to take action. This was definitely the greatest battle of the present. How many terrifying individuals could live to 3,000 years old were there in the eastern wastelands? When they were like the midday sun, intimidating the world, even the various divine lords had to look up to them. Now, they reached the peak of their individual power, but they didn't have much time left. They were about to die in meditation. This was a type of sorrow. Since the ancient times, many unrivaled heroes were defeated under the pressure of time. Even if they had great achievements, it was useless. They had no choice but to silently walk towards the end of their lives. Swoosh! The two living fossils seemed to have entered the ancient battlefield at the same time, both of them drifting about like ghosts. Senior brother, be careful. The All-Cade Divine Lord transmitted sound. He understood the thoughts of this senior brother who was 1,000 years older than himself. He knew that he was going to die in meditation, so he wanted to get rid of this great enemy, the Crimson Dragon Daoist. Paw! The two old freaks who had lived for 3,000 years didn't have the slightest bit of passion when they took action. They were just like mortals, exchanging a palm. Many people of the younger generation felt that this was boring. They didn't have the demeanor of a peerless expert, and they couldn't see through the mysteries. However, there was no one at the Divine Lord level who wasn't frightened. When their palms met, countless Dao scars flashed and disappeared in the void. This was a confrontation that was similar to a great calamity. However, they were all melted away in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. Normal people couldn't see it at all. How terrifying! Yifan's heart palpitated. He had cultivated the divine eye, so he could see everything. Paw, bang, the two living fossils' movements weren't very fast. They would attack from time to time, but they didn't use any peerless divine techniques. Instead, they were carrying out a life and death battle. You and I don't have much lifespan left, and we can't afford to waste it. Why don't we decide life and death in one strike? The two of them spoke at the same time. They had the same idea, and they wanted to decide victory and defeat in an instant. Boom! The all-cade living fossil Wang Zhang's withered body emitted a brilliant light that engulfed the entire martial arena. He was like a golden holy spirit. At this moment, he was peerlessly powerful. His body was filled with endless vitality, and his blood energy was like an ocean. The mixed origin holy light covered the sky and was incomparably terrifying. Boom! Endless holy light appeared in the void, forming a golden ancient cauldron. Dragon patterns covered its surface densely, suppressing the great world. He actually used the mixed origin sacred light technique to create the light-shaking realm's black gold sacred cauldron with dragon inscriptions and some method power. There wasn't a single person who didn't cry out in alarm, all of their expressions changing. They felt a type of misconception, feeling a trace of extreme Tao holy might. The old Taoist Crimson Dragon let out a long howl. His hair fluttered in the wind and his gaze was as sharp as blades. It was as if he had 8 arms as he struck out 8 types of seals in an instant. What? That's the Sky Demon 8 Styles, the demon race's most ancient and terrifying supreme inheritance. He actually combined all of them together. Everyone was stunned, their hearts shaken. Their bodies went ice cold, and they were actually about to suffocate. The Sky Demon 8 Styles merged into one. The Scarlet Dragon Taoist manifested a scarlet dragon in the void. It was incomparably real, and an ancient aura spread out. The might of the dragon was vast and mighty. The ancient battlefield was about to collapse. If it wasn't for the protection of the Jade Lake's Immortal Tears Pagoda, which contained a wisp of true extreme divine might, the martial arts arena would have long been destroyed. Boom! The two living fossils collided, releasing their most powerful attacks to decide life and death. Black holes appeared in large amounts, as if they were giving birth to the universe. They contained starlight, as if they were splitting the heavens and earth apart. The energy of destruction and rebirth surged like a tide. Eternal instant. It was as if 100 lifetimes had passed, but it was also as if only an instant had passed. Time was eternal, and it was difficult to distinguish. Pooh! The Scarlet Dragon Taoist spat out large mouthfuls of blood and flew out from the black hole in the void. His entire body cracked apart, and he almost died. Pooh! On the other side, the light-shaking realm living fossil's eyes dimmed. His skull cracked open, and his brain juices flowed out. His torso separated, and he was in terrible shape. Blood dyed the skies red. His flesh became a bloody paste, and his bones shattered into snow-white dregs. He was killed by the Scarlet Dragon Taoist. Chapter 540. Dead, a living fossil has fallen. He dominated the eastern wasteland for 3,000 years, but he ended up like this. A legendary character who dominated the eastern wasteland and no one dared to oppose him ended up like this when he was about to die. Many people sighed. A peerless character had lived a glorious life, yet he died in his old age. This was truly a tragedy. No matter how great a hero you were, you would still return to the earth. However, to die like this still made people feel pity. Senior brother. Sacred Lord Alcade was extremely sad and furious. Holy light rushed into the sky from his body as the 108 divine rings covered the sun. My condolences, Sacred Lord. Alcade went up and bowed. After Sacred Lord Li Daoqing saw him, a ray of light flashed through his dim eyes and he said, "In the future, you must kill the red dragon." In this world, no matter if it's right or wrong, it's easy to sympathize with the dead. You don't have much lifespan left, yet you want to use this chance to kill me. I can't sympathize with you. The red dragon Daoist's expression was calm and even cold. He stared at the shattered bloodstains and coughed out another mouthful of blood. Although the battle between these living fossils wasn't that intense, one move could decide life and death. It was even more dangerous. The red dragon Daoist was also heavily injured in this life and death battle. His body almost split open, but this couldn't harm his foundation. He drank a mouthful of divine spring water and scarlet light wrapped around his body. His wounds stopped bleeding, his broken bones regrew, and his energy recovered rapidly. He stood in the ancient battlefield and his ancient robe fluttered in the wind, causing all his opponents to feel apprehensive. In a short period of time, no one went up. The red dragon Daoist was too terrifying. His peerless demonic aura suppressed everyone and no one dared to go up. If they were slapped by this living fossil, their bodies and souls would definitely be destroyed. Ha! The Supreme Sect Master of the Yin-Yang sect had a fake smile on his face. He looked towards the arena and said, "Crimson Dragon, you really are impressive. It's just a junior, is it worth it to take action like this?" At this time, everyone knew that Yifan's matter was just a prelude. The two sides had accumulated hatred for a long time and now was just the right time to explode. Wang Yangzhan, if you are not convinced, then come up and fight. The red dragon Daoist wiped the blood from his mouth and said, "Crimson Dragon, do you really think that you are invincible under the heavens? Bullying the weak with your strength will only bring about your own destruction." Yin-Yang sect's old sect master gave Yifan an indifferent look, and then he stared at the Crimson Dragon, saying, "This child conspired against all heroes, he should be executed here. You want to protect him, do you want to become enemies with everyone under the heavens? Can you represent the world?" Red Dragon had a cold smile on his face, "If you're unhappy, then come in and fight to the death." The Supreme Sect Master of the Yin-Yang school sneered, "All right, let me try out your invincible technique." He walked forward unhurriedly and entered the training field. A yin-yang diagram rotated behind him, making him look unfathomable. Everyone was shocked. Another living fossil took action. Central Continent's old sect master's reputation was extremely great. He was already more than 3,000 years old, yet he was also about to die in meditation. "Wang Yangzhan, you're still the same." Crow Daoist spoke. He stepped into the ancient battlefield and said, "You want to take Brother Crimson Dragon's life while he is heavily injured? He was the one who wanted me to take action." Wang Yangzhan revealed a faint smile, turning around to face Crow Daoist. "Brother Crimson Dragon, go and rest. You just fought Wang Jing to death, so you need to adjust your breathing. I'll fight him." Crow Daoist spoke. "Crow, what is the meaning of this? The Crimson Dragon and I agreed to fight to the death, so why did you suddenly interfere?" Wang Yangzhan's face fell as he asked. "This Dao Grandpa doesn't like you, so I want to kill you. Is that all right?" Crow Daoist was extremely arrogant. He wore a purple gold crown on his head, dark feather Dao clothes flowing with sinister radiance. Outside the ancient battlefield, everyone was shocked. This exceptional demon was tyrannical after all, speaking without any misgivings, worthy of being a living fossil that could rampage through the eastern wastelands. "It's better if I do it." The Crimson Dragon Daoist spoke. "No, I just don't like him, so I have to fight him." Crow Daoist persisted. The Crimson Dragon Daoist roared with laughter. He didn't say anything else, turning around to leave. With a few flashes, he left the training field. Yin-Yang Sect's Supreme Sect Master's expression was extremely gloomy. He transmitted sound, "Crimson Dragon, I wanted to settle my grudge with you, yet you backed off. What is the meaning of this? You should settle your grudge with Crow first. When my injuries recover, I'll fight you again." The Crimson Dragon Daoist didn't seem to mind at all. Outside the training field, everyone was paying close attention. Now, there were two living fossils confronting each other, the focal point of the great battle unending. Many people were looking forward to it. Wang Yangzhan, I heard that your yin yang sex saint child and saintess were both killed by someone. Is that true? Crow Daoist touched on a sore spot. Wang Yangzhan released a cold snort, not replying. His eyes were filled with coldness. A few days ago, the successor you chose, Yin Yang Sect's vice sect master died in the 10,000 dragon nest. This should be true, right? Crow Daoist ridiculed. Crow, you talk too much. Yin Yang Sect's old sect master said coldly. Talk too much. I was just casually asking. Your eyesight really isn't that good. The person you chose has already died, so you really aren't qualified to be a sect master. Crow Daoist laughed loudly. Less nonsense. Let me see how your cultivation has improved after not seeing you for more than 1,000 years. Wang Yangzhan released a cold shout. An ancient mirror appeared above his head. The divine object left behind by the ancient saint's yin-yang mirror. Someone cried out in alarm. Something's wrong. That ancient mirror is their sect protecting supreme treasure, so there is no way they would carry it on them. This is an imitation, but its power is still great. Someone saw through the real deal. Dang! A precious bell appeared above Crow Daoist's head. It was sparkling and translucent, pure white and flawless like fine jade. It flowed with precious splendor, releasing a drawn-out bell sound. This is a rare divine metal. Just adding a bit into a Holy Lord level weapon is enough. This bell is completely made from this type of divine object. Everyone was shocked. We should also decide life and death with a single strike. We don't have that much life force to exhaust. Crow Daoist chuckled and said. He secretly drank a few mouthfuls of divine spring water. Yin Yang Sect's old holy master nodded indifferently. He also secretly swallowed 3 holy medicines that contained a sea of life essence energy. The front of the Yin Yang ancient mirror was scarlet red like blood, while the back was pitch black like ink. Yin and Yang energies flowed about, rising and falling above his head. Hong! The two of them took action at the same time. The yin-yang mirror faced them head-on. Scarlet multicolored light shot out, dyeing the entire ancient battlefield red. Primal chaos wisps curled about. Heaven and earth splitting apart, this mirror is truly terrifying. Everyone cried out in alarm. The yin-yang mirror produced a blood-colored small world that was hazy and chaotic. It wanted to close Crow Daoist inside and refine him into a pool of blood. Dang! A drawn-out bell sound rang through the jade pool. The pure white jade-like precious bell released a tsunami-like sound wave. The heavens collapsed and the earth caved in, destroying all living things. This was an intense collision. Scarlet multicolored light and bell waves resonated. Heaven and earth splitting aura pervaded the air between the two, making all of the spectators suck in a cold breath of air. Pooh! Pooh! The two living fossils both spat out large mouthfuls of blood. A crack appeared between their brows. They were almost hacked apart by the other party, both of them seriously injured. Pang! Crow Daoist escaped from that blood-colored small world. He wasn't sealed inside. Meanwhile, Yin-Yang sect master also backed up tens of thousands of Zhang, not being blasted into pieces by the bell waves. After this life and death strike, the two of them disappeared into thin air, moving through the void. Then, they took action without any warning. Chi! The back of the yin-yang ancient mirror was pitch black like ink. An abyss was opened up. The power of death surged, engulfing towards Crow Daoist. Dong! The pure white precious bell descended like a pagoda, about to suck yin-yang sect master inside. The bell's walls were full of incantations that flickered with blinding radiance. Hong! The two collided. It was as if a flood overflowed into the heavens. The ancient mirror was sent flying, and the precious bell became dim. They were evenly matched again. The two of them spat out large mouthfuls of blood. These two living fossils both said that they would decide life and death with a single strike, yet their blood energy is so vigorous. After doing everything they could, they still have strength left over to fight again. Quang! A violent sound rang out. The ancient mirror and Wang Yangzhan's yin-yang diagram merged together, forming a tangible great Tao. A yin-yang world was produced. Yin-yang life and death reincarnation world. Many Holy Lord level figures shivered inwardly. This old sect master was too terrifying, displaying legendary methods. Gua! Crow Daoist released a crow cry. The space between his brows shone with golden light. A 3-footed golden crow rushed out, merging with the divine bell. On its surface, there were tens of thousands of incantations. Every single ancient character revived, producing a divine bell world. One could clearly see that on the ancient Great Earth, giants moved about, barbaric dragons roaming about. 3-footed golden crows moved through the sky, incomparably powerful. Hong! The divine bell rang out. The ancient desolate world inside began to tremble. 10 golden crows took to the skies, wreaking havoc in this heaven and earth great world. They collided ferociously. The savage world inside the divine bell and the Tao force produced by the yin-yang mirror fiercely clashed. Eternal radiance submerged the ancient battlefield. The great desolate world and yin-yang life and death reincarnation world devoured each other. Endless black holes connected together. There were also cracked great Tao imprints arranged in the void. Nothing existed between these two living fossils. Everyone was horrified. This type of confrontation was too terrifying. Even holy lords would die if they entered, turning into a bloody paste. These are living fossils. Even though they are going to die in meditation, in their final moments, they can overlook the eastern wastelands, rarely meeting opponents. Putong! Yin-yang sect master fell out. His hair was disheveled, and his entire body was covered in bloodstains. His body was almost smashed into pieces, and many areas revealed deep white bones. Putong! On the other side, the crow Daoist wasn't much better off. Crow feathers filled the sky, and many cracks appeared on his body. Blood was everywhere. You two, let's end this in a draw. Don't fight anymore. Jade Pool Western Queen Mother spoke. The Crimson Dragon, Green Flood Dragon King, Yin-Yang Sect, and others rushed into the martial arena one after another. They each protected a living fossil, separating the two individuals. Alright, let's end this in a draw. Yin-Yang Sect Master nodded. The Crow Daoist drank a large mouthful of divine spring water, and then he said shamelessly, I haven't fought enough yet. A fragrance wafted out. Everyone smelled it, and they naturally knew that it was the precious life liquid. They all became speechless. Hang! Yin-Yang Sect Master released a cold snort. He walked out with large steps, withdrawing from the battlefield. Wang Yangzhan, are you scared? I feel like we can still fight another 300 rounds. Let's fight another round. The Crow Daoist calmly shouted. Things had already reached this point. This battle had come to an end, and it was impossible to continue. Everyone withdrew from the ancient battlefield. Everyone was momentarily silent. Several living fossils had taken action one after another, so who dared to enter? Yi Fan's heart jumped. The Crimson Dragon and Crow Daoist were both injured, but there seemed to be 1 or 2 living fossils among the Holy Lands. However, he wasn't too worried. If he was forced into a corner, he could just bring out the archaic saints. At worst, he would just pierce through the sky. At this time, the Green Flood Dragon King of the 13 Great Bandits stood out. He didn't say anything, and with a jar in his hand, he swept his eyes over everyone. Many people had the urge to curse out loud. That was Tu Tian's heaven-devouring evil jar, and he had borrowed it. With this sect's artifact in hand, who dared to provoke him? Let's stop here. Everyone here is a hero of this world. If you all fall, it will be a great loss for the entire Eastern Wasteland. Western Queen Mother mediated. At this point, there really weren't many people who were willing to continue fighting. They were all apprehensive of each other. Half a holy weapon, as well as the living fossil-level existences, were all uncertain factors. Of course, what made people even more uneasy was that Yen Ryu was here. If the Azure Emperor's holy weapon was brought out, then it would be a great disaster. Then let's just kill this child. Yin Yang sect master spoke. Behead your mother. Yi Fan had long since found this old fellow displeasing to the eye. His words were full of obscenities, and this was the first time he cursed like this. He looked over provocatively. You. Yin Yang sect's people were so angry that they all rushed over. Reporting to Western Queen Mother. More than 10 Jade Lake beauties flew over from the Pure Land and arrived outside the martial arena above the clouds. What happened? Western Queen Mother calmly asked. An archaic creature has come to visit. A white-clothed beauty spoke, revealing this kind of earth-shattering news. What? Everyone cried out in alarm. They were incomparably shocked. Looking at its appearance, it is indeed an archaic creature. It claims to have come from the absolute beginning forbidden region and wants to enter the Jade Lake. That female disciple replied. No one could remain calm. An uproar broke out, and no one wasn't shocked. Chapter 541. An archaic creature has really appeared, and he actually wants to enter the Jade Lake. Everyone couldn't help but feel shocked. Did he not explain where he came from? Someone asked. I don't know. He can only tell us after coming in and seeing the Queen Mother, the Jade Lake beauty replied. Everyone, don't fight to the death. Now that an archaic creature has appeared, we still don't know what kind of disaster it will bring, the Queen Mother said to everyone. Everyone didn't say anything. Everyone's hearts were heavy. The future was unpredictable. They thought about those archaic kings who could summon the wind and summon the rain. They were comparable to ancient saints. Was such an existence going to appear again? If it reappeared in the world, the master of this land would most likely change. Perhaps only a few undying inheritances who wielded extreme holy weapons would have some confidence. Everyone conversed briefly before heading towards the heavenly palace. It was impossible for them to continue fighting now. Along the way, the people of the Yin Yang sect were burning with anger. They wanted nothing more than to skin Yi Fan alive. Just now, he had contradicted the old sect leader like that, making everyone extremely angry. What are you looking at? I've never seen such a handsome uncle before. The large black dog bared his teeth. Although the people of the Yin Yang sect were furious, they had no way to bicker with the dog. Otherwise, if they argued with it, they would definitely become a laughingstock. The various leaders returned to the heavenly palace. Yi Fan sat at the end, while the others of the younger generation could only stand at the entrance of the main hall, waiting and watching. Not long after, a powerful creature flew over and followed behind the disciples of the Jade Lake. It stepped on clouds and entered the main hall. It really is an archaic creature. Many people cried out in surprise. For most of them, it was the first time they had seen an archaic creature. This humanoid archaic creature was more than 2 meters tall. It was extremely sturdy, and its entire body was covered in fine silver scales that flowed with brilliance. Its face was also like this. It had a pair of wide silver wings, as if it was carrying 2 snow-white heavenly blades on its back. It was robust and powerful, and its silver hair fell like a waterfall. There was a jade horn between its brows that curved like a horned dragon. It was more than a foot long and sparkling and translucent. In addition, there were two small heads on its broad shoulders. One was a wolf's head, and the other was a crocodile's head. Both were covered in fine silver scales. Maggot. The primordial creature came to the hall, raised its head, and spat out such a sentence. What is he talking about? Everyone looked at each other, confused. You've even forgotten the common language of the ancient era. It seems like too much time has passed and humans have forgotten too many things, the ancient creature said in the human language. In the archaic era, the human race also spoke these words. Many people were shocked. The human race is one of the creatures of the archaic era. If they want to survive, they naturally have to use this divine language, the ancient creature said. Divine language. A few people were lost in thought. There seemed to be some records in some ancient texts. This is the language of the ancient gods, shared by all races. Otherwise, if every race had their own language, how could they communicate? The ancient creature said indifferently. There were humans in the archaic era as well, but they were few in number. Moreover, it had been too long, and many things of the past could no longer be recalled, forever becoming the past. My name is Gudeoya. This time, I'm only here to deliver a letter, he said coldly, and handed a beast-skin scroll to a grand elder of the Jade Pool. What letter? After receiving it, the Queen Mother of the West frowned. The characters on it were like phoenixes and dragons, and couldn't be recognized. She handed it to the other lords, and everyone was stunned. This was an archaic language, and no one could recognize it. The human race has forgotten the past, even giving up on the divine language. Could it be that they don't cultivate the Sun Saint Force and Moon Saint Force anymore? The primordial creature named Gudeoya was surprised. Millions of years have passed, and no one in the world can recognize these ancient characters. Please read it out, a grand elder of the Jade Pool said. The human race has two shocking ancient scriptures that evolved and explained with divine language. Could it be that they've been lost? They've really completely forgotten about them, Gudeoya mocked. No one argued with him. In reality, the descendants of the archaic era were the ones who shone brilliantly. The great ancient emperors were born, and they created their own supreme ancient scriptures one after another. Gudeoya didn't waste any time. He opened the beast-skin scroll and read it out in front of everyone. Everyone couldn't calm down. The primordial creature was really going to be born. However, the time period was very broad. In 1 to 5,000 years, the slumbering kings would definitely all return to the earth. What made everyone feel slightly relieved was that the primordial creatures didn't want to start a war with the human race. It was written very clearly in the letter. Just like before the archaic era, the myriad races coexisted. Of course, there were many secrets passed down from the archaic era. Although the myriad races coexisted, there would still be wars between races from time to time. This was definitely unavoidable. It's a pity that this isn't the era of the Great Emperor. Otherwise, if the human race had a Great Emperor living in this world, even if the primordial creatures came out, they would have to bow their heads. Many people had such a thought and sighed inwardly. They knew that there would definitely be many conflicts in the future, and there might even be bloody battles. At the entrance of the Great Hall, the younger generation all revealed shocked expressions. There would most likely be a storm of blood in the future. They were born in such an era, and they might have to fight against the primordial creatures. It could be predicted that in such a great era, incomparably great existences would definitely be born. They would step on the corpses of the myriad races and ascend to the peak, but they might not necessarily belong to the human race. Perhaps, there would be humans comparable to the great ancient emperors. At the end of the beast hide scroll, it mentioned that the territory occupied by the human race was too vast. The primordial creatures needed to obtain a portion of the territory when they appeared. How large of a territory do you all want? Everything within a radius of 100,000 li where the primordial king slumbers belongs to us, Gu Deoya said. Everyone fell into deep thought. They didn't know how many primordial races there would be. If there were only a few, or even a few dozen, it wouldn't be considered much. After all, this land was too vast. Sometimes, it was hard to even see signs of human habitation within a million li. After thinking about it carefully, the other places were easy to deal with. Only the absolute beginning forbidden area had a radius of 100,000 li, and it was the source mining area of the various holy lands. It was also the place with the most source resources in the world. If they retreated and gave up this place, the various holy lands would truly be unwilling. Their hearts would even bleed. Are you from the absolute beginning ancient mine? Shi Wangmu asked. The primordial creature shivered when he heard this and said, I'm only delivering a letter for the king of the absolute beginning forbidden area. It has nothing to do with the unparalleled existence in the ancient mine. Everyone was stunned. The primordial creatures were also very afraid of the ancient mine. This was even more horrifying. The monkey had once said that only the primordial emperors and the lords of the royal families could enter the ancient mine. The others were not qualified to even take half a step inside. I heard that there is a meeting of the human race in the Jade Pool. My king sent me here to deliver a letter. Gu Deoya said. This letter was for all the human race's powerhouses. He was more or less arrogant. The blood of the primordial royal family flowed in his body. Even though it wasn't very pure, he still had a sense of superiority as a superior. However, when he inadvertently discovered the monkey, he was shocked. The jade horn between his brows flowed with brilliance as he sensed something. You are, the battling saint ape. Gu Deoya was shocked as he sensed a familiar aura. The monkey was rather calm. He sat there cross-legged and didn't express anything. When the old saint emperor passed away, he left behind a son and a younger brother. You are, the saint prince. Gu Deoya almost knelt down. The emperor of fighting was the last ancient emperor of the primordial era. He was invincible in the heavens and earth, respected by all races. He was a god that all living beings had to worship. The monkey's identity was shockingly great. He was the only son of the old saint emperor of fighting and was a true saint prince. Gu Deoya thought about it and immediately knelt down. Greetings, saint prince. My father has already passed away millions of years ago. What ancient emperor? I'm just a member of the royal family now. The monkey waved his hand. The old saint emperor was unparalleled in both ancient and modern times. Even though he passed away long ago, no one will forget him. Gu Deoya was rather respectful towards the monkey. In the main hall, everyone else was shocked. They didn't expect the monkey's background to be so great, and they were even more fearful. The monkey thought about it and pointed at the people of the Yin-Yang sect. Be careful of them and those people. As he spoke, he pointed at the people of the Holy Land of all beginnings. These people were stunned for a moment, and then they were all furious. This monkey was too dishonest. He was obviously trying to make things difficult for them. He was too immoral. Get closer to them. The monkey pointed at Yifan and the others. Gu Deoya was only in charge of delivering the letter and didn't stay for long. He left, but everyone found it hard to calm down. In the next 5,000 years, the ancient races would all come into being, and the land would not be peaceful anymore. Even though some people didn't want to let Yifan go, the Red Dragon Daoist, the Peacock King, and the others were so powerful that no one dared to provoke them. Moreover, the Queen Mother of the West had said that the Jade Pool was protecting Yifan, so he couldn't be blamed for the tragedy of the nest of 10,000 dragons. A huge storm was over, but it was hard to say what would happen after Yifan walked out of the Jade Pool. Everyone knew that the Jade Pool wanted everyone to help seal a few Stone Kings at the Feast of Peaches of Immortality this time. At the same time, during the Stone Appreciation Festival, all sects could display strange stones and sell them here. Senior Red Dragon, I'll give you a ripe mortal essence fruit. Yifan smiled as he passed through the Jade Pool's heavenly stone palace. What? The Red Dragon Daoist was shocked. A mortal essence fruit could extend one's lifespan by tens to hundreds of years. It was a peerless treasure. It's definitely more mature than the previous ones. Yifan smiled. He went directly to the pile of strange stones in the Holy Land of All Beginnings, threw down 5,000 kilograms of pure source, and took one of the stones. The expressions of those from the Holy Land of All Beginnings changed, but they couldn't stop him. That was because all the stones in the Heavenly Stone Palace had a price tag and were ready to be sold. As long as they left the pure source, they could take the materials themselves. Mortal Essence Fruit. Oh heavens, a Mortal Essence Fruit. Everyone cried out in surprise. A fragrance wafted out, and the older generation all gathered around, their eyes filled with passion. A ripe mortal essence fruit is about to transform into an earth fate fruit. This is a priceless immortal treasure that can extend one's lifespan by 100 years. Everyone was dumbfounded, and only the faces of those from the Holy Land of All Beginnings turned green. 5,000 kilograms of pure source was sold for a mortal essence fruit. A supreme elder almost smashed his head against the wall. Only now did people remember Yifan's other identity. He was the successor of the Yuan Taoist master, a guest of honor for those who didn't have much life force left. Many people revealed complicated expressions and sighed inwardly. They were incredibly jealous of the Crimson Dragon Daoist's harvest. Yifan came to the pile of strange stones in the Yin-Yang sect, and after searching for a long time, he shook his head and sighed. He threw down 15,000 kilograms of pure source and picked up a piece of useless stone. He cut it open in front of everyone, and brilliant light shone. A piece of divine source the size of a face tumbled out and hung in the air, illuminating the entire sky in a dazzling manner. It's a pity that it's not some immortal treasure, so I can't give it to Senior Peacock King as a gift. Yifan sighed. Beside him, everyone was driven mad. Such a large piece of divine source was worth 5,000 kilograms of pure source, and he actually said such a thing. He really deserved to be struck by lightning. Many people silently cursed and cursed him. In the end, something even more infuriating happened. He casually tossed such a large piece of divine source to the large black dog. The Black Emperor caught it in his arms, grinning from ear to ear as he chuckled foolishly. *CK, what a waste of a heavenly treasure, throwing it to a dog. The people of the Yin-Yang sect were so angry they wanted to vomit blood, but there was nothing they could do. Their supreme old sect master was also searching for treasures in the sky, and coincidentally saw this scene. Veins bulged on his forehead, but he endured it in the end. I clearly found an origin technique grandmaster to take a look, and it was a useless stone. How could such a large piece of divine source be cut out? The people of the Yin-Yang sect were extremely angry. Little Yifan, you can't be biased. Li Heishui, Jiang Huiren, and the others' eyes lit up, and they all surrounded him. I'll look again. Yifan strolled around nonchalantly. Archaic spirit medicine, now extinct, worth 300,000 kilograms of pure source. Soon, there were cries of surprise again, and everyone stared at Yifan's group. In the distance, Ouyang Yi and a few people from ancient origin technique families sighed in anger. This brat is still far from becoming an origin technique master, but now that he has mastered the Yuan Taoist master's forbidden celestial technique, he can see source many times more accurately than us. Is it the saint technique that forms the 6 seals for celestials? That's right. The people from the ancient origin technique families coveted it, but there was nothing they could do. Trying to steal the origin heavenly book was purely courting death. Another piece of divine source. Many people exclaimed. Yifan cut out the second piece of divine source today from the strange stone pile in the Purple Mansion's sacred land. It was worth 250,000 kilograms, and he gave it to Li Heishui. Many people were going crazy. It was unbelievable and infuriating that he could casually pick up divine treasures as if he was taking a stroll. No wonder the Yuan Taoist master can make the sacred lands turn green in the face. No one can do anything about this. As long as there is a divine item, it can't escape his eyes. Someone sighed. He wanted to grab Yifan and ask him to help choose a stone. Unfortunately, there weren't many people who could ask him to help. There was no hope for the sacred lands. Moreover, what was even more outrageous was that Yifan kept wandering in front of the strange stone pile. They gritted their teeth, but there was nothing they could do. An immortal flower. Everyone exclaimed. Around noon, Yifan cut out a strange flower from the primordial era. It was said that it could make one forever young. It wasn't very attractive to male cultivators, but to many women, it was undoubtedly a divine treasure. It immediately caused a sensation, and many people gathered around. Even the saintesses were no exception. There are actually 2 twin immortal flowers. Many people cried out. Yifan thought about it and turned his head to look. Among the women in the imperial palace, there were only 2 whom he was familiar with and friendly with. He smiled and sent them out. One was given to the demon race princess Yen Ryu, and the other to the Jade Lake Saintess. The 2 couldn't contain their joy. All women loved beauty. This kind of immortal flower had to be consumed immediately after being cut out. It couldn't be stored for long. Yifan didn't want to waste it. Amidst the envy, the immortal flower had an owner. All the female cultivators revealed murderous gazes. Yao Shi, the saintess of all beginnings, and the others wanted to go over and ask for a petal, but in the end, they could only endure. Several days later, the Jade Lake carefully protected a few stone monarchs and asked for help from eccentric people. Among them, there was a stone that was the strangest. It was dazzling and multicolored, emitting powerful life energy waves. Yifan activated his divine eye and was astonished after careful observation. There was actually a snow-white, sparkling egg sealed inside. It was incomparably mysterious. This stone monarch is becoming more and more active. It almost passed through the void several times. If not for the immortal Tears Pagoda suppressing the Jade Lake, it would have disappeared long ago. Western Queen Mother sighed. Boom! When a few eccentric individuals tried to seal it, this stone king shot out rays of light that rushed into the heavens. Auspicious colors shone in tens of thousands of streaks. The monkey turned pale with fright. The egg inside the stone monarch was snow-white and sparkling. It actually shone through the stone and reflected its true form. On the snow-white eggshell, there were thousands of divine lights and all kinds of patterns. Those were the imprints of the race's inheritance. Heavens, the undying heavenly emperor really exists. He's not a legend. The monkey finally confirmed something and almost jumped up. He was incomparably excited. He stared at this stone monarch and wanted to touch it, but then he retreated with trembling fingers. Chapter 542. Heavens, is this a celestial egg? Everyone cried out in shock. This strange rock was as large as a millstone. The seal had long since disappeared, and it couldn't suppress it at all. It trembled lightly. There was an egg inside, mysterious and unfathomable. It came out through the wall, and its shape was clearly engraved in the void. Tens of thousands of auspicious lights flowed out. In the domain of origin, many divine objects would have a stone flying immortal seen before they were born, reflecting part of the true scene. This stone king was obviously different. At this moment, it was almost transparent, and everything inside could be seen. It was far from a normal stone flying immortal scene. It had powerful life fluctuations. Could this be the only egg left behind by a true dragon in this world? Someone made this guess excitedly. Divine flames are like a tide. Look, the brilliance is burning like fire. This is very much like the egg of the undying phoenix bird. It's no different from the legends, someone said in shock. Within the strange rock, the egg was as large as a bowl. It was perfectly round and dazzling, and it exuded a mysterious aura. All kinds of patterns of the great Tao appeared from time to time, but they always flashed and disappeared. In this short instant, it had already changed into all kinds of colors. The auspicious splendor was endless, and it continuously swallowed and spat out innate essence chi. This is a divine object. Perhaps this really is an egg left behind by a true dragon or a phoenix. Perhaps it really is a celestial treasure. There are many legends in the world, and not all of them are fake. No one could remain calm. They were all discussing excitedly. This Stone King was extremely mysterious, and there was no way to determine its origin. The monkey muttered continuously. Unfortunately, no one could understand the archaic language, so they didn't know what he was saying. Ai, Denai. The large black dog joined in the fun, and said a few words in the archaic language that he wasn't familiar with beside the monkey. This rock has appeared, and it actually exists. The jade pool definitely can't protect it. If it isn't sent away, it will cause a great disaster in the future. The monkey made this judgment. It really has such a great origin. Why does it look so familiar? The large black dog was suspicious. He circled around this rock a few times, and suddenly raised his head. The light in his eyes flickered, and he muttered to himself, "That rotten rock in the corner? What are you muttering about?" Yi Fan asked. The Yuan Taoist master is also not a good person. The large black dog cursed. Then, it seemed to think of something and asked a Grand Supreme Elder of the Jade Lake, "What's the origin of this Stone King?" For the sake of Yi Fan, the people of the Jade Lake didn't care about this dog. If they wanted to ask Yi Fan to help them, they had to explain the origin of the stone. In the past, the Yuan Taoist master gave the Jade Pool 3 Stone Kings. This is one of them, and it's the most peculiar. Damani. The large black dog gritted his teeth, and spat out a string of curses in the ancient language. What are you talking about? Li Heishui asked. The large black dog's expression darkened, and he refused to speak no matter what. He continued to stare at the Stone King, occasionally tapping it once or twice. The Jade Lake didn't want the egg of this stone to come into being. She wanted to ask people to seal it, but all the people with special abilities had tried, and no one had succeeded. Unless we use the 6 seals against celestials, we won't be able to seal it at all. The people of the Origin Technique ancient family made this judgment, and at the same time, they looked at Yi Fan. Hearing this, the people of the Jade Lake immediately understood, and the others also revealed strange expressions. This was the supreme divine technique of the Yuan Taoist master, and only his inheritor could use it. The 6 seals against celestials is a supreme origin technique that can seal mountains, rivers, the earth, the sun, the moon, and the galaxy, and it can suppress supreme experts. However, it hasn't been perfected yet. Yi Fan shook his head, indicating that he could only use the 2 seals against celestials, and it was impossible for him to use the 6 seals. He was close to the level of an origin technique ancient family, which meant that he could use the supreme origin technique. As long as he had the chance, he would definitely succeed. Origin techniques need to be developed, and we can't keep them to ourselves. We can study the ancient scriptures together, another person of the origin technique ancient family said, finishing the last sentence for Ouyang Yi. For the Jade Lake, we are willing to do our best to explore a perfect plan together. The others also nodded. Yi Fan smiled and said indifferently. He recited the deduction of the third seal of the 6 seals against celestials, so that the others could ponder and think about it. That's all. It's too little. How can we deduce it? It's impossible. The people of the Origin Technique ancient family all wanted to get the Book of Source Heaven. To them, this ancient scripture was as important as the secrets left by the ancient emperors. Ouyang Yi wanted to snatch it even in his dreams, but he didn't dare to go too far, for fear that the monkeys would tear him apart. He could only say to the people of the Jade Lake, "It's too simple, and I can't deduce it." Yi Fan sneered and said, "And this is part of my deduction. The original text is even more difficult than this. As I said, this kind of origin technique doesn't exist, and it needs to be developed and perfected by later generations." Buzz! The strange stone shook violently, and 9 beams of divine light shot out. The imprints on the egg were revived, and all of them were imprinted in the void, emitting terrifying waves. Dong! A mysterious aura spread out of the Jade Lake, and the light pierced through the heavens. If it wasn't for the Immortal Tears Pagoda's suppression, it would have pierced through the sky. Sovereign blood. Thousands of miles away, an ancient creature walked out of a cave and gazed at the Jade Lake with a shocked expression. This pattern, this inheritance imprint. He was in a daze, feeling that it was very similar to a certain record in an ancient legend. "I have to report this to the king." He flew away quickly. In the Jade Lake, many people were shocked and didn't know what was going on. The monkey said solemnly, "Send this egg away as soon as possible. Once the waves spread, an ancient king will definitely come to claim it." What? Ancient beings will covet it? Everyone's expression changed. In the following days, many people with special abilities worked together to seal the 3 stone kings, and it took a lot of effort. One had to admit that the lineage of the Origin King was very powerful. He sealed one of the Stone Kings by himself, and it was guaranteed that it wouldn't come out for a long time. Yi Fan sealed half of the Stone Kings. His origin techniques were profound, but he hadn't reached the level of an origin master yet. He only managed to seal this stone with the help of a special ability. The ancient families of the origin techniques worked together to seal 1 Stone King, and the Jade Lake was very satisfied and expectant. In the next few days, the Black Emperor held the ancient sovereign token and stood guard beside the strange stone that contained the celestial egg, mumbling to himself. "Did you sense the ancient sovereign token? We come from the same source." Yi Fan was completely speechless when he heard this. What was this stupid dog thinking? Did he want to steal this strange stone? Don't try to do that. Don't cause trouble. F***ck, this stone has always been fated with me. Back then, it was something that was thrown in a corner along with the ancient sovereign token. The large black dog said angrily. Boom! On the 5th day, a terrifying aura spread into the Jade Lake, and a disciple hurried over to report. "Queen Mother, something bad has happened. A large number of ancient beings are blocking the Jade Lake." What? Why is it like this? Many people cried out in surprise. Outside the Jade Lake Pure Land, clouds rolled, and there were many ancient beings in the void. They formed a large black mass, and they were actually invading in large numbers. There were purple clouds, gray mist, and white mist, all connected together. Scales flashed, and colorful feathers flowed. There were all kinds of creatures that had never been seen before. In the center of the thick clouds, there was a large divine source. It was so bright that people couldn't look at it directly. An unparalleled beauty was sealed within it. Chaotic mist swirled around it, making it difficult to see clearly. Without a doubt, this was an ancient king. The hearts of the human elites all sank. This was a group of ancient beings, and a king had personally come. The pressure was too great. The only thing that made them feel lucky was that they were in the Jade Lake now, and the Divine Tears Pagoda left behind by the Western Empress could suppress everything. It was a supreme support. They appeared in the god city, and they caused a great disturbance that day. That's right. They attacked the Purple Mountain and attracted many ancient beings. They came from the place where great Emperor Wuxia passed away. Everyone cried out in alarm. They recognized this group of ancient creatures. Yi Fan was even more shaken. He saw this divine source again, and the young lady sealed within was pure white like jade. Even though he couldn't see her up close, she was a bit familiar. Is it really the woman that was suppressed by great Emperor Wuxia according to the Purple Mountain stone engravings? More than 100,000 years have passed, and now she has appeared again. With this group of powerful creatures surrounding the Jade Lake, it truly made it hard for everyone to calm down. Everyone made preparations for the worst. What do you all want? A Jade Lake Supreme Elder spoke. We didn't come to attack the Jade Lake, but rather to bring back the descendant of a deity. A humanoid archaic creature spoke. My Jade Lake doesn't have a deity's descendant. You all came to the wrong place. The Jade Lake Supreme Elder replied. It can't be wrong. I sense that type of aura outside the Pure Land. He is in the Jade Lake. A powerful creature walked forward. There were 8 pairs of wings on his back, and green scales flickered all over his body. At this moment, 10,000 streaks of auspicious light rushed into the sky from the Jade Lake. The clan inheritance imprints illuminated the void, creating a mysterious and gorgeous scene. That's him. An archaic creature pointed at the auspicious lights and imprints. Now, everyone understood that they came for the Stone King, and that the egg inside was related to the ancient creatures. The undying Heavenly Emperor really did exist. The humanoid ancient creatures all began to tremble with excitement. This is my Jade Lake's divine object. Several Supreme Elders spoke one after another. I don't want to bring it away for nothing either. I'll compensate you all. The beautiful young lady sealed within the great divine source block transmitted her divine will. Swoosh! In the void, a large piece of divine source block appeared. It was 2 or 3 square meters in size, and it was even larger than the sun in the sky. The immortal splendor was dazzling, as if it was an expanse of eternal light. There was no one who wasn't shocked. Just how much was this large piece of divine source block worth? This was an astronomical number that was extremely frightening. No one would have thought that the archaic kings would be so generous. They didn't hesitate to pay any price to bring back the descendant of the so-called deity. Even if we don't come, there will still be others who will come. I don't want to start a war with the human race. The young lady within the divine source block transmitted her true voice. It was as if an immortal song was echoing through the air. Her words were extremely clear. If the other kings received the news and hurried over, a bloody battle would most likely erupt. I'll give you all an hour to consider. Clouds and mists surged. All of the ancient creatures were submerged within, unable to be seen. However, the powerful aura was still there, as if an abyss was about to erupt. The Yuan Taoist master had said that if the archaic kings came to ask for this wondrous stone, they had to hand it over. It seems like he knows the origins of this stone and is scared of bringing about a great disaster. Within the Jade Lake Pure Land, Western Queen Mother and a few others were discussing. In the end, they agreed to hand over the wondrous stone. They didn't want a bloody battle to happen because of this. An hour later, more than 10 archaic creatures entered the Jade Lake. Among them, the woman sealed within the divine source block floated out. She personally came to receive the Stone King. Many heroes were at the side. Everyone felt a type of pressure. This was the first time they were facing an archaic king at such a close distance. However, the woman purposely hid her aura and didn't let them see her true appearance. There were wisps of mist curling around the 2-meter-long divine source block. Divine senses couldn't penetrate it. On the side, there were more than 10 humanoid ancient creatures. They were either tall and valiant or elegant and beautiful. They were all different, and they all emitted a terrifying pressure. The undying heavenly emperor really did exist. This is his only descendant. An archaic creature said with a trembling voice. It's exactly the same as the legendary inheritance imprint. Another archaic creature was shaken. The undying heavenly emperor, for archaic creatures, was an extremely distant ancient emperor. It was impossible to confirm whether or not he had existed. For the 10,000 ancient races, he was a supreme deity. He had long surpassed the scope of archaic emperors. It is a rock within the ancient Emperor Mountain. Who would have thought that the undying heavenly emperor's descendant was sealed within? The woman within the divine source block sighed. Dong! The wondrous stone trembled. The flowing essence energy became even more vigorous, surging like a tsunami. It really is the descendant of a deity. Could it be that the undying heavenly emperor really did exist? Did he also pass away in meditation within the ancient Emperor Mountain? We actually didn't know. Chapter 543. Undying Heavenly Emperor, an existence that was both human and deity. He was incomparably ancient, an unmatched deity among the 10,000 archaic races. Right now, everyone was shocked. This strange stone's origins were too shocking. It might very well be the only bloodline of a deity left in this world. No wonder it couldn't be sealed at all, and there were all types of ascension scenes. He was about to appear, and the blood of a deity flowed within him. The dozen or so archaic creatures continuously spoke. Everyone obtained some information in shock, and their expressions all changed. This egg was terrifyingly ancient. Before the archaic times, there was actually an endless amount of time. The bloodline of the undying heavenly emperor had long been sealed in this stone before these creatures went into slumber. At that time, they had no idea that today, they were about to appear. Only when they saw this stone did they recall everything of the past. A rotten stone that had been lying in a corner of the Purple Mountain since the archaic times actually had such a great history. These archaic creatures were indescribably shocked. No wonder the existence of the undying heavenly emperor has long been uncertain. It seems like the archaic times have been too long. The woman sealed in the divine source sighed. They spoke a few human words, and then a few archaic words. The human experts couldn't hear them too clearly, but they roughly understood. Purple Mountain, the place where great Emperor Wuxia passed away in meditation. It was incomparably important during the archaic times, actually a place of pilgrimage named Ancient Imperial Mountain. The undying heavenly emperor might very well have left behind indelible traces in the Purple Mountain. It was to the extent where the woman sealed in the divine source released a long sigh. She believed that the unmatched existence that was both human and deity had also passed away in meditation in the ancient Imperial Mountain. The human experts were all shocked. The corpse of the undying heavenly emperor should have existed for tens of millions of years, never rotting, and could be refined into an extreme Tao holy weapon. A female archaic creature stared at the black emperor hiding behind the crowd. She immediately clenched her teeth. Her almond-shaped eyes widened, as if she was going to fight to the death. Don't stare at this emperor, I'm not that handsome. The large black dog braced himself and cried out, baring his teeth as he confronted her. Shilwan. The archaic king in the large divine source spoke. Even though it was the sound of nature, it possessed unmatched might. The woman immediately stopped, not saying anything else. Many people were confused, not knowing how the large black dog provoked an ancient creature. Only Yi Fan's heart jumped. He glanced at the Black Emperor, not saying anything. You are a sacred battle ape. One of the ancient beings saw the monkey standing in the distance, and a look of shock appeared on its face as it stumbled back a few steps. He really is the sacred prince. The dozen or so archaic lifeforms were all shocked and excited, finding it difficult to calm down. It's the youngest son of Emperor fighting. That's right, it's definitely him. He actually survived. They looked at each other and hesitated for a moment before walking forward together. They bowed and said, "Greetings, sacred prince." Only the archaic king stopped in the distance. Her status was extremely high. Not to mention her cultivation, just her bloodline alone was not inferior to that of the monkey. The experts of the human race were all astonished. The ranks of the archaic races were extremely strict, yet they were actually so respectful to a monkey. This was something that exceeded everyone's expectations. First, they had the bloodline of the undying heavenly emperor. Now, they had seen the son of the emperor of fighting. These primordial beings were all feeling uneasy. Both of them were sons of ancient sovereigns, and according to reason, their statuses should be equal. They had extremely high statuses among the archaic life forms. However, the undying heavenly emperor was a special supreme existence. In the eyes of the myriad races, his status surpassed that of deities. His only bloodline could be said to be the son of a god. The archaic king left the Jade Lake with that wondrous stone. The terrifying fluctuations disappeared, and everyone heaved a sigh of relief. However, their hearts were not at peace. They took away a divine son. Will an ancient sovereign be born in the future? An existence that was believed to surpass deities had indeed appeared in history today. His only son was about to be born. That egg's mysteriousness and terror spoke for itself. It would definitely give birth to a great expert. The more people thought about it, the more terrified they felt. There were a total of 7 wondrous stones, and all of them were stone kings. 3 were sealed, and the archaic king took one away. The monkey used his essence blood to feed one every day. Now, there were only 2 left, but they were also mysterious and unfathomable. Many people with special abilities were at a loss as to what to do. One of the stone kings had layers of patterns like greenish-brown feathers. The people of the Genesis Technique ancient clan worked together to attack it, but they all let out miserable screams. And Genesis Technique Grandmaster died on the spot. He was shot by a beam of divine light, and died on the spot. What is this? Not to mention the cultivators, even those who knew Genesis techniques were shocked. They had no idea what had happened. The people of King Yuan's bloodline walked over. The leader was an old man, the current King Yuan. He was a true Genesis master. Behind him were 8 strange people. They were the 8 lunatics who had once stirred up a storm in the divine city. This is the flying feather stone. It could be a divine treasury, or it could be a ghost cave. It's hard to say, he said. Yi Fan nodded inwardly. There had never been a Yuan Taoist master from King Yuan's bloodline, but occasionally, a Genesis master would appear. Their Genesis techniques were powerful, and they lived up to their name. You nodded inwardly. Did you see something? Is it better than King Yuan? Someone from the Genesis Technique ancient clan said. They were very dissatisfied with Yi Fan. I can't say I'm better than him, but I know a little. Don't tell me you want to bet with me again. Yi Fan laughed. Many people present also laughed. Who didn't know about the stone gambling war in the Divine City? Yi Fan had just appeared, but he had made a few ancient clans lose face. At this time, he brought up the past again. This was like hitting people in the face, scolding them, and exposing their shortcomings. It was too unkind. You. Among them, Nangong Chi had fought with Yi Fan, and he was the most resentful. He said, "You are only at the Grandmaster realm, similar to us. What right do you have to be so arrogant? How about we make another bet?" Yi Fan asked with a smile. King Yuan was an honest person, and he looked very ordinary. At this time, a strange look appeared on his face. He said, "Little friend, what did you see?" "I can't see through this kind of feather stone, and I can only judge some clues based on my feelings," Yi Fan said. If you can't see through it, then why are you so arrogant? Do you really think you are the Yuan Taoist master? Someone from the Genesis Technique ancient clan sneered. Yi Fan turned around and saw the people from the Yin Yang sect standing behind them. He naturally understood that they had a powerful helper, and they were more confident. What does it have to do with you? I am discussing with Senior King Yuan. If you are not satisfied, then let's make a bet and give me a few million kilograms of origin source. Yi Fan didn't look him in the eye. Many people were speechless. They felt that he was the same as the Red Dragon old priest and the others. If they were not satisfied, then fight. You. Nangong Chi and the others were shocked and angry. If you have some confidence, then why don't you make a bet with him? A supreme elder from the Yin Yang sect said, clearly supporting them in picking a fight. This old man has also seen some clues, Yang Yi said. He was infinitely close to the origin source master realm. Apart from King Yuan, he was the best Genesis technique expert here. 5 million kilograms of pure origin source. Yi Fan's voice was sonorous and powerful, shocking many people. Such a huge amount of pure origin source could be considered an astronomical figure. How many people could take out such a huge amount? This time, the people from the Genesis Technique ancient clan had learned their lesson. Although they spoke provocatively, no one made a bet. Yi Fan was very helpless. It seemed that this sneak attack would not work. He had been too ruthless in the Divine City, and many people had been tricked badly. They would not be tricked again. This old man will make a bet with you, Yang Yi said again. He was about to become an origin source master, and he had never fought with Yi Fan before. How much do you want to bet? Yi Fan asked. 1 million kilograms of origin source. If I lose, I will give it to you. If you lose, hand over the origin heavenly book. Yang Ye's eyes were sharp. Yi Fan scoffed coldly. The origin heavenly book is only worth 1 million kilograms of origin source. Alright, I don't want the ancient book. If I win, I just need to take a look, Yang Yi said. Isn't it the same? Don't even think about it if you are less than 5 million kilograms of origin source. Yi Fan refused. Alright, 2 million kilograms of pure origin source. Yang Yi went all out for the origin heavenly book. He borrowed origin source from a few Genesis technique ancient clans. I only want God's source. Otherwise, I cannot carry an entire mountain. Yi Fan made a strict request again. After 3 days, Yang Yi gathered a pile of God's source, attracting the close attention of all the sect masters. 5 God's source the size of a faceplate filled the Jade Lake with an ocean of spirit chi. This is the feather-flying divine treasure. There are peerless treasures inside, most likely comparable to the saint items of the great emperor, Yang Yi said, making his own judgment. Yi Fan laughed and said, luckily, our judgments are different. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. I said it was the feather-flying heavenly coffin, with the corpse of an ancient expert buried inside. Perhaps there are divine items buried with it. After some discussion, the Jade Lake wanted to borrow the power of many people to cut open the remaining 2 stone kings and see what was inside. These weren't the special stone kings that the Yuan Taoist master wanted them to seal for a long time. They could use a knife to bring them out. Then let's see what is inside. The people from the Genesis technique ancient clans all laughed coldly. They didn't think that Yi Fan could be stronger than a source master. It's time for the origin heavenly book to change owners. Some people were already impatient. This stone was too special. It was brought to a barren area in the Jade Lake and was about to be cut open in the wilderness. All the sect masters followed to see what was inside. Boom! When an expert cut it open with a flying sword from far away, a terrifying aura drowned out the heaven and earth. The extreme yin was like a knife, shattering the void. Everyone was astonished. Fortunately, they were hiding far enough away. What was sealed inside? Extreme Saint power. Someone's expression changed. This was a supreme saint power that was passed down from the ancient generations of the human race. Overflowing black fog engulfed the heaven and earth. After an unknown period of time, the extreme and gentle extreme saint power finally disappeared, leaving behind sparkling sparkles. Exceptional divine treasury. The people from the ancient clans cried out. People rushed over and found that the sparkling thing was actually a shattered bone. It was as white as jade and flickered with splendor. This is the corpse of a saint. It's been shattered. The Jiang clan saint master cried out in alarm. Not to mention ordinary people, even the supreme sect master's expressions changed after seeing the shattered bones of a saint with their own eyes. The bones were almost shattered, and one could imagine the severity of his injuries. There was a broken jade tablet beside him with 4 ancient characters carved on it. Unfortunately, no one could recognize them. Extreme scripture. Finally, someone found a spiritual imprint and cried out in alarm. Everyone was stunned. An ancient scripture had appeared, and many people almost made a move to snatch it. However, thinking that they were in the Jade Lake and under the suppression of the Immortal Tears Pagoda, everyone restrained their impulses. The people from the Origin Technique ancient clans' faces were ashen. They could not believe that an Origin Master's judgment would be inferior to Yi Fan's. In reality, Yi Fan was indeed lacking compared to an Origin Master. Even though he knew many Origin divine techniques, they were ineffective against this stone. The reason why he was so confident was because the monkey was standing at the side and told him that this stone was definitely a tomb. In the ancient times, some great characters would use supreme secret techniques to bury themselves in a stone before they died, coexisting with the heaven and earth. Coincidentally, it was this feather wondrous stone. Is it really the extreme scripture? Many people's words were trembling. If that was the case, the Jade Lake would have 2 ancient scriptures. The Western Queen Mother of the Jade Lake probed the jade tablet with her divine sense inside. She retreated and said, "What a pity, the extreme scripture has been destroyed." Many people did not believe her. They probed with their divine senses and found that it was just as the Western Queen Mother had said. There were only a few imprints on the jade tablet, and the rest had long been destroyed. It was the extreme saint power that overflowed when he was dying that destroyed everything. Many people felt that it was a pity. When they returned to the Jade Lake Imperial Court, Yi Fan laughed heartily and took away the pile of divine origin. Ouyang Yi and the others felt their hearts bleeding. You are so passionate. You have given me so many divine origin. I am very grateful. Yi Fan laughed and mocked. You. The people from the Origin Technique ancient clans were so sullen. Pfft. Nangong Chi was so angry that he vomited blood. Ouyang Ye's face was also dark, but there was nothing she could do. The last Stone King was also cut open, and there was a ray of bloody light inside. It killed a few experts on the spot and turned them into a pool of blood. It was a horrifying scene. At the crucial moment, the Immortal Tears Pagoda suppressed it with a ray of divine might and destroyed it. Only then did the others survive. What is that? Everyone was puzzled and gathered around to see. Red hair. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. There were only some terrifying red hair in the rubble. Something bad happened to the Stone King. King Yuan said. He also knew about this. He revealed a serious expression and sighed. I didn't expect the legend to be true. If he becomes the Yuan Taoist master, something bad will happen to him in his later years. Even a strange stone in his hands is like this. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. He carefully observed for a long time, but he didn't learn much. He didn't know what it was at all. There was a powerful being sealed in the divine origin in this stone. Something bad happened to it, and only a crazy divine consciousness was left. It was destroyed by a ray of divine might from the immortal Tears Pagoda. This was the only conclusion that Yifan and King Yuan came to after a long discussion. Both of them were shocked. The Jade Lake Feast of Peaches came to an end, and the various lords left one after another. Some people glanced at Yifan before they left. Their intentions were obvious. Soon, everyone left, including Li Heishui and Jiang Huiren. They were ready to go to the Central Plains and find a chance to enter the Extraordinary Scholar Academy. Before the Red Dragon Daoist and the Peacock King left, Yifan secretly gave them a divine fruit to extend their lifespan. It was left to repay the Divine King's kindness, but Divine King Jiang had killed himself and left the mortal world. No one knew where he went, so it was no longer useful. A month later, the monkey also left. He provided enough royal blood and took away a peach divine fruit from the Jade Lake, as well as a divine fruit from Yifan. Outside the Jade Pool, there were experts moving about, quietly waiting for Yifan to come out. Unfortunately, a month was wasted. Yifan didn't have any intention of leaving the Jade Lake. He wanted to cultivate in seclusion. These days, he was very free. Sometimes, he would cultivate in seclusion to comprehend supreme arts, and sometimes, he would travel with the fairies in white in the Jade Lake. Some of the supreme elders of the Jade Lake felt their eyelids twitching. They were on guard against Yifan, afraid that the incident between the Yuan Taoist master and the saintess from 10,000 years ago would happen again. They couldn't chase Yifan away, because in the future, they still had to ask him to nurture a few stone kings for them to grow. They could only helplessly urge the Jade Lake Holy Daughter and another female disciple to hurry to the Central Plains, to the eccentric academy. On this day, Yifan was in a daze. A female disciple of the Jade Lake brought him a red sandalwood box. After opening it, something immediately attracted his attention. A cell phone. He clicked on it and opened a video. A familiar beautiful face appeared in the video, and a gentle but clear voice could be heard. Yifan, save me. Chapter 544. A familiar and beautiful face came into his view through the screen. The weak voice sounded very helpless. Yifan was in a daze. Then, he became angry. The weak girl was staggering on the extinct volcano. She kept running and falling to the ground from time to time. The hard rocks cut her skin and left blood stains. In the distance, there was a vast expanse of whiteness. It seemed that snowflakes were falling. Louis, the lonely and pitiful classmate, appeared in Yifan's mind. They had not seen each other for 6 years after they were forced to go to the holy place of remote antiquity to pick the sacred medicine. But now, he suddenly saw her in a cell phone. She was suffering and someone wanted to kill her. This was a great shock to Yifan. Who did all this? Yifan immediately thought that this must be aimed at him. The other party wanted to lure him out of the Jade Lake and then kill him. It was dark and gloomy. This was an ancient extinct volcano. The top of it was bare, and the clouds were about to press down on the crater. There was absolutely no vitality. Louis's clothes were ragged and stained with blood. She had lost her shoes and left bloody footprints on the hard rocks. She looked very frightened and panicked. Yifan watched quietly for a long time. Then, he closed the video and pondered in silence. Who on earth wanted to kill him? There were many choices, but who could know Louis's whereabouts? How did they find her? Where was Zhang Xiling who was with her? Yifan calmed himself down and stopped himself from getting angry. He thought seriously. The enemy must have known that they came from the other side of the starry sky and had a lot of unfavorable information about him. He took out his dusty cell phone. Wisps of light appeared between his fingers and he carefully inserted them into the power supply. Melodious music sounded. He turned on his cell phone and looked through the old memories. He wanted to confirm whether other old friends were involved in this. Yifan watched quietly for a long time. Then, he continued to click on Lu Yi's cell phone and found another recording. I want to kill her. What can you do to me? A gloomy voice rang out, making people feel disgusted from the bottom of their hearts. There was the savagery of a vile person intoxicated by success, and even more so, there was a cold and merciless smell of blood. I'll give you a month's time to find this volcano of execution. Then, immediately come here and beg me on your knees. Otherwise, I'll definitely cut her up piece by piece. The ice-cold voice was like a chilly wind blowing, full of resentment and resentment. The sound of gnashing teeth was like chewing human bones, full of hatred. Paw! Yifan closed the phone cover and stared at the small lake that was as clear as jade not far away. Mist lingered around it, and a few fairies walked on the waves, looking otherworldly beautiful. I've been running around for a month. Does the person in the dark want to kill me in one strike? You still have enough confidence. Mental torture. There must be a great grudge between them for them to be so vicious. Thinking about it, there were indeed a few people, but it was difficult to determine who they were. After a moment of silence, Yifan opened Lu Yi's phone again and tapped on another recording. The resentful voice was replaying. Kneel before me devoutly and wait for you to beg me. Otherwise, I'll wipe out all of your old friends one by one. The astral wind was very strong, and it let out a woo-woo sound from the phone. It should be on a very high peak, and there were indistinctly rustling pines. Pines rustling, astral wind, and a faint sound of snowflakes falling. Today is the season of blooming flowers. Yifan looked into the distance. Yifan tapped on the phone and found the image of Zhang Wenchang. He was standing on the humble peak, breathing in and out while facing the morning glow. Essence chi flowed through his 7 apertures like a dragon. Obviously, after learning from elderly Ruoyu, his cultivation had made great progress. His temperament was no longer dispirited and had undergone a great change. Do you see? This will be the second person I'll kill in the future. If you don't come and beg me on your knees, this person will die tragically in 3 months. The malicious voice was like the low roar of a ferocious ghost. It reverberated clearly and had a cruel taste, which made people feel uncomfortable and disgusted. They are not the only 2. Later, there will be a 3rd, a 4th, until everyone you know is dead. Yifan rubbed his temples. This person knew everything about him, but he was not shocked by his past experience. He stood up, and 2 beams of cold light shot out from his eyes. Of course, you can choose not to come and ignore their life and death. You can live on mercilessly and let them all die. But in the future, I'll take the initiative to find you. Bang! Yifan closed the phone again. This person was not a match for him at the moment, or he was not completely sure, or he would not say such words. He was sure that once he walked out of the Jasper Lake, he would be in a dead end. This person did not fight him alone, but must have attracted other powerhouses. Don't bring any reinforcements. I'll give you a chance to be a hero and save the beauty alone. Wait until you kneel in front of me, hee hee. These were the last words, cruel and merciless. Yifan sank into deep thought. This person understood his personality and knew that he would definitely go and not mercilessly abandon his old friends. He stood up and strolled around the lake. Fallen flowers were everywhere, and the fragrance of the flower petals flowed about. They were sparkling and translucent, creating a beautiful and dreamlike scene. Young Master Yi, stop. A white-clothed beauty stopped him and did not let him continue forward. Her face was slightly red. In front of him, the clouds were rising, and mist filled the air. White immortal energy flowed, and the sound of a woman playing in the water could be heard. Yifan was speechless. He was deep in thought as he aimlessly walked over. He actually arrived at the Jasper Lake's bathing place. He smiled and walked back. What are you thinking? You were lost in thought and actually walked here. A pleasant voice transmitted over. There was a trace of magnetism within the gentleness, as if a celestial tune was cleansing one's soul. The Jasper Lake Saintess walked out of the lake gracefully. She was wearing a snow-white robe, and her black hair was dripping wet. Her soft and tender skin was covered in water droplets. She did not hide her immortal appearance in the Jasper Lake's sacred ground. Yi Fan had already seen her true appearance with his divine eye, so there was no need for this. I encountered some things and became absent-minded. Fortunately, I did not enter the celestial lake by mistake, or else the group of fairies would definitely fight me to the death. Yi Fan smiled, but his expression was somewhat regretful. The Jasper Lake Saintess was speechless. She rolled her eyes at him seriously and said, "What made you like this?" This was a flawless face that was as beautiful as a dream. Her eyelashes were very long, and her eyes were like water, containing the essence of poetry. She was like a fairy that had come out of the water, sparkling and beautiful, otherworldly. The water droplets stuck to her hair and skin that was as delicate as ivory. Every frown and smile of the Jasper Lake Saintess was incomparably moving. This was a face as perfect as Yen Ryu, flawless. Together with Miaoi, she could compete for the title of the Eastern Barren Territory's #1 beauty. Her appearance was breathtaking. If there was anyone else who could be praised as a moon fairy, it would be her. She indeed had an otherworldly aura that other women could not compare to. Do you know this place? Yi Fan took out his phone and played the video. What is this? The Jasper Lake Saintess was surprised. The water droplets slid down her ivory skin, which shone with a 7-colored luster. Although she was beautiful and intelligent, she was also stunned at this moment and lost her composure, which was rare. This is a divine item from the outside world. When I have time, I will explain it to you in detail. Yi Fan told her the ins and outs of the story. The Eastern Barren Territory is boundless. There are tens of thousands of such towering mountains with snow on a hot summer day, and there might even be more. However, under such an environment, it must be an ice pine without a doubt. You can rule out 90% of the possibility. At this point, the Jasper Lake Saintess paused for a while and continued, however, the key problem is that they only want to see you step out of the Jade Lake. Yes, this is the key. At that time, you will have stepped into their trap. Yi Fan nodded. Do you really have to save this person? The Jasper Lake Saintess asked. This was obviously a dead end. If he stepped into it, he would not have a good ending. Yes, I don't want to see her die. Yi Fan sighed. He couldn't be indifferent. That enemy knows this and knows that you will definitely go. He knows your temperament very well, the Jasper Lake Saintess reminded him. I know. Yi Fan nodded. How do you want us to help you? The Jasper Lake Saintess asked. Yi Fan sighed softly. The enemy didn't allow him to bring people with him. It was obvious that they wanted to kill him. He could choose not to go, but they would definitely kill Lu Yi without mercy. This was a difficult problem in front of him. Even though he knew it was a death trap, he had no choice but to jump into it. On this day, Yi Fan sat by the lake and thought for a long time. Finally, he stood up and asked the Jasper Lake Saintess to help him find that place. He had to keep the appointment. Do you really want to throw away your life? The Jasper Lake Saintess was shocked. I won't let myself fall into a hopeless situation. It's just that there are many difficulties. Yi Fan frowned. What can you do? No one can go with you. This is a death trap, the Jasper Lake Saintess said. Yi Fan asked the Jasper Lake Saintess to help him find that place. He also asked people to invite the Red Dragon Taoist and the Peacock King to come at the crucial moment. Then, he went into seclusion and cultivated bitterly. It was as if he had let go of everything and comprehended his own great Tao. Only at the end of the month did he come out of seclusion. He was full of energy and had adjusted to his peak state. He asked about the current situation. If I'm not wrong, it should be the Fire Demon Ridge in the central region of the Eastern Desolation, the Jasper Lake Saints answered. Big Brother, Uncle and the others are here. Little Nan Nan ran over, followed by the Red Dragon Taoist and the Peacock King. They had been here for many days. Yifan opened the video and asked them to watch it again. Kneeling like a dog to beg me, when the large black dog heard this resentful voice, he was even more furious than Yifan. He shouted continuously, "What do you mean by begging like a dog? F***ck, I can't kill him. I want him to become my human pet's beast. This big sister is so pitiful." Little Nan Nan saw Lu Yi stumbling and bleeding on the extinct volcano in the video. She couldn't bear to watch. Yifan stood up and said, "Let's go and kill them now." The Jasper Lake Saintess was surprised. She didn't know where his confidence came from. If he kept the appointment, it was clearly a death trap. How could he escape death and still want to massacre them? "Young man, you have to think it through," a grand elder of the Jasper Lake advised. "There's no need to be afraid. Just kill all those people." The Red Dragon Taoist said. Yifan had given him a holy fruit. This was a favor to extend his life. He rushed over as soon as he received the news. Now, he could move unhindered in the Eastern Desolation, so he naturally had no fear. The Peacock King also had the Primal Chaos Precious Seal above his head. Tens of thousands of rays of light flowed, and he looked down on the world. He wasn't afraid of any fierce battle. Even if he encountered a living fossil, he could fight it. At the last moment, the Crow Taoist received the message and also appeared in the Jasper Lake. With the appearance of this peerless giant of the demon race, their lineup became even stronger. "Let's go to the central region and kill until rivers of blood flow." The region gate appeared. It was pitch black inside. Yifan, the Red Dragon Taoist, and the Grand Elders of the Jasper Lake entered one after another, disappearing from the Pure Land. Chapter 545. Central Region, Fire Demon Ridge. According to legend, a holy spirit of the fire tribe had been born here, and he was almost as powerful as an ancient emperor. Unfortunately, it was said that he was killed by the ancient celestial emperor, and his body and soul were both destroyed. Countless years had passed, and there were still some legends about him. All signs pointed to the fact that it was the ruthless emperor who killed him. In the past, the heaven-devouring emperor had bathed the world in blood. Even though he had performed a great deed for the human race, it was not spread, and his achievements were erased. Those who came later could only sigh and catch some clues. The celestial emperor had already passed away, and the past had become smoke. The Fire Demon Ridge was boundless, and there were withered mountains and rocks everywhere. There were countless extinct volcanoes, and there was no vitality at all. Darkness and monotony coexisted, and even the sky was dusky. Yifan and the large black dog arrived here. Their divine sense was like the sea as they explored the entire region. However, the Fire Demon Ridge was too vast and boundless. There was not a single blade of grass growing on the withered mountains, and there was no end in sight. This was a barren land. In the past, there was endless divine fire underground, and a fire spirit was born. He turned from Tao to demon and was finally killed, the large black dog said. He had seen the ruthless emperor's coffin in the crow's nest, and now that he had come to the place where he had performed a great deed, the large black dog was somewhat sentimental. Only when the 9 orifices stone golem reached great completion could they become a holy spirit. That was an invincible existence, and the ruthless emperor had actually killed a fire tribe holy spirit before, but it had not been passed down to the world. Yifan's heart was also stirred. He stood in this ancient region and silently looked at the endless withered mountains, marveling at the battle prowess of the ancient celestial emperor. The divine fire underground seemed to have cooled down long ago. All the volcanoes were dead and no longer erupting. However, there were some strange fluctuations that were not stained by the snow. "Where is he?" Yifan muttered to himself as he swept his eyes over the volcanoes. Although there were endless legends, he was not in the mood to understand them. Saving people was the most important thing right now. He was afraid that something had happened to Lu Yi. After venturing for an unknown number of kilometers, a towering mountain appeared in the distance. It was a vast expanse of whiteness, and snow danced in the air. The extinct volcanoes were sandwiched in the middle of a snowy mountain range. It was a very special place in the central region. Most people were unwilling to enter this place. This was because the Holy Spirit Nirvana grounds always made people feel goosebumps. Although nothing had happened, anyone who came here would have a strange feeling, as if they had entered an ancient cemetery. "You're finally here." A ghostly voice echoed in the mountains. Yifan's expression froze. He saw a door of light at the mouth of a volcano not far away. It flowed with a strange energy, and he didn't know where it led to. "Where is he?" "She won't die yet." No one could be seen, only a cold and emotionless voice with a hint of mockery. "She will personally witness the scene of you kneeling on the ground. Please enter the Saint Gate. You want us to go in just because you say so." The large black dog was indignant. He bared his teeth and said, "Who the hell knows where we're connected to? If you want to save them, do you have a choice?" The person in the dark said with a hint of mockery. "My human pet's pet, you're too cocky." The Black Emperor cursed and said, "If we don't even have our lives, how can we go and save them? You must be dreaming." The person in the dark was silent for a while, and then said, "This door doesn't lead to a dangerous place. It's just to see if you've come here on your own." Yifan didn't say anything more. He could already tell that this person was merely acting on orders, and wasn't the one who had set up a trap to kill him. Above the mouth of the volcano, the door of light was brilliant like a house of gold. It was as if there were endless treasures hidden behind it. The moment Yifan stepped in, his body trembled. The old Taoist Crimson Dragon, the Peacock King, the Crow Taoist, and a few Grand Elders of the Jade Pool all appeared. Swoosh! The few of them appeared in the void at almost the same time. There was nowhere to hide, and they couldn't seal onto Yifan's body. Myriad Net Sect. The old Taoist Crimson Dragon was astonished. This was a door of life. Once one entered, there was practically nowhere to hide, unless an unparalleled figure sealed himself. The person in the dark seemed to be very surprised. He hadn't thought that Yifan would invite such a powerful lineup. If they really made a move, a living fossil that jumped out would be a great disaster. "Only you can come alone. Since you don't want to do this, we'll send the B*TCH on her way." The voice of the person in the dark was cruel and merciless. Yifan fell silent. He hadn't thought that the other party would have such a strange thing like the Myriad Net Sect. He walked forward and said, "I'll go with you myself." "Something that can't see the light." The Black Emperor cursed. "I've changed my decision. Let this dog go as well," the person in the dark said fiercely. F*CK, I don't want to go." The large black dog jumped up high. "Let's go. Let's go together," Yifan said. The large black dog was depressed. He really didn't want to go. Without the battle prowess of the Crimson Dragon Taoist, he felt that he would most likely be slaughtered if he went. "This won't do. Don't go." The Peacock King stopped him. Everyone could see that they wanted Yifan's life. If he went, he would only die in vain. The Grand Elders of the Jade Pool also stopped him, thinking that this was no different from suicide, and objected to him going alone. Yifan shook his head, and secretly told them not to worry. He didn't say anything more, and strode forward. The wind is bleak, and the water is cold. Once the hero goes, he will never return. The large black dog's wail was as horrible as a pig being slaughtered. Yifan grabbed him by the tail, and forcefully dragged him into the region gate at the side. He howled, "I really don't want to go." This was a large snowy mountain. Cold wind whistled, and heavy snow fluttered about. Yifan and the large black dog stood on the peak of a mountain, and looked around. There was only a dormant volcano nearby. Woo, woo, the wind was like thunder, and the pine trees rustled. In the vast white mountain range, there was only one kind of tree, ice pine. Each tree would require over a dozen people to wrap their arms around it. They were completely snow-white, and they were as vigorous as horned dragons as they stretched into the sky. The leaden clouds were heavy, and they were about to descend onto the mountain peak. A formless killing intent pervaded the air, and there were extraordinary elites everywhere, sealing off this place. Oh no! The large black dog's expression changed immediately. In this instant, he had engraved several dozen formation patterns, but they were all obliterated in the void, and could not be preserved at all. It's over. Emperor Wusher's killing formation is useless. The large black dog stared fixedly at the only dormant volcano, fear appearing in his eyes. He said in a trembling voice, "This is the place where saint spirits perished. Unless an ancient emperor is resurrected, no one can engrave formation patterns here." Yifan's heart chilled. The large black dog really knew him well. The large black dog's attainment in Tao patterns was unparalleled, but there was no use for it here. "You really dared to come, you reckless thing." A person laughed loudly, and strode in the void. He approached step by step, and stopped on a distant mountain peak. Yifan stood in the wind and snow, and he silently looked at the person. He activated his divine eyes, and saw through the person's true appearance. It was actually the holy son of Dian, Xiang Yifei. "You really came to die. What a pity, it's not so easy to be a hero in this world. Many people have been killed like cowards in the end." Another person laughed loudly, and there was a look of contempt on his face as he appeared on another mountain peak. A cold glint flashed in Yifan's eyes. This was the holy son of Dao Yi, Li Donglai, and he had nowhere to hide from heavenly god Yuan. Ha! Sending a saint body on his way is truly a joyous event in life. I really want to taste the saint's blood. A third person arrived on the snowflakes, and his eyes were filled with madness, cruelty, and bloodthirst. Yifan looked through the person's true body, and his heart chilled again. This person was the heir of the gold family of the North Plains, Jin Qi Shao. Last time, during the night of bloodshed, Wusher's great emperor killing formation killed all the heroes. The three of them went to kill Yifan, but their true bodies didn't enter the formation, and so they avoided disaster. In another direction, another cold laugh sounded out. A fourth person appeared, and her beautiful eyes were as sharp as blades, as if they could cut into one's heart. Holy daughter of all beginnings, Yifan saw the true body of the fourth person. It was a woman, graceful and elegant, and her long hair reached her waist. Although she was beautiful and otherworldly, her face was filled with resentment. She was the holy daughter of all beginnings, Zhao Yanran. His heart sank. These people were not to be underestimated, and when they walked together, the power they could use would be terrifying. Behind them were the four great sages. Rushing to die, there's no sense of accomplishment in killing him. I wonder how the few of you want to torture him to death. The fifth person laughed, and he stood in the distance, not coming over. Killing a saint physique is not a small accomplishment. If we hang his head in the northern region divine city and feed it to the wild eagles, it will cause a commotion. The sixth person laughed coldly, and his true appearance couldn't be seen. Yifan's expression was incomparably serious. Things were not looking good this time. With so many saints appearing together, it was clear that they didn't want to give him a chance. In that instant, he sensed the 7th person, the 8th person, the 13th person. They were all youths full of vigor. Although they didn't show their faces, they couldn't hide it. This was the life fluctuations unique to the younger generation, and every one of them was incomparably powerful. A total of 13 saints had come, and it was comparable to the night when the 13 Saint Lords surrounded and killed the divine kings. You all really think highly of me. Yi Fan stood on the snowy peak and looked in all directions. His black hair danced in the wind, and 2 streaks of cold lightning shot out from his eyes. You still came in the end. If nothing goes wrong, kneel down and beg us. Great Yen Saint Sun Xiang Yifei laughed coldly. Who are you all? Yi Fan asked. You'd better be a muddle-headed ghost. Dao Yi Saint Sun Li Donglai laughed mercilessly, and his snow-white teeth flickered with cold light. Yi Fan naturally wouldn't point out that he had eyes, but he could see through the true bodies of these people. At this moment, he felt endless killing intent, and he was under great pressure. Someone is borrowing power and wants to use your hands to eliminate me. After laying down a killing trap, didn't he come himself? Yi Fan looked into the distance. The people who want to kill you are all here. In the distance, an incomparably resentful voice came from a snowy peak. 2 streaks of divine light shot out from Yi Fan's eyes, and he stared fixedly at that place. This voice was exactly the same as the recording. Yi Fan, I really want to see the scene of you kneeling at my feet and begging for mercy. It was hard to imagine how great the hatred was. This person was like a malicious spirit, and he growled in a low voice, and his tone was incomparably malicious. Isn't it just 13 holy child level experts? Even if another 13 come, I can still kill them. Yi Fan stood upright and unafraid, and there was a type of sovereign overlooking the world, as if he was the supreme ruler. What is he saying? Has he gone mad? He wants to kill the 13 of us, ha ha ha. Jin Qishao laughed loudly, and his eyes flickered with bloody light. They were full of ruthlessness. Reckless. Many people said coldly. Silently, figures appeared on the various snowy peaks, and many more figures appeared. Some of their auras were as unreachable as ancient divine peaks, while others were as deep and immeasurable as a great abyss. Xiang Yifei, holy daughter of all beginnings, Jin Qishao, Li Donglai, and the others all had 2 or 3 elders beside them. One didn't even need to think to know that they were all supreme elder-level figures. If you can survive today, then it will definitely be a miracle. That malicious voice sounded again. Miracle. Today, I'll kill you all and prove my Tao to become a deity. Yi Fan's words were resounding and powerful, and his gaze was incomparably resolute. He had the power to devour mountains and rivers as he looked down on everyone and said, all of you will die. Chapter 546. Ha 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 ha, on the snowy peaks, everyone was laughing. Some were full of mockery, some were full of hatred, and some were full of killing intent. Their expressions were all different. How could a cultivator of the 4 ultimate realms fight so many people? Among them, there was no lack of top figures from the older generation. They thought this was a joke. You want to kill us all? Are you dreaming? They did not want to give Yi Fan any chance. This time, the 13 saints had come together and even invited some supreme elders. They wanted to kill him. Where is he? Yi Fan asked calmly. Yi Fan, do you still want to save people? You can't even take care of yourself. Don't you think it's funny to think of others? Saintly Donglai sneered. Bring her out, someone in the dark said. In the distance, on a snowy peak, Lu Yi appeared. Her body was thin and weak. Her bare feet were stained with blood, and her clothes were ragged. She looked very miserable. You guys are really broad-minded. Aren't you embarrassed to attack such a lonely girl? Yi Fan's killing intent intensified. Among them, many saints stiffened. They belonged to the same temporary organization and did not know each other's identities. The alliance of killing sages. Yi Fan said to himself. He knew how they had come together. Yi Fan. Lu Yi was miserable and very haggard. She called out softly from afar, "Don't worry about me. Go. I didn't call for help. They were imitating me." Yi Fan smiled, like a ray of dawn breaking through the haze. "Don't worry. Whether it's real or fake, I'm here to save you. Nothing will happen. Is it really going to be okay?" Grand Yan's saint's son, Xiang Yifei, chuckled and said, "If I cut off her beautiful head in front of everyone, would you feel pain and regret? I know you won't do that. You want to see me bleed on the peak and let more people, including Yi, see my miserable state, right? Do you know who we are?" Saintly Dong Lai said mockingly. "Isn't it the same whether I know or not?" Yi Fan spoke calmly. He swept his gaze over everyone and said, "Release Yi. I have fulfilled my promise and rushed here. You guys can't even do this, right?" "Sure, no problem. As long as you're here, that's enough." "She's just an insignificant person," someone said indifferently. "No, I have to make him kneel down and beg us." All beginning Saint Xiao Yanran's voice was cold and filled with hatred. Not only had the holy land of all beginning Saint's son been killed, but even the holy leader had perished. She wanted nothing more than to kill Yi Fan. There's nothing more to say. Kill him. Behind Holy Maiden of all beginnings, a supreme elder spoke, the first to move, flying over like a ghost. When he moved like this, everyone pressed forward. No one was willing to fall behind, because Yi Fan had a great treasure on him, the source root of all life source energy. Clang! Suddenly, without a sound, a crack appeared in the void beside Yi Fan. A beam of divine light shot out and slashed at his head. Pfft! Yi Fan shattered the divine light and then formed a blade imprint with a flip of his hand. It entered the void and sliced a black-clothed man in half. Fresh blood rained down like a storm. During this process, he faced it calmly and said, "If you want to kill me, you can just do it openly. Why do you have to hide like this?" Everyone quickly closed in and surrounded him. Killing intent was everywhere. Blade light and sword shadows were everywhere, and many magical treasures hung in the air. "Is there no one who wants to fight me? Are they all so afraid of me?" Yi Fan mocked. "I've always wanted to test how strong you are. Everyone, don't kill him yet. Let me measure his strength." Northern Plains Gold family's descendant, Jin Qishao, spoke. He was indeed an expert. Last time, when he transformed into a deity and entered the killing formation, he displayed the combat strength of a saint's son. It was hard to say how terrifying his main body's cultivation was. "Let me try first." Dao Yi Saintly Dong Lai shouted. He was the first to attack. After advancing to the first transformation of the dragon transformation, he had great confidence. Hong! In front of him, a large golden ship appeared. With the void as the ocean and heaven and earth essence as the source, it released endless brilliance and smashed forward. Space-piercing divine ship. Someone was astonished. This golden warship passed through the void and disappeared in the blink of an eye. However, a terrifying aura erupted between heaven and earth, as if an evil spirit from the abyss was about to emerge. It was impossible to judge where it would appear from, and no one knew what kind of combat strength it would display. The danger was hidden in the darkness. Dong! A deafening sound rang out like the heavenly drum of the immortal realm. The golden warship suddenly appeared in front of Yi Fan and crushed over. That's right, it was like a great golden millstone. It rumbled endlessly and rumbled in all directions. Even though this was the place where the Holy Spirit fell and there was a mysterious power restricting it, it was still as if an earthquake was happening. It began to tremble slightly and the noise was like thunder. Dong! When faced with this kind of worship, Yifan didn't display any other holy techniques. He could only smash his fist into the sky. The golden fist was like a divine mountain. Its power tore through the void and heavily struck the bottom of the ship, releasing endless radiance. Caw! A heart-shaking sound rang out. A crack appeared at the bottom of the golden warship and slowly extended outwards. What? How is this possible? Everyone was shocked. This was a weapon that interweaved a portion of natural laws. Even though it hadn't reached perfection, it was still like the Tao had descended into this world. Dang! Yifan's second fist smashed out. There were no fancy moves, only an unstoppable iron fist. It heavily smashed into the warship, making it unable to crush it. Gotcha! This time, the sound was even louder. A clear crack appeared, and the body of the warship swayed. Light overflowed in all directions like ripples that extended across the snowy mountain. Not good. Dao Yi Saint Child Li Dong Lai had advanced to the first transformation of Dragon Transformation. He was full of confidence, but he didn't want to fight a life-and-death battle with Yifan. He only wanted to test things out, but he discovered that the great treasure was about to be destroyed. Wang! The golden warship wanted to charge away and stop crushing Yifan, but it was already too late. Yifan's black hair danced in the wind as he smashed out a third time. The power of the golden light was shocking. Dang! The golden warship was pierced through, and then with a boom, it disintegrated in the void. All kinds of fragments flew everywhere and fell in all directions. It was similar to a divine ruler-level weapon, but it was directly shattered by his fist. Everyone was shocked, including the Supreme Elders. Now, in terms of physical strength, no one could compare to him. Everyone was fearful. If they were to get close to him, they would definitely not have a good ending. Dao Yi Saint Child Li Dong Lai was shocked. This was a secret treasure he had obtained not long ago and wanted to use his life to cultivate. His divine sense was immersed in it, and at this moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Yifan laughed and said, "That's all. Who else wants to try? If you can't, then all of you can come together." Clang! Dian Saint Child pulled out a jade sword soul and spat out a wave of connate essence energy. With a light hum, the sword soul disappeared. In the sky, 3 beams of connate divine light descended. 3 sword souls were born and turned into a supreme sword core, each drawing on a type of great Tao. Human King's Sword, slash. Xiang Yifei shouted. Clang! The first sword core turned into a beam of green light that split the heaven and earth. It traversed the sky like an eternal divine light. Pfft! Yifan did not move. He opened his mouth and spat out a wave of connate essence energy to meet the attack. Everyone was shocked. The divine physique's origin power was too strong, and they simply couldn't believe it. The connate essence energy he spat out was like a golden river that drowned the void. Golden divine light surged and dyed every inch of the space. This was the divine physique's connate essence energy, and it was like an ocean. Without any suspense, the so-called human king's sword shattered in the void with a gotcha sound, turning into fine powder. The sword core turned into smoke and burned into ashes. Heaven and earth sword, vast chaos, destroy all things. Dian Saint Child Xiang Yifei shouted. The remaining 2 sword souls turned into divine light and slashed down. Pfft! However, under Yifan's connate essence, the 2 sword cores were shattered and no longer existed. They were destroyed before they could even slash down. That's all. Is there anyone else? Yifan laughed and looked at the 13 saints with disdain. Although the 13 saints didn't know each other and used secret treasures to hide their faces, they still couldn't help but feel their faces burn. At this moment, it was unimaginable for one person to challenge 13 people. They were all geniuses, and no one had ever dared to do this. "Why don't all of you come at me together?" Yifan said and laughed. Facing the 13 saints alone, his tone showed that he was not afraid at all. Everyone surrounded him, and their killing intent enveloped him. "Kneel down like dogs." Zhao Yanran, the saint of all beginnings, said through gritted teeth. Although she was a woman and very beautiful, she was vicious. Her eyes were cold, and she hated Yifan to the core. Her killing intent was boundless. "Women like you can only gang up on me. Otherwise, if one comes, I'll kill one. If two come, I'll kill both." Yifan curled his finger at her and said, "If you're not happy, I'll kill you with one finger. Do you dare to come over?" How arrogant. At the side, Jin Qishao finally attacked. His 5 organs shook, and a heavenly sound rang out. 5 beams of divine light rushed out. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the void, 5 gods appeared and evolved the 5 elements. Then, earth, fire, wind, and water rotated, opening up a small world formed from the heavens. Good methods, his comprehension towards space has reached this level. Even the older generation figures were horrified, all of them shocked. "Break for me." Yifan didn't dodge. He walked up with large steps, taking the initiative to move forward. His hands moved and he evolved his own Tao. It wasn't a saint technique, but it was still shocking. This was the extreme of power, and it was the most compatible with his body. His entire body turned into a streak of divine light. One strength to destroy all techniques. He didn't use any techniques, but he used strength to destroy all things. It was simple and ordinary. One strength to destroy the heavens. His entire body was a weapon that could destroy everything. Kacha. The small world formed from the 5 elements instantly shattered and disappeared into the void. Jin Qishao retreated and didn't engage in a life and death battle. A look of shock appeared on his face. The saint of all beginnings attacked from the side. Dreams were like smoke, and a misty rain swept over. Hong. Facing this, the chaos green lotus appeared beside Yifan. Countless strands of mist shook, turning everything into an illusory flower. Everything disappeared. The saints took turns to go up to test his strength, and each of them displayed an ultimate technique. However, the 13 heroes couldn't break through it all. They were forced back by Yifan, and some of them even coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. "All of you should come together." Yifan roared with laughter again. "Kill." Finally, there were people who rushed over together. Even the older generation figures wanted to take action, not giving him a chance. Pooh! Ah! A miserable cry sounded, and a rain of blood flew about. In that instant, Yifan suddenly acted viciously, activating the all-character secret. The raw character secret was displayed, and he threw himself over murderously. A saint child was blasted apart barehandedly, turning into a bloody paste, dying a violent death. At the same time, one of the holy child of all beginnings' arms was torn off, blood scattering everywhere. "You!" The holy child of all beginnings almost fainted. She retreated into the crowd, her beautiful face pale, shocked and furious at the same time. "All right, you all have tested him out. Now, it's time to kill him." An elder spoke. "I also have this intention," Yifan said coldly. He faced everyone powerfully, revealing a cold smile. Chapter 547. An elder stepped forward with a cold and emotionless expression, deciding on Yifan's fate. He was going to kill him immediately. "Damned old man, what are you being so arrogant for? can't you see that I am here? Hurry up and get over here to pay your respects. The Black Emperor pressed his 4 large paws onto the ground, sticking out his bright red tongue as he berated. As a Grand Elder of a holy land, he was incredibly noble. Who dared to speak to him like this? A dog taunted him like this, making him extremely furious. He really wanted to curse, but unfortunately, due to his status and face, he could only hold it in. You bastard, I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? The large black dog looked at him from the corner of his eyes, and said, Don't you like to judge people? I'll also reward you with a pot sticker. Come over and accept your death. I'll kill you. Even a clay figurine would have some anger, let alone a prominent figure like him. Who dared to go against him? He was instantly enraged. F***ck, wait. The large black dog stretched out a large paw, tilted his head, and stopped this person without even looking at him. Are you going to fight me one-on-one, or do you want to gang up on me? The large black dog asked, baring his teeth as he spat out vulgarities. However, he acted like an otherworldly elite. Isn't it just killing a dog? What's with all this nonsense? F***CKU. Are we going to fight to the death, or are you old men here to fight me alone? The large black dog spat out vulgarities, angering this person to the point that his heart ached. F***CK, I'll kill you right now. He finally couldn't take it anymore, and cursed out loud. What kind of person is this? You've already lived for so many years, yet you still speak so rudely. You have no self-restraint at all, the large black dog said. Everyone felt like fainting. This dog kept on cursing, and he even said that someone else had no self-restraint. What a weirdo. Whoosh. This Grand Elder couldn't take it anymore. He felt like smoke was about to rise from his head. He pointed out a finger, and a black light tore through the air, piercing toward the Black Emperor's head. How immoral. You launched a sneak attack on me. The large black dog yelled. He opened his bloody mouth, and said, I want to fight you fair and square to the death. Everyone felt a toothache. This dog really deserved to be chopped up. Some people wanted nothing more than to set up a pot and immediately cook it. Then, they would add some oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar, stir it, and eat it. For the sake of fairness, let's go outside and have a life and death battle. One-on-one, this emperor will fight. It will definitely become a classic battle that will be passed down through the ages. This dog really knows how to dawdle. Elder Chi, go outside and quickly chop it up. Many people couldn't stand it anymore. The large black dog dashed out like a wisp of smoke. He was even happier than a rabbit, and he directly fled without a trace. Damn it, you dog. Stop right there. Old Chi's forehead was full of black lines, and he was extremely furious. F***CKU. Do you really think this Empress will stoop to your level? Let's part ways here. We'll meet again in 500 years. The large black dog broke into a mad dash. He then turned around and said, Brat Yi, hold on. I'll avenge you 500 years later. What a top-grade dog. Everyone cursed. Unfortunately, extreme joy turned to sorrow. With a dong sound, it was beaten back by someone. There was an unparalleled expert secretly sealing off all directions. Even a bird couldn't fly past. Oh, the large black dog let out a miserable cry. He flew diagonally with his injuries, and he took advantage of the situation to arrive in front of Louis Yi. She was thrown to one side, and no one paid attention to her. They all felt that she was useless. The Black Emperor successfully sneaked over, and carried her on his back. In the darkness, there was an unparalleled expert lying in ambush. A great ability level elite walked out. F***CK, this Empress will fight you all to the death." The Black Emperor was furious. "Black Emperor, come here." Yi Fan secretly transmitted his voice. Unfortunately, there was an expert isolating them, and they couldn't gather together. Soundlessly, a few elders appeared, and suppressed the surroundings. There were actually great ability-level figures. "They really think highly of me," Yi Fan exclaimed in surprise. Even a great ability had come. "Damned dog, aw." That elder Chi who rushed over clutched his throat, and let out a miserable cry. The headless corpse fell onto the ground. A streak of rainbow light flew over, and his head was chopped into a bloody mist. What was that? Everyone was astonished. The large black dog held a black wooden box in his paw, and within it was a small sword that was about an inch long. It was trembling, and it flickered with sword chi. Just now, it was precisely this sword that had flown out and killed a Grand Elder. I never thought that something hidden in a corner would be so useful. Needless to say, it was obvious that this was something that the large black dog had brought out from the ancient Emperor Mountain. A few elders surrounded him, and actually formed a standoff. They didn't dare to move forward. Between the snowy peaks, the ice pine trees were tall and strong, and their branches stretched towards the sky. Cold winds howled, sweeping up thousands of piles of snow, and icicles flew everywhere. There were many figures on this side, and Yi Fan was surrounded. Ignoring the situation with the large black dog, everyone was prepared to attack together and kill Yi Fan, not giving him the slightest chance to escape. The Holy Maiden of all beginnings stood in the crowd, her face pale. One of her jade arms had been torn off, and her whole body was covered in cold sweat. Her hair that reached her waist was dyed with blood, and she almost fainted. "Is there not a single one of you who dares to fight against me?" Yi Fan looked towards the 13 holy sons, a hint of mockery on his face. The expressions of all the holy sons changed. Ever since they were young, who had ever spoken to them like this? There was actually a hint of contempt in his tone. They were the prodigies of the Eastern Desolation, and had always been the center of attention. They were proud and respected, so when had they ever been looked down upon like this? However, at this moment, not a single one of them stepped forward. Among them, not a single one had the confidence to suppress Yi Fan. Just now, everyone had already tested him. The 13 holy sons couldn't do anything to Yi Fan, and because of this, some were seriously injured, and there was even one who lost his life here. This was a lesson learned, and blood was the proof. Ha! Yi Fan laughed loudly, and it was quite frivolous. His hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were like lightning. This kind of arrogance, as well as his arrogance, really angered them, but still, not a single one dared to fight against him head-on. After the growth of the saint physique until now, there were already not many in the younger generation of the Eastern Desolation who could contend against him. This was their helpless sorrow. Apart from the Alcade Saint Child, the Eastern Desolation Divine King, Hua Yunfei, and a few others, who else could contend against him? They really couldn't think of anyone. Sever his own cultivation. To hell with it, who would believe it? Since that's the case, then you all can come at me together. I'll send all of you on your way. Yi Fan looked at everyone disdainfully. He didn't care at all, and he wanted to kill everyone here. Seeing him like this, everyone lost confidence. Unexpectedly, not a single one of them stepped forward, fearing that he had a killing trap. They were all hesitant. Ha! Yi Fan laughed loudly. He swept his gaze over the 13 holy sons, and then glanced at those supreme elders and half-step powerhouses. This kind of laughter was exceptionally ear-piercing. Everyone felt an expression of contempt, and they were all incomparably furious. So many people surrounded him, yet he still dared to act like this. I'll kill him. An elder at the 6th transformation of the dragon transformation from the Holy Land of all beginnings pressed forward with large strides. People of this level had chased after Yi Fan in the past, and everyone knew this. Hong. He held a copper pagoda in his hand, and it pressed down like a mountain. He stood at the top of the pagoda, his aura majestic, crushing the snowy peak until it collapsed. A great avalanche occurred, and it was as terrifying as a tsunami. Pang! Yi Fan soared into the air like a dragon. His entire body's essence energy surged, and all the secret characters were activated. His battle prowess increased tenfold, and his fist broke through the sky. Dang! A sky-shaking sound rang out. The copper pagoda was a secret treasure, and it sucked Yi Fan inside. Everyone was overjoyed. However, their smiles hadn't even finished blossoming when they froze again. The body of the pagoda was cracking, and the mountain-like ancient pagoda shattered. This was especially true at the top. Yi Fan rushed out, and the expert standing at the top of the pagoda was beaten into several pieces. The golden fist seemed to have smashed into a pile of mud. It pressed forward courageously, and this elder was smashed into several pieces. His bones and flesh flew in all directions. An expert at the sixth transformation of the dragon transformation, together with his magic treasure, was dealt with by Yi Fan's fist without the slightest bit of suspense. This made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. Has he reached the great circle of the four extremes? In the past, when Yi Fan was at the second layer of the four extremes, he could fight against an expert at the fourth transformation of the dragon transformation. Based on this, everyone knew that he had definitely advanced again. No, he's at the third layer of the four extremes, and he hasn't reached the great circle yet. Someone saw through some clues. But, why do I feel like he has already reached the great circle? Someone had a different opinion. They weren't afraid of Yi Fan's current battle prowess, but they were shocked at his cultivation speed. This was too fast. It hadn't even been a year. Could it be that he had already reached the second layer? If you're not convinced, then come at me together. I'll kill all of you. Yi Fan's confidence and frivolity made everyone furious. The half-step almighty went up to destroy him. Dang! An ancient cauldron appeared above Yi Fan's head, and it let out a trembling sound. It was like the ringing of a morning bell, and it shook people's souls. The source energy descended, and it protected him tightly. At this moment, everyone's eyes burned with incomparable passion. They all fixed their eyes on the source energy of all things. This was a holy object left behind by the ancient heavenly emperor. Courting death. The half-step almighty sneered, carrying a hint of mockery. He reached out a large hand, grabbing forward to directly grab the cauldron and take it away. Suddenly, that large hand of his flowed with blood, flesh and bones badly mangled, as if it had been crushed by a great mountain. Even his finger bones were shattered. What's inside the cauldron? The half-step almighty was horrified, staggering backwards. He felt his blood run cold, as if there was a barbaric phoenix hibernating, able to burn all things. It was naturally an archaic saint. Even though it was sealed within the divine source, even when Yi Fan approached, he felt as if his body was going to collapse, let alone the bodies of others. If they reached into the cauldron, they would definitely be injured. The half-step almighty all pressed forward, wanting to deal with Yi Fan together and kill him. Ow woo! On the other side, the large black dog cried out miserably. The black wooden box in his hands was struck flying by someone. He bit a mouthful of snow, almost falling into the snowy valley. Lu Yi slid down from his body, falling onto the ground. Swoosh! The holy maiden of all beginnings rushed over, picked up Yi, and laughed coldly and mercilessly. Yi Fan, immediately kneel in front of me and beg for mercy like a dog. She had lost an arm, and even though she could regrow it in the future, at this moment, she was still close to going crazy. Making me kneel in front of you, you will never experience it in this life, Yi Fan said coldly. If you don't kneel, I will make you watch her die right now. The holy maiden of all beginnings' eyes flickered with cold light. A bloody mark appeared on Louis's delicate neck. A silver blade was placed horizontally there, and bright red blood flowed out. Her face carried a mournful expression, and time seemed to stop. Yi Fan's heart also almost stopped beating. He was incomparably furious, and even his knuckles had turned blue from clenching so hard that his jet-black hair began to tremble even though there was no wind. "Kneel and beg me in front of everyone." The holy maiden of all beginnings laughed coldly. "Yi Fan, leave," Lu Yi said. Yi Fan calmed down, and took off the cauldron from his head. It turned into the size of a fist, and he held it in his palm. He looked at everyone, and said, "I will throw this cauldron to whoever kills that *tch first and rescues ye." These people didn't know who each other was, and they all came with hidden identities. After hearing this, many people were moved, and killing intent spread out. Who wouldn't be tempted by the holy treasure of an ancient celestial emperor? You. The holy maiden of all beginnings was shocked, and pushed Louis out. The large black dog rushed over, and caught her again. "It's useless to say these things now. There's no need to discuss who the cauldron belongs to. Kill him first." A great elite spoke, and pressed over. Everyone gathered around. "Dang!" Yi Fan threw the cauldron on the ground, and this immediately caused a commotion. All those who were hiding in the dark came out, pressing forward in fear of falling behind. "I want to see how you create a miracle." An eerie voice sounded, and it carried boundless hatred. "Kill the holy physique, it's right before our eyes." Everyone shouted together, and killing intent filled the mountain range. "Everyone, let's ascend together and send you all on your way." Yi Fan laughed loudly. He naturally had a trump card, or else he definitely wouldn't come here to throw his life away. However, he wasn't just using the archaic saint. That was a double-edged sword, and once released, he himself would die. Boom! A 30,000-meter tall sea of lightning descended from the sky, instantly submerging this place. This was a sea of heavenly tribulation. Mother brat, you forgot about me and schemed against me. You're too despicable, the large black dog howled, doing his best to protect Yi. Yi Fan had gone into seclusion not to break through, but rather to reach that critical point. He had been suppressing it all this time, and only released it today to face the tribulation here. Chapter 548. Endless lightning and boundless purple radiance completely submerged heaven and earth. This was no longer a single bolt of lightning, but rather a sea of lightning. Nothing existed anymore, everything was submerged by the lightning. It was blinding, and even from far away, one could feel the destructive power. Needless to say, there was no need to mention those who were undergoing tribulation. Purple radiance covered everything, and even those who were far away felt a suffocating feeling, making them tremble. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream immediately rang out. Someone suffered a tribulation, turning into ashes, forever erased from this world. Mother little brat Yi, this emperor will fight you to the death. The large black dog cursed continuously. He was also submerged within. Ah! This place was in an uproar. Many people cried out in terror. How many people could survive this kind of tribulation? No one would have thought that Yi Fan would use this kind of method. Ow! Yi hey, mother cur. Even the large black dog was cursing, so one could imagine how these people were feeling. Everyone wanted nothing more than to skin Yi Fan. He could even think of this kind of vicious move. He really had calculated everything, but they never expected this change. Some people knew that the Black Emperor's attainments in Tao patterns were unparalleled, and specially chose the place where the ancient divine spirit had fallen, making it useless. In the end, no one thought of this move. This brat was too despicable. Everyone wanted to curse. Using this kind of despicable move, he was trying to trap and kill everyone. There wasn't a single person whose face wasn't pale. This was the legendary heavenly tribulation, the strangest and most terrifying. Boom! A thunderstorm tens of thousands of meters high. Who knew how many mountain ranges were submerged? Purple radiance reached the heavens, and every inch of space was a lightning tribulation. It was terrifying to the extreme. Too vicious, I don't want to die, ah. Miserable cries rang out from time to time. Vicious ye, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost, ah. Mournful cries passed through the sea of lightning, weakly echoing. This was a great killing tribulation. That day, after Yi Fan found out that Yi was imprisoned, he immediately went into seclusion in the jade pool, not making a move. In reality, he could have broken through a long time ago, but he always suppressed his cultivation level, waiting for this day. He wanted to bring the Crimson Dragon, Peacock King, and the others over, but they were discovered by the other party. However, those weren't his last resort. The heavenly tribulation was his trump card. Facing the tribulation amidst a situation of life and death would involve everyone. He himself would succeed and advance to the four extremities perfection stage, while the other enemies would be reduced to ashes. Pulling everyone along to experience the tribulation could be said to be a ruthless move. He was also forced to think of such a plan to break out of this situation. Boom! However, the great heavenly tribulation came as scheduled. It scorched the world and melted the snowy mountains. There was not a single inch of land left unscathed. You are so vicious. A holy child level figure cried out. His entire body was surrounded by lightning radiance as he resisted intensely. You're in too much pain. I'll send you on your way. Yi Fan's lips curled into a cold smile as he stepped forward. At this moment, he was the center of the sea of lightning, the source of the berserk. Endless lightning was rushing towards him. Once he moved, it would truly be a sea of lightning. Ah! The holy child level figure cried out. There was no way he could withstand this kind of heavenly tribulation. Every inch of his flesh was charred. Let me see who you really are. I didn't expect you to have a secret treasure on you to hide your true appearance. Yi Fan stepped forward. He was also resisting the lightning, but he could still endure it. Crack! The secret treasure on this person's body was shattered by the lightning, revealing a familiar face that was filled with fear. He had already been crippled by the lightning. It's you. Yi Fan was stunned. This person was the light-shaking realm's holy child Li Rui. He had once been suppressed by Su Qin and then released in the Divine City. Kacha! 5 bolts of lightning descended. Li Rui's head cracked open, and his brain juice flowed everywhere. His consciousness was scattered, and another wave of lightning descended. His body and soul were both destroyed, turning into dust. Nothing remained. Yi Fan didn't even need to think to know that a grand elder of the light-shaking realm had definitely come with Li Rui. Ah, on the other side, a head elder at the 8th transformation of the dragon transformation let out a wretched cry. His skin was split open, and his bones were exposed. They were powerful, but they weren't as good as the holy children. They needed secret treasures to resist the heavenly tribulation. Most of the holy children had powerful treasures that contained method power, so they wouldn't die in a short period of time. You're from the Z Palace. I saw you at the Jade Lake. Yi Fan arrived in front of the head elder. He stretched out a finger and tapped the space between the elder's eyebrows. Electricity flowed in, and with a bang, the elder exploded. His bones flew everywhere. This was a murderous sea of lightning. There was no way to avoid it. Everyone was drowned in it, and even breathing was filled with electricity. There's no justice in this world. Many of the older generation cried out. They had seen Yi Fan walk through the lightning without suffering any injuries. He continued to kill people. They despaired. What a monster. He's going through the tribulation, but he's not afraid. We can't take it anymore. He's going to be struck by lightning. Why doesn't he die? Such a monster shouldn't exist in this world. Many people were cursing and roaring fiercely. No one could withstand this kind of heavenly punishment. Yi Fan was like a god of death walking in the darkness, reaping lives. Everywhere he passed, people would fall and turn into ashes. In reality, he didn't need to do anything. As long as he walked there, the heroes wouldn't be able to withstand it. He was the center of the sea of lightning, and the destructive power was the strongest. When Yi Fan broke the curse and experienced the heavenly stage for the first time in the divine city, he had already attracted the 9-5 heavenly tribulation that made even the holy lords pale. Later on, with each increase in cultivation level, the tribulation experienced would be much greater. Now, not many people could withstand it. Yi Fan was also grimacing in pain, doing his best to resist. One had to know that the strength of his body had long surpassed the holy lords. It wasn't that they didn't want to escape, but that they couldn't. Many people were also going through the tribulation, and they couldn't escape. Yi Fan had long understood this situation, because when he first went through the tribulation, the Black Emperor had said that those who were within would definitely be affected. In the past, Great Emperor Wu Shi was often struck by lightning. Once he went through the tribulation, anyone who was affected would be destroyed. If someone with a higher cultivation helped to resist, an even more terrifying lightning tribulation would descend, targeting that person. For this reason, Great Emperor Wu Shi had created the heaven-deceiving formation to prevent innocent people from being affected. Unfortunately, the people in front of him wouldn't understand. Ah! Dao Yi Holy Child Li Donglai's hair was disheveled as he cried out in terror. His golden worship had been destroyed, and now he was using his life treasure to resist the tribulation. This was something Dao Yi Holy Lord had bestowed upon him. Are you not afraid of exposing your identity? Yi Fan resisted the tribulation and closed in step by step. Yi Fan, you are so vicious. Do you know who is coming? Do you want to kill everyone here? Dao Yi Holy Child Li Donglai was terrified. Lightning wrapped around his body. He was convulsing, and many parts of his body were cooked. The Heaven Luo umbrella that interweaved with natural laws couldn't hold on any longer and was slowly cracking apart. It doesn't matter who it is. Since they set up a death trap to kill me, then they should be prepared to be destroyed. Speak, who is the mastermind behind all of this? Yi Fan shouted. Hong! 81 streaks of lightning descended in succession. They were scarlet red in color, many times more terrifying than this sea of lightning. They all landed on Yi Fan's body, causing him to stagger. Motherfucker, there is no justice in this world. Dao Yi Holy Child's eyes almost popped out. He fought with his life on the line, but he still couldn't block the terrifying sea of lightning. His body and soul were about to be destroyed. Meanwhile, when Yi Fan faced the even more terrifying scarlet lightning, he only staggered a bit. Li Donglai was incomparably resentful and almost went crazy. However, he didn't have time to think too much. The sea of lightning blasted his body until it cracked, and his bones were exposed. He had no strength to resist anymore. His Heaven Luo umbrella had been destroyed, and he no longer had a barrier. He couldn't live for even a second longer. His flesh couldn't block the purple sea at all. Hurry up and speak. Yi Fan picked him up. I really don't know. We only received the news. We are all from the Saint Killing Alliance, but we don't know the true identity of the mastermind. Dao Yi Holy Child Li Donglai was terrified, and he spilled everything. Pooh! Yi Fan's palm descended, and his head was smashed into pieces. He died a violent death. Motherfucker! Brat Yi, hurry up and save me. I can't hold on for much longer, the large black dog wailed. Yi Fan knew that he was fine, because he had been paying attention to the situation over there. However, he still rushed over as soon as possible. The large black dog held the ancient sovereign token in his hand. Auspicious light flickered, and he actually blocked the sea of lightning, preventing it from approaching. Lu Yi was protected within it. Ah! It hurt so much, the large black dog howled in pain, and his body convulsed. He was originally unharmed, but Yi Fan was at the center of the thunderstorm. Once he neared, all kinds of lightning would strike him. There were all kinds of colorful lights, and there were even wisps of chaotic lightning. Motherfucker! Go away, go away! The large black dog howled in pain. He carried Yi on his back, and his legs fell to the ground as he fled, as if he was avoiding snakes and scorpions. Brat, you've caused my death. This time, I'm going to undergo the tribulation with you. Although the large black dog had rushed out, he didn't actively resist like last time. No matter where he fled to, he would have to undergo a heavenly tribulation. This was the so-called connection, and it wasn't limited by the region. Even if he found a place to carve the heaven-deceiving formation mark now, it was already too late. Yi Fan took out the celestial treasure he had obtained from the nest of 10,000 dragons, and put the primordial saint inside. Then, he suspended the all-creation source cauldron above his head, allowing it to undergo the tribulation together. This was because he discovered that every time he underwent a tribulation, the cauldron would be branded and interweaved with some nomological marks. This was a necessary step for it to evolve into an extreme saint weapon. Not only that, but Yi Fan also released his terrifying divine will. The small golden lake between his brows transformed into a celestial king that was exactly the same as him. It sat cross-legged in front of his forehead and also received the baptism of lightning. He used the terrifying heavenly tribulation to temper his body and undergo a comprehensive upgrade. At this moment, he had entered the four extremes consummate realm. His golden blood chi flourished, and his battle prowess increased by a large amount. Ah! Screams rose and fell. This place was like purgatory on earth. Yi Fan's heavenly tribulation was too terrifying. Even Saint Lord level figures couldn't withstand it, let alone others. Yi Fan continuously attacked, continuously killing many people. 2 of the half-step almighties had already died, turning into ashes. Ah! At this moment, he saw the 2 grand elders of all beginnings, as well as their saintess Xiao Yanran, working together to take out several heavy weapons to resist the tribulation. Their bodies and souls were about to be destroyed. Everyone's expression changed. Seeing Yi Fan walk over, all of them were terrified. Pooh! Yi Fan was cold and emotionless. The all-creation energy cauldron was above his head as he closed in step by step. He slashed out with his palm and the head of all beginning saintess flew away. Pang! The headless corpse didn't even have time to spit out fresh blood before it was turned into charcoal by the lightning. That head also exploded with a bang. Saintess! The 2 grand elders of all beginnings shouted. Unfortunately, they weren't able to escape death. Pang! The 2 of them were turned into ashes by the chaotic lightning threads under Yi Fan's guidance. Yi Fan's eyes were deep as he guided the lightning into his body. He continuously tempered his body, spiritual sense, and the all-creation energy cauldron. His entire body was sparkling and translucent. At this moment, his muscles and bones were flowing with light and he was much stronger than before. The golden spiritual sense in front of his brow turned into himself. Although it was only the size of a fist, it was swallowing and spitting out the lightning in the sky. This kind of scene was incomparably terrifying. It was as if the entire heavenly tribulation was going to be sucked clean. He breathed in and out thunder energy, forging his spiritual sense to be incomparably powerful and tenacious. At this time, the little golden person was sitting cross-legged like a 7-colored glaze. His entire body was flawless and dazzling. As for the all-creation energy cauldron, it was also changing. There were more fine patterns that were branded into the inner walls. They were profound and unfathomable. It had officially begun to interweave Tao and reason, evolving into a Holy Lord-level weapon. Yi Fan was constantly transforming. His entire body was dazzling from top to bottom. Every inch of his flesh was flickering with precious splendor. He saw many corpses along the way. Among them, he had already seen 7 or 8 saint-level characters executed and turned into charcoal. Finally, he saw a powerhouse who had long escaped from the Sea of Thunder and was crossing his own heavenly tribulation on a distant snowy peak. Without a doubt, this was the effect of being connected. No matter where you ran, it was useless. You had to cross the tribulation with him. Yi Fan laughed. His body was bright and clean, untainted by even a speck of dust. He swallowed and spat out the Sea of Thunder and quickly rushed over, bringing along thousands of tons of divine lightning. I've come to lend you a helping hand. You. This powerhouse was terrified. He had never experienced heavenly tribulation before. Even his own couldn't endure it and was forced to stop here to neutralize it. How could he possibly receive Yi Fan's lightning radiance that couldn't be moved by a human? Hong! The Sea of Thunder attacked. Primal chaos heavenly lightning just happened to descend. It was exceptionally terrifying and blinding. There weren't many wisps of mist, but it was enough to destroy all things. This type of tribulation made even Yi Fan cough out blood. The all-creation energy cauldron trembled, leaving behind many traces. Even though this powerhouse was powerful, he couldn't resist it. Gotcha! After just 9 strikes, his weapon was turned into powder, forever disappearing from this world. Then, 81 streaks of primal chaos lightning continuously hacked down, striking him until he was like a lotus leaf in the wind, dancing about crazily. Ah! Little Yi, you little thief, even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. He cried out miserably. So it turns out to be Holy Lord Dao Yi's junior brother. You are Li Muqing, I've seen you before in the Jade Pool. Yi Fan laughed coldly. Ah, the 81 streaks of primal chaos lightning hacked down, turning the powerhouse Li Muqing into ashes, thus erasing his name from this world. Yi Fan adjusted his breathing. The little golden figure between his brows was like rivers flowing into the sea, swallowing all of the primal chaos lightning and continuously refining it. His physical body and cauldron were also like this, experiencing the same thing. They were shining like deities, flowing with a dreamlike radiance, brilliant and dazzling. At this moment, he was truly a deity walking in the world of mortals. Heavenly tribulation couldn't be invaded, great calamity couldn't descend. He walked through the endless sea of lightning. He saw charred corpses one after another, continuously personally killing those who hadn't died yet. There were a total of 4 half-step powerhouses who died, their Tao disappearing. You are a demon. Do you know how many people you've killed? What are their identities? The eastern wasteland is going to be shaken. When Yi Fan triggered the endless thunderstorm, sending the second powerhouse who was undergoing tribulation on his way, he said this. I've said it before, a miracle will happen today, and I'll kill all of you. Yi Fan remained unmoved. He was undergoing tribulation to verify his Tao, while the others were continuously dying. Miserable cries continuously sounded, creating a terrifying scene. Chapter 549. The sky was scorching, and every inch of space was filled with lightning. The ground was scorched black, and endless purple light converged into a sea of lightning. The tribulation had not passed yet, and it was becoming more and more intense and terrifying. It was a vast expanse without an end. There were many corpses on the ground. To be more precise, they were human-shaped scorch marks. It was unknown how many people had died here, but Yi Fan did not count. Ah, miserable screams rang out, and it was as if doomsday had come. The half-step expert roared, but he was powerless. His magic treasure cracked, and he fell straight down. Very soon, he was turned into ashes in the lightning, and not even his bones were left. All the treasures on his body had been turned into powder, and nothing was left. Yi Fan was like a god of death with the myriad chi cauldron above his head. Divine light blossomed in his eyes as he walked step by step, mercilessly killing the survivors. Since he had already attacked, he could not be soft-hearted. Death was the destination he had given to his enemies, and he had no other choice. Yi Fan, I'm from the Wind Clan. I joined by accident, and I was deceived by them. A weak voice traveled over. This person was supported by a mysterious treasure, but he could not hold on much longer. Wind Pearl. Yi Fan was astonished. This was a secret treasure of the Wind Clan, and outsiders could not refine it. Although it was called the Wind Pearl, it could control the earth, fire, wind, and water. At this moment, many cracks appeared on the fist-sized pearl, but it still emitted a gentle radiance, blocking the lightning and protecting him. However, lightning would occasionally rush in. He was already seriously injured, and both his body and soul were about to be destroyed. Did the Wind Clan also send people here? Yi Fan's eyes turned cold as he looked down on him. No, only I accidentally barged in. I'm the cousin of the Wind Phoenix, and we almost became a family. He seemed to be grasping at a life-saving straw. The 13 saint-level characters were almost all dead, and he might be the only one still alive. However, the corpses of the others were hard to identify, and most of them had turned into ashes. Yi Fan glanced at him and did not say anything more. He continued to the next place. How could this person have barged in unintentionally? Pop! The air-frozen pearl shattered, and the man let out a loud cry. 5 thunderbolts struck his head, and he died without a trace. Yi Fan had a profound look in his eyes as he advanced through the sea of lightning. He had been searching for the person who had let out the resentful voice this entire time. This matter was closely related to him. However, there were charred human-shaped corpses one after another. He didn't know what had happened to him, and he didn't know if he belonged to one of those corpses. After an hour, apart from Yi Fan, there was no one else alive in the sea of lightning. All of them had been killed, and the number of people was far more than Yi Fan had imagined. There were more than 100 charred corpses. In addition, lightning flashed from time to time in the distant mountain range. Some people escaped to other places to undergo tribulation. This was an effect that was incomparably terrifying and impossible to break free from. Only by experiencing a tribulation would one be able to escape. This was the strange and terrifying heavenly punishment. Demon Yi, those who were undergoing tribulation outside saw Yi Fan arrive with boundless scarlet lightning and an endless sea of lightning. They cried out in terror, but it was a pity that this couldn't change anything. Yi Fan constantly appeared in this outer region, bringing with him a boundless sea of lightning. No matter where he went, he would submerge everything. He killed another 20 people, and they were all undergoing their own heavenly tribulations. They had no spare power to resist the even more terrifying wind, fire, heavenly lightning, and primal chaos lightning. Ruthless Yi. When the last Supreme Elder was targeted by Yi Fan, he fell into despair. Bang! Yi Fan pointed out with a finger, piercing his forehead. With a flash of azure light, the Imu Thunder Star descended and smashed him into pieces. His bones, flesh, and blood all flew out. There was no more lightning in the surroundings. The boundless snowy mountain was shrouded in darkness, and only a sea of lightning was surging. Yi Fan's heavenly tribulation was far from over. It had entered the most terrifying stage, and he had no choice but to stop. He began to resist with everything he had. Earth, fire, wind, and water tribulation lightning struck one after another. This was a shocking scene, as if heaven and earth were being split apart. Wind split the void, earth veins surged, water flooded the sky, and fire moved among them. These were 4 types of destructive heavenly punishment. Lightning shook the 9 heavens. Earth, fire, wind, and water rotated, opening up the void and forming a small world. Endless heavenly tribulation lightning struck down one after another. Yifan was sealed within. Primal chaos mist surged, forming the heavens. An ocean-like destructive lightning engulfed him. He seemed to have returned to the absolute beginning era, when all things were just growing and taking shape. Heaven and earth had just been opened, and the primal chaos had yet to dissipate. In this ownerless small world, heavenly punishment was merciless, striking endlessly. From afar, it was a terrifying scene. It was a seething sea of lightning, and it was extremely shocking. Damn, as expected, another freak. He deserves to be struck by lightning. In the distance, the large black dog's body was emitting black smoke. Even his ears and mouth were no exception. He carried E and the ancient sovereign token on his shoulders, and survived his own heavenly tribulation. At this moment, when he coughed, sparks would shoot out. He was extremely angry. However, the benefits he obtained were also great. After successfully surviving the lightning tribulation, the large black dog's battle prowess had increased greatly. Earth, fire, wind, and water evolved into a small world. Heavenly punishment was endless, and the sound of thunder was deafening. Yifan sat there cross-legged, and began to calmly temper his body. He opened his mouth and inhaled. Tens of thousands of bolts of lightning descended from the sky like a heavenly river. They were all absorbed into his body, illuminating his bones, internal organs, and flesh. Boom! Thunder shook the 9 heavens, boundless and boundless. He sat in the center, fixed in the void, unmoving. Divine lightning tempered his body, heavenly punishment forged a cauldron. Regardless of whether it was his body or the all-chi cauldron, both were undergoing changes, especially the all-chi cauldron, which was branded with patterns of heaven and earth. This was the evolution of the Tao. As for the small golden person that came out from between his brows, it was even more mystical. He rushed up the lightning, distancing himself from Yifan, and breathed in and out the terrifying lightning formed by the earth, fire, wind, and water elements. This was Yifan's will, which had taken on a human form. He walked in the open small world, inhaling and exhaling endless lightning, and absorbing source lightning chi. The small golden person was flawless and dazzling. Although he was almost shattered by the lightning a few times, he managed to hold on. He was undergoing an unimaginable baptism. Gradually, Yifan's body, the all-chi cauldron, and the small golden person formed from his will formed a cycle. Various lightning tribulations struck down, and as they flowed, they continuously tempered them. Not long after, the red dragon Taoist, the peacock king, the crow Taoist, and the few grand elders of the jade pool rushed over. When they saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. Those people are all dead. There are many corpses on the ground. They all encountered the lightning tribulation. I really didn't expect that he would actually draw down the heavenly punishment. With such a huge commotion happening here, the red dragon Taoist and the others sensed it even from over 1,000 miles away. They hurried over, and all of them were horrified. At this moment, they were all dumbfounded. Everyone was dealt with by him, the few of them were truly shocked. They stared blankly, and some of them were speechless. Truly a monster. Only after a long time did the crow Taoist mutter like this. After another hour, 81 streaks of primal chaos lightning struck down in succession. These weren't strands of mist, but super heavenly punishment. In the distance, the expressions of the red dragon, crow, and peacock kings all changed. One could imagine how terrifying this tribulation was. Dang, the all-chi cauldron was almost struck flying. Yifan spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body cracked in many places. The small golden person was almost scattered. He clenched his teeth and persevered. Many of his bones were broken, and golden blood splashed everywhere. The small person formed from the divine will struggled bitterly in the primal chaos radiance. Thump, thump, with each strike, the great earth would tremble. There wasn't a single peak here, all of it flattened, turning into ashes. However, Yi Fan finally persevered. The 81 streaks of the most terrifying primal chaos radiance descended. His flesh reconstructed, releasing pie-paw sounds. His entire body's essence energy was like a sea, bright and flawless, resplendent and sparkling. The divine will shone brilliantly. After experiencing the baptism of lightning radiance, it became more powerful and sturdy. It turned into an expanse of blazing radiance, rushing into the space between his brows. As for the cauldron, it formed its own natural laws, starting the evolution of the great Tao. This was especially the case with the 81 streaks of primal chaos radiance. Imprints that were difficult to erase were left on its surface. For extreme's perfection. Yi Fan felt that perhaps it wouldn't be long before he could pry into the path of dragon transformation, entering a brand new world. How rare! Yi Fan relied on his own strength to break through the murderous situation, wiping out all of his enemies. This made the red dragon, peacock, and crow, the three giants, sigh with emotion. Even the Jade Pool's supreme elders sighed inwardly. This move really is hard to imagine. It really can be said to be a desperate counterattack. They were all sighing in admiration. This kind of method made even them feel terrified. He succeeded in crossing the tribulation, breaking through the murderous situation, and the others all returned to the yellow earth. Yi Fan walked over with large strides, expressing his thanks to them. No matter what, even though they couldn't personally take action, their sincerity was there. This was a great favor. Yi Fan. Lu Yi had already woken up. Her clothes were tattered and blood-stained, looking delicate and pitiful. She walked over with the large black dog, haggard and excited. It's fine now. Yi Fan revealed a brilliant smile, consoling her. They hadn't seen each other for several years. He also wanted to know where Lu Yi, Zhang Xiling, and the others had gone. Let's leave this place. The red dragon Daoist stared into the distant sky. Yi Fan nodded. He didn't want to delay any longer. Perhaps there were still people in the dark who hadn't appeared yet, and even the human world and hell might be spying on them in secret. The Battle of Fire Demon Ridge couldn't be hidden from the world. It spread out almost on the same day, shaking up the eastern wastelands. Yi Fan immediately thought that there were most likely people who didn't die and escaped this disaster, spreading the news. What? How is this possible? Even a half-step great figure was killed by a saint physique. Are you talking in your sleep? He killed 2 great figures? That's purely a fantasy. Fighting a group of heroes alone, Yi Fan killed 13 holy children in succession, looking down on his peers. This is too ridiculous, absolutely impossible. When the news first spread out, almost no one believed it. This was too exaggerated and terrifying. In the following days, Fire Demon Ridge was no longer quiet. Many cultivators came and went, coming here to seek confirmation. Heavens, these really are the fragments of a great figure's weapon, destroyed here. There are so many corpses, just how many experts died? Everyone was stunned. The scorched earth, flattened mountain ranges, and desolation everywhere. The scene they saw made them shudder with fear, all of their expressions changing. Yi Fan triggered a heavenly tribulation, killing all of his enemies. News of this spread through the eastern wastelands, triggering a great earthquake. This battle accomplishment left everyone horrified, especially the great powers that participated. They were speechless for a long time. Motherf *Ker, what a monster. He could even turn the tables like this, killing everyone. The eastern wastelands were shaken, erupting into an uproar. All of the great powers couldn't sit still anymore, jumping out one after another to express their opinions. Chapter 550. After the Battle of Fire Demon Ridge, Yifan's name spread throughout the eastern wastelands. This kind of battle accomplishment made everyone stupefied. Even the sect masters of a region felt their eyelids twitch. In reality, before this, Yifan's name had already shaken the eastern wastelands. There weren't many people who didn't know about him, because too many things had happened. However, before, not many people felt restraining fear. Many people wanted to kill him, but now, everyone was shaken. So many experts had gone, including quite a few supreme elders from the Holy Lands. There were even several half-step experts, yet in the end, even 2 of them died. It was truly shocking. This child cannot be left alive. Once he grows up, no one in this world will be able to match him. This was the first thought that appeared in the minds of those who wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. 13 holy children and half-step experts were killed just like that. A group of experts, which one of them wasn't a famous figure? They were all killed. The rebirth of a vicious person. At the first moment, someone threw out this kind of statement, causing a huge uproar and attracting the attention of many people. This kind of method, this kind of decisiveness, triggered the heavenly tribulation, broke through the deadlock, stepped on the corpses of many experts, and advanced to the 4 extremes perfection realm. This kind of way of doing things made people tremble in fear. They labeled him as the rebirth of a vicious person, pushing him into the heart of the storm. Without a doubt, many great powers were secretly guiding this, bringing this kind of public opinion to a climax. He would naturally become the target of public criticism. This time, Yifan's fame was indeed unavoidable. His battle accomplishments were too shocking. How many people could do this? In the distant ancient years, there were heaven-warping geniuses who could kill supreme experts before the age of 20. This wasn't a legend, but true history. However, the present era was different. Very few people like this appeared, yet Yifan had done it. No matter what kind of methods he used, the fact was that he didn't ask others to take action. What a monster! Every time he advances a realm, he has to experience a heavenly tribulation. Even in the ancient times, there weren't many people like this. Is he really on the path of a great emperor? When they thought of this question, many people became restless, especially those who had old grievances with Yifan. He is comparable to those freaks from the ancient era. At the very least, he can reach the level of the ancient saints. Many people became absent-minded. The Battle of the Fire Demon Ridge had caused a huge uproar in the eastern wilderness. The corpses of the saints and almighty ones had made Yifan's reputation soar. In the younger generation of the eastern barren territory, how many people dared to be compared to him? Everyone was apprehensive. Perhaps only the Yaoguang saint and the eastern wasteland's divine king were capable of such a feat. Yifan walked forward step by step, already catching up from behind. Now that he was a cultivator at the 4 extremities great circle, his cultivation realm wasn't much lower than the others. His actual combat ability was even more terrifying. When he was at the 2 heavens of the 4 extremities, he could already fight against the top figures of the Eastern Barren Territory's younger generation, let alone now. Once he broke through to the Dragon Transformation secret realm, perhaps none of the saints would be a match for him. This was what everyone was guessing. Yifan was like a primordial beast, chasing after the successors of the supreme sections. He was getting closer and closer, forcing them to break through to a higher realm. Otherwise, they would lose the qualifications to be his opponent. However, the advancement of the saint physique was too fast, making everyone in the younger generation feel suffocated. Behind them, it was like a terrifying beast was about to surpass them. This was an indescribable pressure that almost made them suffocate. In the wavering light's sacred land, below the immortal peak, 1,000-foot waterfall poured down, creating a vast expanse of whiteness. The sound was deafening, as if a magnificent army was galloping. The wavering light Saint Child sat in front of the waterfall with his eyes closed, motionless. His black hair danced in the wind, and his skin was sparkling and translucent. He had already heard of Yi Fan's battle accomplishments, but his expression was still calm as he silently comprehended the Tao. In the Ji family, Ji Haoyue, who had the divine king physique, wandered about in the secluded forest, comprehending the nature of heaven and earth, watching the falling leaves and listening to the flowing water. Everything was very casual. The Foam clan's Pearl was in a daze as she muttered to herself, "He actually has such combat ability," she began to cultivate in seclusion that day. If she didn't increase her cultivation realm, she didn't want to go to the eccentric academy in the Central Plains. She wanted to establish the confidence that she was the strongest. There were also other inheritors of supreme sections. They seized the opportunity of the eccentric institute's opening and went into seclusion. They didn't want to become the saint child of the lowest level, they all wanted to reach a higher level. That was because, in the near future, the eastern wasteland, the southern mountains, the central plains, and the other regions would be the clash of the strongest of the younger generation. There would most likely be monstrous existences comparable to Yi Fan, or even stronger. Everyone was worried. The holy body is too powerful. I can't rest easy until it's dead. This was the thought of his enemy. Kill myself. That's a joke. From start to finish, there were many people who didn't believe it and kept probing. Now, Yi Fan's heavenly tribulation had been thoroughly verified. He had been concealing it in the past, and the scars on his great Tao had long since healed. Without a doubt, many people shuddered in fear when they thought of this problem. If the saint physique was completed, how many people in this world could be a match for him? Unless the ancient emperors came back to life, the human race would at most have someone who could fight him to a standstill. It was impossible for a single person to suppress him. That's good too. The primordial king is about to be born. Finally, there's someone who can match him. Not bad, it's good to have a saint physique. Otherwise, who knows what will happen in the future. Those who had no grudges against Yi Fan all discussed like this, not carrying any personal feelings. Yi Fan shook the world. Many great powers expressed their opinions, and quite a few people directly pointed out that he was a great disaster. Not long ago, he killed many experts in the 10,000 Dragon Nest, and now, he used the heavenly tribulation to completely wipe out his enemies. This made many people harbor resentment in their hearts. Quite a few people jumped out and came up with all types of reasons to incite the Eastern Wastelands experts to kill Yi Fan and erase their future vicious enemies. The second vicious person, let him continue. He will advance while stepping over the corpses of countless experts. This child's methods are outstanding, and his killing intent is quite heavy. He is definitely a hidden danger. It was to the extent where there were even people who spread rumors that Yi Fan obtained the vicious person's inheritance. Otherwise, how could he be so decisive and kill all enemies? His style was quite similar. In addition, not long ago, there were rumors about him entering the Bronze Immortal Palace and obtaining the heaven-swallowing demonic art. Many people added oil to the fire, continuously fanning the flames. The people of the world couldn't be stupid, and everyone could naturally distinguish between right and wrong. However, this kind of voice became louder and louder. Many people clamored, wanting to kill the saint physique. In reality, many great powers that could look down on the Eastern Wasteland had already taken action in secret. Some powerful figures moved out, wanting to silently eliminate Yi Fan. This decision had already been made after the bloody incident in the 10,000 Dragon Nest. However, before this, Yi Fan had been hiding in the Jade Pool and couldn't take action. Now, the 13 holy sons had fallen, and the great elites had also been killed. Many experts had died an unnatural death, turning into ashes. This had long since caused some holy lands to be furious. Serves them right. They are all seeking death. We are defending ourselves. The large black dog's clamor spread throughout the north region, disrupting the peace of the eastern wasteland. The sects that had lost their inheritors and experts were all furious, but they were powerless to refute. This was a fact. They had brought all of this upon themselves. Yifan's name had shaken the eastern wasteland, and this was the first time that the Saint Masters had taken him seriously. They had truly witnessed the methods of this junior, and could no longer underestimate him. In the battle in the 10,000 Dragon Nest, many of the older generation had lost their lives, and now, he had even drawn heavenly tribulation. Killing enemies like this was truly frightening. Yifan's name had spread throughout the eastern wasteland, but it had also placed too much pressure on the Jade Pool. There were already many powers that demanded that they release Yifan and stop protecting him. Xiling and I entered that celestial palace. In the Jade Pool, Yifan and Luyi were strolling and chatting, and they received a piece of shocking news. When they had parted that year, Luyi, Zhang Xiling, Wang Ziwen, Lin Jia, Zhou Yi, and Li Xiaoman had charged out of the ancient desolate forbidden land, and someone had successfully entered the celestial palace. Outside the ancient desolate forbidden land, there was a faintly discernible palace. Since ancient times, it had always been a legend, and it was almost impossible to set foot in it. Only those who had the favor of the heavens could enter and obtain an unparalleled opportunity. Xiling and I weren't the only ones who entered. I feel like they all entered as well. Is that so? I've seen Li Xiaoman before, but I've never heard her mention it. Yifan was startled. Lu Yi and Zhang Xiling traveled together, and they almost got lost in the celestial palace. It was too vast, like a small world of immortals, boundless and limitless. Zhang Xiling obtained an ancient weapon and a few pages of the silver book, but he accidentally stepped on a formation pattern and disappeared without a trace. It was unknown where he had been teleported to. Meanwhile, Lu Yi found a small white jade gourd in front of a shrine. There was an ancient pill inside, and after eating it, she slept for 6 years. Upon hearing this, Yifan moved and felt her pulse. His heart immediately jumped. There was a boundless divine power within her body, and it was extremely terrifying. What kind of ancient pill is this? She slept for several years, and it created such a boundless divine power. Yifan was stunned. That celestial palace was truly not an ordinary place. After Lu Yi woke up, she walked within the cold and cheerless palace. She accidentally stepped on a formation pattern and was teleported out. Later on, she was kidnapped and fell into someone else's hands. However, she didn't know who the enemy was. Yifan, you have to be careful. Lu Yi was worried. Did he search your sea of consciousness? Yifan asked. He wanted to confirm a few things and make a more accurate judgment. I don't know. Lu Yi shook her head. She had been sealed for a long time, so she didn't know anything. No matter, he's just someone who won't amount to anything. Yifan revealed a brilliant smile and consoled her that she didn't need to worry. Big sister, eat some fruit. The little girl raised a bright red peach with both hands and gave it to Lu Yi. The little fellow was tender and innocent, and was exceptionally likable. So cute. Lu Yi squatted down and stroked her head. After the grand elders of the Jade Lake examined Lu Yi's body, it was as if they had obtained a priceless treasure. With such a boundless divine power, who knew how many years of bitter cultivation could be saved? They immediately took her in as a disciple of the Jade Lake, and nurtured her with great care. Yifan smiled. This made him feel completely at ease. It couldn't be better for Lu Yi to have such a master. During these days, there had been endless pressure from the great sects, and they didn't allow the Jade Lake to protect Yifan. Although they didn't say it explicitly, the hints were very obvious. Yifan was prepared to go on a long journey, and he didn't want to make things difficult for the Jade Lake. Where are the 9 secrets lost? Are they still in the eastern desolate continent? Yi Fan muttered to himself. Their inheritances have almost all been severed. You're already very lucky to be able to find the 3 secrets in the eastern desolate continent, the large black dog said with a sigh. Is that so? In that case, it's time to leave the eastern desolate continent. Let's go to another world. Yi Fan made this decision. Goodbye, eastern desolate continent. Yi Fan decided to leave this vast land and embark on a new journey. Before leaving, there were still some matters that he had to take care of. Not long after, they traversed through the void and arrived outside the supreme mystery gate of the southern region. They didn't enter, but instead sent a letter to elderly Ruoyu. Now, Hua Yunfei's escape was caused by Yi Fan, so it wasn't appropriate for him to enter the sect. However, he was worried about Zhang Wencheng, and he was afraid that he would really be kidnapped like Yi. Thus, he specially came here to deliver a letter to explain. After doing all this, Yi Fan let out a long breath, and prepared to leave the eastern desolate continent. Woo woo. Little Nan Nan doesn't want to be separated from Big Brother. Little Nan Nan wailed loudly, grabbing onto a corner of Yi Fan's clothes. She raised her small face to look at him pitifully, and was unwilling to let go. She was crying sadly. The place I want to go is very far, and there will be many difficulties and dangers. When I have stabilized, I will come and fetch you too. Yi Fan squatted down and comforted her gently, helping her wipe away the tears on her small face. But little Nan Nan really can't bear to part with Big Brother. The little fellow's eyes were filled with tears, and she was extremely pitiful. No matter what, she was unwilling to part with him. Let him go. Before long, I will go with you to find him, the large black dog also persuaded from the side. How long is before long? Why not go now? Little Nan Nan cried. Although she was asking the large black dog, she was looking at Yi Fan with eager eyes. The little fellow was reluctant to leave. After a great deal of persuasion, she finally nodded with tears in her eyes, and said, Big Brother, you have to come and fetch little Nan as soon as possible. Doggy, woo-woo. Don't lie. If Big Brother doesn't come, you have to bring me to find him. She made the large black dog swear again, and tears continued to flow. These are a few vast formation platforms. Crossing large regions won't be a problem, and they are enough for you to use a few times. The large black dog handed some formation platforms to Yi Fan, and asked him to store them into the cauldron. Where are you going? Yi Fan asked. Back to the Purple Mountain to take a look. If I can open it, I will bring her in to take a look. The large black dog carried little Nan Nan on his back. A strange expression instantly appeared on Yi Fan's face. He stared at the large black dog, and didn't say anything. Don't look at me like that. The large black dog muttered. Then, he said, I know you are thinking about the Wuxia scripture, but I have no way to open it. Moreover, it is most likely not suitable for you to cultivate. You should work hard to condense an innate saint physique as soon as possible. In reality, the cultivation techniques you are currently cultivating are all the most powerful mysterious techniques of the various mystery realms, and they are definitely not inferior to any ancient scripture. Big Brother, you have to take care of yourself, and come and fetch little Nan Nan as soon as possible. The little fellow waved her little hand vigorously, and tears continued to fall from her eyes. If fate wills it, we will meet again. The large black dog was like a black bolt of lightning, carrying little Nan Nan and disappearing into the end of the vast land. The matters of the eastern barren territory have been settled. It is time for me to leave, Yi Fan muttered to himself as he walked aimlessly in an ancient city. The Saint Physique must be killed. We cannot leave this great threat alive. This child cannot be left alive in this world. Along the way, he heard many such discussions. The holy ground of all beginnings was the most heated, and they almost issued a kill order. Thinking about it carefully, they couldn't help but be furious. The Holy Sun had been killed by Yi Fan, the Holy Leader had fallen in the nest of 10,000 dragons, and the Holy Daughter Zhao Yanran had been killed by the heavenly tribulation. How could they be willing to let such a great hatred go? Apart from that, the Purple Mansion Holy Ground, the Dao Yi Holy Ground, and the others were also furious, and they were all searching for his whereabouts. Moreover, Yi Fan received another piece of news. The Holy Son of Diyen, Xiang Yifei, had recently broken through and become a powerful cultivator at the second transformation of the dragon transformation. His strength had increased by leaps and bounds. The Holy Son of our sect is also considered a rare talent. At such a young age, how many people can become a powerful cultivator at the second transformation of the dragon transformation? A grand elder of the sect said to someone. He really is a genius. Everyone exclaimed. One had to know that once a holy son reached the second transformation of the dragon transformation, he would definitely be terrifying. He would be far stronger than normal people and could kill people several realms above him. The Grand Elder of the Holy Ground of Diyen was really proud. He said that Xiang Yifei could suppress the saint physique and was the top talent of the younger generation. Xiang Yifei survived. Yi Fan was shocked. He instantly understood that this person had passed the heavenly tribulation and obtained great benefits, breaking through to the next realm. Xiang Yifei had wanted to enter the Wushi killing formation to kill him that night. This time, he had even worked together with so many holy sons to set up a death trap for him. Who would have thought that he would actually succeed? However, he definitely couldn't leave him alive. He escaped and even broke through. I will still send you on your way. Yi Fan laughed coldly. This person had to be killed. The Holy Son of Diyen, Xiang Yifei, had broken through to the second transformation of the dragon transformation and caused a commotion. Many people praised him. No matter what, no one knew the cultivation levels of the Holy Son of Diyen and Ji Haoyue. At present, he was the first Holy Son to be discovered to be at the second transformation of the dragon transformation. Late at night, the rain poured down. Yi Fan held a golden scepter in his hand and appeared in a small town like a demon god. After half a month of effort, he had tracked down Xiang Yifei's whereabouts. He still dares to train outside. Yi Fan laughed coldly. He was born with the divine eye and clearly knew his identity that day. Boom! Lightning flashed and heavy rain poured down. Yi Fan held the scepter of the celestial court and struck the yin. Endless killing intent locked onto Xiang Yifei. Who is it? The Holy Son of Diyen cried out and rushed into the sky. The person who will kill you. Yi Fan walked out of the heavy rain. With each step, the small town trembled. It's you, Yi Fan. The Holy Son of Diyen was shocked. When lightning flashed across the night sky, he saw the real body in the heavy rain. That's right. Brother Yi, what do you mean? I will send you on your way. Boom! Monstrous killing intent surged and heavy rain poured down. The curtain of rain covered the sky and everything was pitch black. Yi Fan attacked with the killer scepter in his hand. Clang! A blinding brilliance rushed up. The Holy Son of Diyen counterattacked and fought with Yi Fan. Shocking divine light and soaring killing intent, in this rainy night, lightning flashed and thunder roared. The light of the sword and the shadow of the sword alarmed the entire small town. The fierce battle caused cold light to shoot in all directions and illuminate the night sky. Ah! The Holy Son of Diyen screamed. The golden holy sword in his hand was shattered by the killer scepter. Then, with a soft, pu sound, his head was cut off. Yi Fan left in the rainy night and disappeared into the heavy rain, leaving many people with a demon-like figure. The next day, the news spread and shocked everyone. People were still marveling at how powerful the Holy Son of Diyen was. In the end, not long after, Xiang Yifei was beheaded. Many people clearly heard him call out Yifan's name and naturally knew who did it. The divine physique is too powerful. He has no scruples at all. Heavens, the divine physique is too bold. He openly came to kill the Holy Son. What does he want to do? The Holy Son of Diyen, Xiang Yifei, was beheaded in a small town, leaving behind a headless corpse. This horrified many people. Was the era of the divine physique coming? He did not hide it at all. If you dare to secretly chase after me again, I will kill all your descendants one by one. On that day, Yifan said this. As soon as these words came out, the eastern barren territory was in an uproar. The divine physique was fearless. There was nothing to be afraid of. Chapter 551. Saint Xiang Yifei had been killed. This was a slap in the face. Not long ago, people were still marveling at the birth of a genius. In the end, he had been killed in the blink of an eye. This caused a huge uproar. All the sects were watching. Yifan had no qualms about taking the initiative to attack, which made many people wary. I can't beat the old ones, but I can kill your successor. This was clearly a dangerous signal from Yifan. Among the Holy Lands, there were naturally some people who wanted to find Yifan and kill him. They all acted in secret but to no avail. The rain and mist lingered, and the distant mountains were like ink. The lake and mountain scenery were peaceful, like an ink painting of mountains and rivers. Yifan headed west. He was not in a hurry. Cultivation nowadays could not be achieved through seclusion. He needed to comprehend the nature of heaven and earth. Looking at the wild geese flying south and the flowing water, listening to the rain hitting the banana leaves, the rustling of the falling flowers, and the flowing of the spring on the rocks, one would sometimes have a kind of enlightenment. Just like that, he wandered among the mountains and rivers. His body and mind were incomparably relaxed. He let go of his grudges and feelings, transcending. This was a kind of spiritual peace. He did not need to maintain it all the time. He just needed to have this kind of experience. Even the mountains and rivers are more beautiful after letting go of everything, Yifan muttered to himself. He stood on a small boat and swam the lake in the misty drizzle. Cultivators were not immortals. Everyone had 7 emotions and 6 desires. They needed to experience all sorts of things in the mortal world. Returning to nature like this was a kind of transcendent life and also a kind of mentality. Young master, you look like a busy person. It's rare for you to have leisure time, the owner of the small boat, the old fisherman, said. In the small cabin, a fire rose. The old fisherman used local ingredients and made a few lake fish dishes. He also took out yellow wine and placed it on the wooden table. Yifan sat down cross-legged. As he admired the lake scenery in the misty rain, he drank slowly. He was very happy and content, and his heart was calm. My dear friend is in a good mood. Beside him, a small boat sailed over slowly in the rain. It was the Ji family's divine king physique, Ji Haoyue. On the boat, there was little moon Ji Ziyue with bright eyes and white teeth. They were admiring the lake under the drizzle, but they did not drink, nor were there any fishermen rowing. Yifan smiled. He gestured with his wine cup and drained it in one gulp. He did not reveal his true face, so the two did not know each other. Mist pervaded the air and thin smoke curled about. The lake was hazy. In the distance, another small boat approached. On top of it stood a young man dressed in green clothes. His hair was jet black, and he seemed to be one with nature. There was an indescribable charm to him. Yifan was astonished. It was actually the wavering light holy child. He was no longer like before, surrounded by a dazzling divine ring. Now, he only had nature. He has also broken through and reached another realm, Ji Haoyue, the divine king of the eastern wilderness, said softly. Gzu's eyes flashed with craftiness as she mumbled something that no one heard clearly. Then, she wrinkled her nose and said, I also want to drink yellow wine. On the other side, Yi Fan smiled. He raised his hand and passed over an unopened wine jar and 2 plates of untouched fish. At this moment, the wavering light holy child approached and smiled. It's not too late. He was like a blossoming dawn, very dazzling. The clear Tao rippled, and purple clothes fluttered. A woman blended into the misty rain, giving off a natural feeling of being one with the world. The innate Tao embryo, the purple mansion holy daughter had also arrived. Purple mist curled around her body, making her look ethereal. Although she was standing right in front of him, she did not seem to belong to this world. Almost at the same time, water vapor drifted and the Jade Lake Holy Daughter arrived. She also entered the lake. Her hair was like clouds, and her figure was graceful and otherworldly. Yi Fan was astonished. He did not expect to meet the strongest youths of the eastern wilderness here. He did not know why they were all gathered here. There will be many challenges on the way to the Middle Plains. We are all eastern wilderness cultivators, so we can help each other, Ji Haoyue said. Yi Fan finally understood. They were going to the Middle Plains and had agreed to travel together here. There was an important place called the Eternal Universe Peak in front of them, and they wanted to go there to search for opportunities together. It was said that the Eternal Universe Emperor had killed the supreme existence that came out of the Origin Ancient Mine and had no choice but to go to the Middle Plains. He had stopped on an ancient mountain ahead and looked at the eastern wilderness one last time. Then, he left without looking back. Later generations came here to pay their respects, all wanting to obtain a strand of the ancient emperor's Tao. Not long after, the Wind Phoenix, Yao Shi, and the others also arrived. There were more than 10 people from the eastern wilderness younger generation. They were the strongest group. They looked at Yi Fan in surprise, but none of them recognized him. The boat moved like a shuttle, crossing the lake and arriving at the foot of an ancient mountain ahead. The lake water submerged the base of the mountain. At this moment, the rain had stopped, reflecting a hazy green mountain. Mist lingered around it, like a land of immortals. Everyone climbed the Eternal Universe Peak and looked back at the eastern wilderness, but no one obtained a fortuitous opportunity. Everyone, we are going to cross the Middle Plains. There are experts from the 5 regions there, and it will be a place where heroes gather. The road ahead is hard to predict, and some people might never return. The strongest experts of the 5 regions have gathered, and it will be difficult to predict whether they will live or die. Let's take one last look at the eastern wilderness. Cultivation in the unique warrior manner will not pass peacefully. Boom! When Yi Fan stood on the small boat and looked at the Eternal Universe Peak, sword radiance rushed into the sky from the lake water, slashing towards him. That old fisherman also suddenly attacked. On the Eternal Universe Peak, everyone was shocked. This kind of killing intent pierced through the sky, especially that old fisherman. It was obvious that he had been temporarily taken over by a primordial spirit. It was extremely terrifying. He sealed the void, and not even a fly could escape. The expressions of the descendants of the various holy lands changed. If it was them, what would they do? Swoosh! At this critical moment, Yi Fan walked in the void and rushed out using the row formula. He pointed out a finger and pierced through the head of a black-clothed assassin. PFFF. He grabbed a long sword and disappeared in a wisp of smoke. He appeared in another direction and waved his killing sword, cutting off a bloody head. Blood splashed high into the sky. A terrifying old man descended from the sky. He withdrew the primordial spirit that had just taken over the old fisherman's body and slashed at Yi Fan with monstrous divine power. The assassins of the human world and hell had been silent for a long time, and they finally made their move again. Some of the old assassins had made their move. Yi Fan activated the row formula, and he was like a mist in the lake. It was difficult to grasp his figure, and it was impossible to lock his figure in place. Boom! Moreover, at this moment, he took the initiative to attack. A small golden figure rushed out from between his brows. It was formed from a powerful divine will. The wholeness formula was activated, and his battle prowess increased tenfold. He faced the old assassin head-on, and there was no way to retreat. Boom! The small golden figure was as resplendent as the sun, and it attacked the old assassin's forehead at extreme speed. At this moment, his divine will was also circulating the row formula. Boom! It was really too fast, and the old assassin could only face it head-on. Light flashed between his brows, and a weapon rushed out to block there. Gotcha! An ancient shield cracked and was pierced by the small golden figure. The old assassin also took this opportunity to hide in the void. He moved his hands, releasing monstrous magical power to seal Yifan. Strands of worldly laws flowed, forming lines of patterns that enveloped him. Swoosh! Yifan retreated like a ghost. At the same time, the small golden figure turned into a cauldron the size of a fist, and it emitted boundless light. Pft, pft. It continuously pierced through the void, piercing through the foreheads of 7 or 8 assassins hiding in the darkness. They died with their eyes wide open. The golden divine will turned into a small cauldron. It was indestructible, and at this moment, it was extremely terrifying. It's Yifan, it's actually him. He is being attacked by the assassin organization. On the Eternal Universe peak, the young heroes of the Eastern Wasteland were all shocked. They never thought that the famous Saint Physique would be in front of them. Boom! Monstrous waves enveloped all directions. 4 of the older assassins had come, each occupying a side, sealing off all paths of retreat. They wanted to strangle him here and there. At the same time, cold light rushed up from the lake from time to time. There were other assassins who had come here to train and attack from time to time. This time, the Saint Physique is most likely dead. He can't attract the heavenly tribulation again, right? Someone on the Eternal Universe peak made such a judgment. The strength of those old assassins was unfathomable. They had sealed the void, and it was almost impossible for him to escape. However, something happened that surprised everyone. Yifan held the divine sword dripping with blood. He killed several of the seated fighters and easily escaped as if he had passed through a paper window. Although the void was sealed, it could not seal him. His path forward was not blocked. That kind of footwork is. The people of the ancient assassin's divine dynasty all widened their eyes in disbelief. The Xing formula has appeared. Is the distant ancient heaven going to appear? An old assassin's heart surged with monstrous waves. Yifan! Ji Ziyue called out softly. She wanted to chase after him, but she was pulled back by Ji Haoyue. Evil brother, why do you always stop me? When I can beat you, I will suppress you for half a year. Ji Ziyue was fuming. She wrinkled her nose and waved her delicate fists. She glanced at her brother with her crescent eyes. The others smiled when they saw this. The Saint Physique is really not simple. The ancient assassin's divine dynasty has failed again. What kind of secret technique was that just now? How could it break through that kind of seal? They discussed softly. Then, they looked back at the Eternal Universe peak for one last time before crossing the void and leaving the eastern wilderness. At this point, many outstanding people had gathered in the Middle Continent. The most intense battle was about to begin. This would be a great collision between the 5 regions. The future strongest would be born. The Middle Continent Extraordinary Warrior Residence would be a place where dragons and phoenixes soared. Yifan's heart trembled when he was assassinated by the ancient assassin's divine dynasty. Just as the Black Emperor had said, the other party had the heaven-deceiving divine art and could deduce where he was. However, he was not afraid. He carried the jade pieces the Black Emperor had prepared for him with him. There were heaven-deceiving formation patterns carved on them, and no one could deduce where he was. After a month of silence, Yi Fan sneered and disappeared into the night, preparing to take action. He did not escape far when he was assassinated in the lake. He used the Celestial Court's secret technique to conceal himself and track the whereabouts of these people, finding some secret places. After such a long time, he had already figured out the truth of a few secret places. They were assassin training camps. When the old assassin was not around, he chose to take action. The world was completely dark, and one could not see their fingers in front of them. Yi Fan was like a ghost as he snuck into an underground palace. The ancient underground stone palace was filled with the vicissitudes of time. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of years it had existed, and it was filled with the smell of blood. This was a training camp, and there was only one supreme expert in charge. Unfortunately, he had left today and was not in seclusion in the underground palace. Crack! Yi Fan snuck in, and without a sound, he twisted the necks of the two assassins guarding the door, killing them on the spot. At this time, he had turned into an assassin, using such methods to deal with the ancient divine dynasty. He was like a god of death roaming the underground palace. Pfft! Yi Fan waved the golden scepter mercilessly, continuously harvesting lives. From one cave to the next, the underground was filled with the smell of blood and death. Who is it? Ah, finally, someone noticed, but it was already too late. Up to now, dozens of people had been killed, and there were less than 10 left. You are Yi Fan. I represent the Celestial Court to exterminate you. Yi Fan sneered. The golden scepter was like light, and his killing intent surged like the sea. Pfft! Heads flew up, and corpses fell to the ground. Paw! Their bodies were smashed into a pile of corpse mud. You! An assassin's seed erupted, evolving into the great Tao of killing. Yi Fan was astonished. There was actually a young dragon first transformation assassin here. He was definitely a trump card of the ancient divine dynasty's younger generation. If I kill you, the world will definitely feel great heartache. Yi Fan's eyes were suffused with a cold light. You look down on the world too much. There is someone far stronger than me, and he was born specifically to kill kings. Even if you have a saint physique, you are no exception. You will not be able to escape death. This person was ruthless, and he attacked Yi Fan with a great killing technique. I heard that your ancient palace is paved with the skulls of kings. In the future, I will personally go and take a look. Yi Fan sneered. He waved the Celestial Court scepter, and he similarly attacked with a great killing technique. The two flickered between light and darkness, confronting each other in the void. It was extremely strange. You have no chance. Someone far stronger than me will completely slaughter you special physiques, and all kinds of kings. He was born to kill you all. The assassin said coldly. Is that so? I will wait for him. If he doesn't appear, I will slaughter my way into your ancient palace in the future to personally look for him. Pooh! Yi Fan reached the great circle of the four extremes, grasped the Celestial Court's great killing technique, and was even more terrifying than these people from the ancient divine dynasty. He removed this young expert's head, and blood splashed high into the air. Pop! He lightly pointed out with a finger, wiping out his divine will. When everything ended, Yi Fan turned around and left. He crossed the void, disappearing into the darkness, only leaving behind a ground covered in blood and corpses. He hurried to the next secret land, because he only had this opportunity for one night. If he missed it, it would be extremely difficult to replicate. There was another secret land that similarly didn't have any experts overseeing it. They seemed to have received the same order, and they all temporarily left. Pooh! Blood splashed outwards, and heads fell onto the ground. Yifan silently slaughtered in the darkness, killing the assassin. This was a bloody night. Many heads tumbled, and their lives were forever lost. The next day, news shocked the world. Yifan continuously challenged the ancient divine dynasty's 4 training camps in a single night, killing more than 180 people. There were so many corpses, so much blood. The 4 training camps were exposed, and many people personally went to take a look. The people of the world were all shocked. Yifan actually had this kind of method, even daring to kill people from the ancient divine dynasty, and he even found several secret lands. Even though it wasn't the ancient divine dynasty's palace, and it wasn't one of those ancient holy lands, it still fiercely shaved off their faces. The human world, hell, I represent the celestial court in punishing you all. This was the powerful voice Yifan shouted in the eastern wasteland. It truly intimidated everyone. Anyone who wanted to take action now had to first weigh the losses. Yifan didn't stay for long. That very day, he crossed the void, leaving the eastern wasteland. He came to a thunderous and powerful end, heading west. Chapter 552. The eastern wastelands returned to peace. The outstanding inheritors of the great sects had all left. This land seemed to lack vitality and was a bit lethargic. Yifan shouted with a world-shaking voice. Then, he also chose to leave, leaving the eastern wastelands on that very day, leaving behind a legend. Many people couldn't take it anymore. They couldn't see him alive or dead, unable to find his figure. They all gnashed their teeth in anger. Many cultivators saw him act viciously and thought that there would be a great battle. Who would have thought that he would turn around and disappear from this great earth? Everyone's fist struck the air, unable to use their strength. They were extremely resentful, but there was nothing they could do. Yifan's figure disappeared just like that. Central continent, northern plains, eastern wastelands, western desert, southern mountains, these 5 great regions were vast and boundless. If one relied on flying, even if they were neighboring great regions, it would still take more than 10 years. One could imagine just how vast this land was. It could be said to be boundless, and the more one thought about it, the more shocked they became. Central continent represented the ancient and mysterious. There were endless legends. It was rumored that it was connected to other ancient stars. There was an outer realm gate that sealed the secrets of the immortal domain. Another 10,000 years passed. Central continent's unique warrior manor opened again. The effects were great. The younger generation of the 5 great regions all moved, and heroes of the world gathered. Some came from spiritual lands, some from barren mountains and unruly rivers. Some transcended nature, some were wild and untamed. Everyone had a different charm. It wasn't limited to holy lands and immortal dynasties. Many great sects could also choose their inheritors. Even if they didn't belong to a sect, as long as they had enough strength, they could come. There was only one prerequisite, and that was to have the strength of a holy child. Everything depended on one's strength. Unique Warrior Manor was located in the spiritual mountains. There was a silver dragon waterfall falling down, a pill cliff with towering strange rocks, an undying divine tree, and the fragrance of 10,000-year-old spiritual medicines. On the stone platform, it was clean and spotless. A Chilan beast lay alone, accompanied by spiritual herbs. On the cliff, purple energy rose, the fragrance of orchids and colorful wands danced. There was no lack of vitality in the mountains. There were divine flowers blooming, wondrous trees swaying, longevity deer and immortal foxes roaming about, spiritual birds and mysterious cranes dancing about, faintly discernible from time to time. The source of 10,000 veins, the lair of the ancestral dragon. Auspicious energy curled up, clouds rose, and multicolored clouds rose. It was like an otherworldly pure land. On the first day, more than 10,000 people from the Odd Warrior Manor gathered outside the mountain gate. All of them had extraordinary appearances, and they rubbed shoulders with each other. The place was packed with people. It could be imagined that in the next few days, there would be even more people. However, it was impossible to collect all of them. Historically, only a few hundred people could enter. According to the ancient records, there were at most 800 disciples in the Cheshire mansion, and at the very least, there were only 500 disciples. Generally, they were all within this range. However, those who had the confidence to come here and cross tens of millions of li were all outstanding individuals. Not a single one of them was willing to submit to each other, and a great battle was inevitable. On the first day alone, a young expert of the dragon transformation, fifth transformation, appeared. He came from the southern mountains and swept through everyone. No one could stop him, and he was the first to enter. The people of the world were in an uproar. Even the older generation figures were startled. They truly didn't know what kind of heaven-warping genius would jump out. When the people from the eastern barren land saw this, they all felt pressured. Only the Yaoguang Saint and Ji Haoyue could face it calmly. On the second day, another evildoer appeared. He slapped a king physique expert to death, and it didn't take much effort. The people of the world were shocked. Killing a king physique expert with a single slap was rare even in the ancient years. The people sighed inwardly. The great era had truly arrived. On the third day, a child appeared. He was not even 9 years old, but he suppressed many opponents and successfully entered the Cheshire mansion. This battle achievement once again shocked everyone to the ground. Everyone felt that this was inconceivable. This was a demonic child, rarely seen since ancient times. The Cheshire Manor would only be open for a month. Almost every day, there would be stunning figures appearing. There were many extraordinary people in the 5 regions, and the disciples taught by unworldly experts were all extraordinary. Recently, they often left people flabbergasted. After close to a month, many great experts sighed endlessly. They felt that their era was about to pass. If this group of people grew up, they would definitely become kings among men. During this period of time, a few evildoers appeared, causing people to be deeply shocked. The people witnessed what it meant to be a heaven-warping talent, what it meant to be unrivaled in the same generation. Even the older generation figures sighed endlessly. Evildoers comparable to the ancient years have appeared again, and it's not just 1 or 2. During this period of time, there was also a small interlude. A demonic-level existence entered the Cheshire mansion while undergoing heavenly tribulation, shocking everyone to the point that their eyeballs almost popped out. Motherfucker, how many people are undergoing tribulation in the dragon transformation secret realm? He really is a monster. Look at him, he doesn't seem to be straining at all, and he entered just like that. This kind of person is rarely seen since ancient times. They are all inhuman existences. It is rumored that during the ancient years, saints were all monsters when they were young. They were all inhuman. Many people couldn't help but curse. From this, they thought of another person from the Eastern Wasteland. Do you guys know that there is also a monster in the Eastern Wasteland who relied on tribulation to break out of the death trap and killed a group of experts? There are great experts among them. The people from the other great regions had also heard about this. They vaguely heard about Yifan's battle achievements and began to discuss them. Is that true? Even great experts can be struck to death. Just how terrifying of a lightning tribulation is that? Many people were shocked, and many people didn't believe it. Some beautiful girls couldn't help but look over and listen attentively. As long as it was a demonic-level existence, everyone couldn't help but pay attention to him, because he would definitely be their strongest opponent in the future. What a pity, I heard that the Eastern Wasteland's monster won't come to the Cheshire mansion, and flatly refused the invitation. What's going on? With such character, how could he look down on the Cheshire mansion? Last time, during the Jade Lake's Feast of Peaches, 3 great figures from the Cheshire Mansion attended and seriously invited him to come, but he tactfully shook his head and declined. Someone revealed such a secret, causing an uproar. Everyone was extremely shocked, and they didn't care about such an opportunity at all. At this time, Yifan didn't come, but it caused some people to discuss it. I really want to see how powerful he is. In the future, when I go out to train, I must meet him. In the Cheshire Mansion, I can see all the heroes of the same generation. Only in the future, when I go out, I naturally want to see how powerful he is. The gates of the Cheshire Mansion had been open for a month. Every day, tens of thousands of heroes rushed in, but in the end, only 720 people stayed. Those who rushed here were all the top characters of the young generation, but in the end, it was still a selection of heroes among heroes, a selection of kings among kings. Compared to the huge base number, the number of people who stayed was pitifully small. The older generation figures were shocked to find that many saint-level characters weren't enough. They were defeated and left dejectedly. After a month of discussion, the curtains finally fell. Seeing the appearance of a few demonic-level characters, some people felt pressured, while others were incomparably excited. In the future, the Cheshire Mansion would definitely be a place where Dragon's sword and Phoenix's sword. The most brilliant sparks of the present age would definitely be produced. What a pity, the Eastern Wastelands monster still didn't come in the end. Some people regretted that they had lost an opponent. This was the confidence of an expert. The deadline is up, but he still hasn't come. It seems like he's not going to show up. He's really unconventional. Many people were disappointed. Whether it was the proud daughters of the heavens or the experts with king bloodlines, they all wanted to see this monster. After all, he was the only one who had refused. This time, the Eastern Wastelands people don't seem strong. Could it be that apart from that monster, there aren't any other outstanding characters? Someone said with slight contempt. You're wrong. Did you see that dazzling man who left? He's the Wavering Light Saint Child. Legend has it that he also suffered a lightning tribulation when he broke through. It's just that he didn't reveal himself at the moment. That's right. There's also that purple-clothed man. He's the Eastern Wastelands God King. You guys should have heard of this kind of physique before. When he goes crazy, his battle prowess is heaven-defying. There's also that innate Tao embryo. Once he enters the Holy Lord realm, his magical power will skyrocket and his body will become one with the Tao. At that time, he will most likely be able to look down on the other kings. 10,000 years was a cycle. This time, the heroes were unimaginably powerful, causing the people of the Cheshire Mansion to be greatly surprised. After 30 days, the others could only dejectedly leave. They didn't have the qualifications to enter. However, on the 31st day, something unexpected happened. A barbarian holding a wolf-tooth club and wearing beast skin rushed over and forced his way through the mountain gate. This person definitely came from the barren mountains and rivers. It's obvious that he was delayed and late. Could it be that he still wants to enter? Clang! This barbarian held a wolf-tooth club and smashed open the mountain gate of the Cheshire Mansion, causing everyone to be dumbfounded. What guts! This fellow dares to act so atrociously here. Why did you destroy the mountain gate? A great expert appeared in the unique scholar manner and shouted while standing in the void. I'm late. Please give me a chance. He said in a muffled voice as he stabbed the wolf-tooth club into the ground. With a boom, even the mountains shook. How strong is this barbarian? Why do I feel like he can lift mountains with his strength? It can't be that monster from the Eastern Wasteland has come, right? Many people were alarmed. The hundreds of people who were chosen were watching from inside the mountain gate. Their expressions all changed. There are no rules. You're late, you can't enter again. The expert shook his head and said. My house is deep in the forest. It's very secluded. I heard the news too late. The barbarian was anxious. All right, I can give you a chance, but you have to be strong enough and stand out from the rest. The Almighty of the unique scholar mansion nodded. He wasn't being unreasonable. What do I need to do? The young man with disheveled hair and beast skin clothes asked. Attack me with all your strength. If I'm satisfied, I'll let you stay. Okay. The barbarian didn't say anything else. He stabbed the wolf-tooth club into the bluestone and swung his hand over. Bang! The expert of the Cheshire mansion raised his hand to meet the attack. A loud sound rang out. It was a pure physical confrontation. It was like a deafening divine thunder. Thump thump thump. The expert was unexpectedly pushed back. Blood flowed from the perlicue, and his hand was slightly twitching. Everyone was in an uproar. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Just how tyrannical was this barbarian's physical body? Motherfucker, this barbarian can throw a mountain with a raise of his hand. It's definitely not a problem for him to uproot a mountain. Is he still human? He could even shatter the palm of an expert. Another monstrous genius, a heaven-defying monstrous genius with an insanely strong body. Everyone was stupefied. They were all incomparably shocked. This kind of physical body was too terrifying. Even the experts couldn't withstand it. Could it be that the monster from the eastern wasteland really came at the last moment? Is it him? Someone made such a guess. Yeah, I heard that the monster from the eastern wasteland also has a heaven-defying physical body. The two are too similar. No, it said that the monster from the eastern wasteland is very handsome and harmless. He's not a barbarian like this. Forget it. Harmless. I've heard that even in the southern mountains, that brat isn't anything good. He killed all his enemies with a single heavenly tribulation. Chapter 553. Did I pass? The barbarian, who was wearing animal skin clothes, asked honestly. The right hand of the powerful man from the Cheshire mansion was still spasming. How could he not pass? He had not seen such a monster for many years. You can go in. Okay. The barbarian's hair was disheveled. He picked up his wolf-tooth club and walked into the mountain gate. Every time he took a step, the ground would shake. It was as if a giant dragon was moving. He was so powerful that people were terrified. It might really be that monster from the eastern wastelands. He obtained the inheritance of an origin heavenly master and can change his appearance. He can take on any appearance to rush over. A voice drifted out from the crowd, revealing this secret. As soon as the barbarian entered the mountain gate, many people stared at him. Many people labeled him as Yifan. Naturally, there would be a lot of trouble in the future. 5 days later, the last monster arrived. He injured an old man who was guarding the mountain gate. He was selected as an exception and entered the Cheshire mansion. He made a sun and moon seal with both hands and beat an old man at the Dragon Realm level 9 to vomit blood. Isn't this the seal that Yifan used to use? Is he here? The last monster was very mysterious. When he entered the Cheshire mansion, few people were lucky enough to see the battle. However, they all heard about it and guessed his identity. He seriously injured an old man at the Dragon Realm level 9 with only one blow. It made people wonder what kind of monster he was. Everyone was shocked. The selection of heroes in the Cheshire mansion had ended. No more people came. Everything had come to an end. Do you think the monster from the East Continent has come? I think that the barbarian looks like him. It's hard to say. Maybe he has sneaked in. Maybe he is still in the East Continent and hasn't come. I heard that the monster has caused a big trouble. I guess he has escaped from the East Continent to avoid the trouble. Maybe he is among us. People didn't see the holy body, but they were all talking about him. He was the only one who didn't show up but was constantly mentioned. Among them, a few people were suspected to be his real body. In the future, people would test him from time to time. Because of this, there were some disturbances. In this month, there were shocking achievements every day. They flew to the 5 regions. Everyone in the world was paying attention to them. They all wanted to know who could suppress the heroes and be the strongest. After a month of discussion, the selection finally came to an end. Everyone was shocked. It wasn't just a few monsters. There would definitely be fierce battles in the future. Many people were looking forward and hoped that day would come sooner so they could witness the rise of invincible characters. Black Emperor, damn you. It was unknown just how many tens of thousands of li away, Yi Fan cursed. He looked up into the sky, speechless. He had been flying in the boundless prairie for half a month, but he had yet to see a single person. It was incomparably desolate, and it was difficult to even see a bird. He had already eaten rabbit meat for half a month, and now, just looking at it made him want to vomit. He repeatedly cursed the large black dog. The formation platforms that it had carved were really too ridiculous. Who knew how big of a mistake there was? He had eaten rabbit meat for half a month. He wanted to vomit when he saw it. He cursed the big black dog. The formation platforms he had carved were too ridiculous. Who knew how big the error was? This dog was too ridiculous. It was really unreliable. This time, he was also teleported away. He had no idea where he was. Yi Fan's veins bulged on his forehead. He had finally found a stone tablet in the prairie. The words, North Continent, were clearly written on it. His guess had come true. He wanted to go to the middle state to find Pang Bo. He had never thought that the big black dog's formation would make him speechless. The deviation was no longer millions of kilometers, but tens of millions of kilometers. After confirming where he was, he stared blankly for a long time. Finally, he took out another formation platform and prepared to travel through the void again. Otherwise, it would take at least 10 years to fly back. Oh no, I've lost my mind because of that dog. I used the wrong formation platform. Yi Fan realized that he had made a mistake. He suddenly remembered that this formation platform led to the Western Desert. However, it had already been activated. He had entered the void and could not stop. I don't want to go to the Western Desert to search for the Sakyamuni. In the Western Desert, the waters of Buddhism ran deep. He was not strong enough, so it was not good for him to get involved. Otherwise, he would most likely be killed. One had to know that even the Sakyamuni had become a taboo. Only heaven knew what kind of secrets were hidden there. If he rashly went to investigate, he might cause a disaster. In his plan, he would go to the middle state and cultivate while searching for Pang Bo. In the future, when he was strong enough, the two of them would go to Mount Meru together. Swoosh! Clear light flashed. He flew out of the void and arrived in the middle of the world. The sounds of battle shook the sky. Corpses were piled up. It was a tragic scene. Where is this? Have I come to the Western Desert? Is this a battle of Buddhist soldiers? Yi Fan was shocked. This was a huge battlefield. Countless savage beast riders were charging, their spears shining brightly. They pierced into the bodies of their opponents, causing blood to splash out. The corpses were carried far away. Even further away, long blades hacked down. Blade light flashed like lightning. People were shouting and horses neighing. Blood flowed like rivers and corpses were everywhere. Both sides were engaged in a life and death battle. An ancient city towered majestically. However, the city walls were already broken and there were bloodstains everywhere. There were powerful cultivators in the sky using ancient treasures, bombarding the city endlessly. Even though the city was shining, it could not stop the attacks. The light barrier protecting the city had long cracked and was about to be broken. Hong! A great cauldron descended from the sky, smashing dozens of cultivators into meat paste. Yi Fan was sent flying and was almost affected. How could there be such bloodshed in a peaceful place of Buddhism? This is a vast battlefield. He was indescribably shocked. Not only were there mortal soldiers, but there were also many powerful cultivators participating in the battle. The general's strengths were all unfathomable as they slaughtered endlessly in the sky. Ho! Savage beasts roared and tore through the battlefield. Powerful reinforcements came from the attacking side. A group of cultivators riding on strange beasts rushed over like a flood. The light barrier protecting the city quickly collapsed and shattered. Hong! The entire battlefield was shaking. This was a terrifying charge. The great battle had reached its final juncture. Both sides were fighting fiercely. Cultivators are participating in the battle. This is truly shocking. Yi Fan sighed in admiration. The destructive power was too great. When both sides fought like this, the shock waves were extremely great. Even though it was cultivators against cultivators and ordinary soldiers against ordinary soldiers, the scene was still extremely great. Dong! In the heavens, a great bell rumbled. The sound waves were like blades as they spread outwards. Not only were quite a few cultivators in the sky blasted apart, even the ordinary soldiers on the ground collapsed in large amounts. Pang! An ancient cauldron swayed about, stopping the great bell. They continuously collided and attacked. The horizon erupted, and cultivators fell one after another. Mysterious light flickered. There was someone sitting cross-legged in the void, plucking the zither strings and killing the cultivators below. Yi Fan was also within the range of this attack. Green light that was over 10 zhang in length descended like a waterfall. Pooh, pooh. There were cultivators who had their heads removed. Blood flowed outwards and corpses fell one after another. Pop! Yi Fan pinched a seal and dispersed the green light, causing the cultivator at the 9th level of the dragon transformation realm to be shocked. He plucked the strings of the zither and hundreds of green lights descended together like a curtain of rain. Boom! Suddenly, a huge sound came from the nearby ancient city. It had been completely breached. The light screen was destroyed, and a large portion of the city walls collapsed. Kill! The city has been breached. Capture Princess Yu Dai alive. Don't let a single person escape. Use the Void Sky Great Battle to trap them. Kill! Spring and Autumn City has been breached. Capture one of the 10 great beauties of the Central Plains, Princess Yu Dai. The reward is 500,000. War cries shook the heavens. The ancient city had been breached, and the attacking side's morale was like a rainbow. They charged forward like wolves and tigers, taking the absolute initiative. On the other side, the defeated army was like a collapsing mountain. The routed soldiers fled like the tide, but no one paid them any attention. They were all focused on surrounding the powerful cultivators. The 9th layer dragon transformation cultivator in the sky no longer dealt with Yi Fan. He charged into the city and surrounded the core figures. Everyone else also used all sorts of magical treasures. Central Plains. Yi Fan was tongue-tied. This wasn't the Western Desert, but the Central Plains. The veins on his forehead throbbed. This damned dog was too excessive. He had gone to the Central Plains formation platform, but in the Northern Plains, he had used the wrong formation platform and thought he was in the Western Desert, but in the end, he was in the Central Plains. This damned dog is too unreliable. He had stumbled into the Central Plains by accident, which gave him some comfort. He let out a long sigh. After realizing where he was, Yi Fan turned and left. He wanted to take advantage of the chaos to leave the battlefield. He didn't want to get caught up in such a huge battle. Kill. Princess Udai has broken out of the encirclement. Stop her. We can't let her escape. She's the third most beautiful woman in the Central Plains. Who can capture her and let him kiss her? Someone shouted, causing a wave of hot-blooded young cultivators to howl like wolves. Charge! Capture Princess Udai alive! The battlefield went berserk. The pursuing cultivators became more and more courageous as they fought. They killed their enemies as if they were cutting grass. Their bodies were dripping with blood as they rapidly closed in. Yi Fan looked back. He had been caught in the crossfire. Originally, he had mixed in with the chaotic army and wanted to quietly retreat. He had never imagined that Princess Udai and the others would break out of the encirclement. The pursuers behind him smashed over with endless magic treasures. He cursed inwardly. He couldn't care about anything else. He soared into the air and directly fled, no longer hiding anything. His speed is so fast. This is a big fish that escaped the net. Don't let him escape. Someone stared at Yi Fan and gave out this order. There are actually powerful figures joining the battle. Yi Fan's heart jumped and he began to increase his speed. Princess, you leave. I'll stop them. An old man shouted. He led a group of people to charge back and block the pursuers. None of you can escape. A great formation has been laid down within a radius of 50 kilometers. You can't even cross the void. A powerful figure said coldly from behind. Large numbers of strange beasts trampled through the sky like a flood. They carried over 1,000 knights and chased down as if they were crushing dry weeds. There was nothing that could stop them. Yi Fan curled his lips. He had come here through the void. The so-called Great Formation couldn't stop the Black Emperor's Tao patterns at all. It wasn't that it couldn't be broken. However, he didn't dare to be careless. After all, there was a powerful figure behind him. He used the line formula and quickly fled. Something's wrong. Yi Fan was startled. Someone was following him like a shadow and had locked onto him. No matter how fast he used the line formula, he couldn't shake him off. He turned around and saw a young lady with cloud-like black hair, bright eyes, and white teeth. Her smile could topple a city. She was beautiful to the point of being out of a dream. Her clothes fluttered like a fairy as she chased after him. That's a lightning talisman. Yi Fan suddenly thought. There was a type of lightning talisman among the ancient divine talismans. Only a supreme sect master could refine it. After locking onto a person, the lightning talisman would be as fast as the other party. Save me, and you will be rewarded generously. The young lady was singing and crying. Her eyelashes were very long, and her beautiful eyes were misty. Her red lips were moist, and her teeth were like jade. Yi Fan cursed his bad luck. Even though this was a peerless beauty, she was a gargantuan problem that he didn't want to get involved in. However, this lightning talisman couldn't be broken in a short time. It was as if it was pulling the other party forward. Kill them. Don't let them escape. That's the Central Prefecture's third beauty, Princess Udai. The pursuers didn't give up. Their voices came from the distance, and at the same time, the terrifying fluctuations of a battle between powerful figures shook the area. The two ancient great countries were at war, and the effects were great. Yi Fan didn't want to get involved. This was just a battlefield, and heaven knew what kind of great storms there would be in the future. Take me with you, and I'll gift you an ancient scripture. The Central Prefecture's third beauty, Princess Udai, transmitted her voice. It was as if a fairy from the 9 heavens was playing a celestial song, pleasant to the ears. Chapter 554. Ancient Scriptures, a term that moved the hearts of cultivators. It was as if it possessed a demonic nature, bewitching the mind. Yi Fan was startled and couldn't help but turn around to take a look. This woman really dared to take action. Giving out an ancient scripture was not a small matter. I won't go back on my word. Take me with you, and I'll definitely repay you generously. Princess Yudai's every frown and smile was enough to move people's hearts. In the rear, spring and autumn ancient city had already been broken. The ancient city walls collapsed, and over 10,000 corpses were left on the battlefield. Broken blades and ruined arrows dyed the great earth red. Many cultivators chased after them. Boom! The heavens were split apart in a life and death battle between supreme beings. Energy fluctuations that made one's heart palpitate transmitted over from the distance. The two peak-level figures' auras devoured mountains and rivers. Yi Fan had no other choice but to fly away. He was unable to break the lightning talisman at the moment, so he could only quickly leave the battlefield. Whoosh! He was like a bolt of lightning, traversing several dozen li in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, he had shaken off his pursuers. This was the traveling formula. Once it was used, he would possess the world's fastest speed. Princess Yudai's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light. She knew that there was hope for her to escape. This person's evasion technique could be said to be one of the best in the world, and it caused her heart to tremble. The lightning talisman was a divine talisman from the primordial era. It was very difficult to refine, and it was almost lost in history. It was not that this talisman could fly, but that it could synchronize with others. The faster the target was, the faster the follower would be. It was a secret treasure from the primordial era, and it was the most suitable for hunting. Yi Fan had grasped the raw character art, and it contained supreme profundities that were profound and unfathomable. He had tried severing the strand of connection with the lightning talisman several times, yet he didn't succeed. However, he felt like he could break through it. It was only a matter of time. The travel symbol art was unparalleled. Even though Yudai had divine talismans, she couldn't always move in sync with him. Buzz! In front of him, the clouds surged. The dark clouds were as black as ink. It was very strange. The void was like a swamp. Every strand of divine power that entered would be quickly swallowed up. Be careful, this place is densely covered with formation patterns. Princess Yudai's expression changed. The formation had cut off the path ahead, and it would be very difficult to escape. You want to leave? It won't be that easy. All of you, stay. A cold voice came from the clouds. This is the Scarlet Sun Nation's ancient formation. They've really sealed off everything within a 50-kilometer radius. It'll be very difficult for us to escape. Yudai frowned. It's most likely an incomplete array, right? Yi Fan asked. Although he was not proficient in all kinds of array markings, he had been with the Black Emperor all day long and had been influenced by him. Correct. This is a corner of the legendary ancient Void Sky Formation's runes. It's extremely profound, and most people wouldn't be able to break through it, Yudai explained. Behind them, people shouted and horses neighed. Over 1,000 barbarian beast riders rushed over, all of them wearing divine iron clothes. Cold light flickered as they trampled across the sky, releasing rumbling sounds. They've caught up. Princess Yudai's expression changed. There were several half-step major powers among them, and they were closing in at high speed. Whoosh! Yi Fan didn't waste any time. He transformed into a wisp of smoke and disappeared into the ancient formation. Princess Yudai was shocked, and followed after him like a shadow. Entering this formation is like sinking into a swamp. Just wait to be trapped to death. The person in charge of the formation said sinisterly. However, what was shocking was that Yi Fan wasn't affected at all. Like a bolt of lightning, he quickly pierced through the mist as if there was no one there. How is this possible? The person in charge of the formation was shocked. Even the peerless beauty Yudai's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. How could it be like this? The person in charge of the formation activated the array markings, but there was still no effect. This was Yifan's first attempt. He used the row formula to take a dangerous path, but he wasn't blocked at all. He charged through, and this made him incomparably happy. When the row formula was cultivated to the extreme, one could leap up into the 9 heavens and down into the 9 hells. They could go anywhere. Innate array markings couldn't trap them, and Supreme Tao techniques couldn't block them. There was nothing that could stop them. And after reaching the extreme, it would evolve over time. Unfortunately, since ancient times, only a single ancient saint who had lived 2 lives after obtaining an undying divine medicine had managed to touch the edge. Today, Yifan boldly tested the waters and used it to pass through a damaged formation. As expected, he saw the wonders of it. Although he had only comprehended part of it, it was still shocking. No wonder the ancient heaven was incomparably terrifying. No one could stop it. It's not an exaggeration to say that it could walk through every corner of the world and rule over the world. Yifan was excited. If he could cultivate the row formula to the extreme, where in the world couldn't he go? It would be like walking on flat ground. Even the countless array markings couldn't stop him. Within the mist, a man in green rushed out. This was an expert at the 6th transformation of the dragon transformation. He took out a flying sword and slashed at Yifan's neck like a rainbow. Yifan didn't dodge. He didn't hold anything back. He activated the all-secret word and punched out with his golden fist. Pfft! The flying sword was like a piece of rotten wood that couldn't withstand a single blow. In an instant, it turned into powder and fell from the sky. The expert at the 6th transformation of the dragon transformation screamed as he was cut in half by Yifan's palm. Yifan passed through the middle without any resistance. A large amount of blood rained down. Princess Yudai hurriedly used divine light to protect herself. Otherwise, the blood would have stained her body. Killed in one strike. She was shocked. This was an expert at the 6th transformation of the dragon transformation. How many people in the younger generation could kill him in an instant? Yifan was obviously young, but he had such terrifying power. She was shocked. Why didn't he go to the Qishir Manor? Could it be that he had something to do like her? Not long after, they rushed out of the void sky spell formation and saw the light of day again. But behind them, a monstrous shockwave came. An ultimate expert had appeared. Not good. The Qiyang country's expert is here. Let's go. Head south. Princess Yudai was anxious. Yifan could only run now. He had to first shake off the pursuers. Otherwise, he would be dragged into this mess. But the terrifying aura behind them was fast approaching. Something's wrong. How can he be so fast? Can he catch up to me? Yifan was shocked. Princess Yudai's beautiful face turned pale. He's burning his godly power to chase after me at all costs. He wants to capture me. Then let him chase after us and see what happens. Yifan increased his speed again. He activated the row formula, and like a banished immortal, his purple robes fluttered in the wind. He was so fast that it was dazzling. In the distance, the expert was furious. He burned his essence energy like a huge furnace, dyeing half the sky red. He chased after them with endless light. Dong! He took out a huge bell and smashed it through the air. The sound wave was like a knife, and the ripples caused the mountains below to collapse. Yifan and the others were almost caught in it. This person is really terrifying. Yifan's expression changed. He increased his speed and finally avoided the bell wave. This is a supreme expert from the Scarlet Sun country. His magical power is monstrous, and it's hard to fight against him. Princess Yudai's face was pale, and her heart was filled with lingering fear. Roar! The supreme expert of the Scarlet Sun country chased relentlessly, unwilling to give up. With a loud roar, the mountain range below collapsed, filling the sky with dust. What do you have on you? Why is he burning his essence energy to chase after you? Yi Fan was shocked. The supreme expert was going all out, using all kinds of forbidden techniques to increase his speed. The Scarlet Sun country invaded my Serenity country. Naturally, he wants to capture me to force my father, Princess Yudai replied. Boom! Behind them, scarlet blood rushed into the sky. Boundless blood chi surged like the sea, covering the sky and covering the earth. The supreme expert's speed increased by a large margin. He's burning his essence blood. Does he not want his life anymore? Yi Fan felt danger. Whoosh! He activated the Rho formula to the limit, and in the blink of an eye, he was dozens of kilometers away, leaving the supreme expert behind. Princess Yudai's eyes widened in shock. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. The person in front of her was so young, and yet he had such godly speed. Roar! Behind them, the mountain range collapsed continuously. The supreme expert rode on the bell, his entire body burning. He appeared again, and no one knew what kind of secret technique he used. Is he crazy? Yi Fan was shocked. Then, he revealed a cold smile and said, I also have forbidden techniques. Then, let's meet again. He didn't want to continue competing with this madman in speed. If something unexpected happened, it would be dangerous. The all-secret technique was activated, and his speed increased tenfold. Whoosh! He was like a beam of light, disappearing in the blink of an eye. He was unbelievably fast, and there was no way to capture his trajectory. Behind him, the supreme expert was dumbfounded. He completely lost his temper and deflated. The blood chi on his body dimmed, and he stopped. He roared angrily, there's no justice in this world. 2,000 kilometers away, Yi Fan finally stopped. At this time, he had cut off his connection with the lightning talisman. This shocked Princess Yudai. Her small mouth opened slightly, and she almost couldn't speak. Pooh! Blood sprayed out from Yi Fan's mouth. He forcefully absorbed the blood essence, but there was no trace of golden blood. There were only scarlet bloodstains, and he was no different from a normal person. What happened to you? I forcefully used the forbidden secret technique. Not only did I use up 10 years of my lifespan, but I also injured my vitality. I might need to enter seclusion for several years to recover. Yi Fan tried to cover up. His speed just now was too shocking. Yudai walked up. There was a fragrance that penetrated the heart and refreshed the mind, like an orchid musk. Her long skirt fluttered, and her curves rose up and down. Her figure was tall and elegant, graceful like a fairy. Her forehead was bright and clean like jade, and her eyes were like black gemstones. Her fine nose, pearly white teeth, and oval face all had a lively spiritual aura. I have a life-extending spirit pill here. Take it first. Yi Fan received it and observed it from a close distance. This girl was indeed an exceptional beauty. Her black hair was like clouds, and every strand was light and agile. Her skin was like jade, and there was a sparkling luster flowing about. Divine medicine. Suddenly, he was shocked. Apart from the unique body fragrance of a young girl, there was also an intoxicating fragrance. Although it was very faint, it couldn't be concealed at all. This wasn't the first time Yi Fan came into contact with an undying divine medicine. He was extremely sensitive to this kind of aura, and not even a jade magical artifact could seal it. The fragrance would leak out. The holy fruit on his body had been sealed with 9 layers of seals. It was hidden deep within the myriad chi cauldron, and that was why its aura was isolated. Otherwise, it would have easily released a trace of fragrance. No, the aura is much weaker, but I'm afraid it's still a world-shocking divine object. Yi Fan was astonished. He finally understood why that expert had burned his life force to chase after him. Many thanks for saving me, young master. I still haven't asked for your great name. Yu Dai's cherry lips parted slightly, revealing a smile. Her eyes were ethereal, and for a moment, even the sun in the sky lost its color. Yi Fan sighed inwardly. She was indeed worthy of being the third most beautiful woman in the Central Plains. When she looked back, 100 people would be attracted to her with a single smile. Her beauty paled in comparison, and her beauty was peerless. Yi Xiaotian. That's your name. Yu Dai was startled. This name really left one speechless. However, she quickly revealed a moving smile and said, "What a bold name.